Orange Sky Audio presents Snowkiss, Royal Claws, Book 1, by Millie Taiden. Narrated for you by Vanessa Kitchens and William McLeod.
Chapter 1. Natalie. The bone-deep rumble of the airplane couldn't be drowned out. The loud, whooshing noise was damn near deafening, and when the tiny aircraft dipped in the sky, Natalie could hear death coming. Okay, so maybe she was being a tad dramatic. There was no way to know for sure if the bucking little airplane would crash. It just felt like that because the plane was tiny, and the strong Alaskan winds were not. Tiny, that is. The craft kept jarring to the left, despite the pilot's death grip hold on the controls. It would have been way better for her sanity if she couldn't see the pilot struggling, but the plane seated only a handful of people. She was practically sitting on his lap. Though that wouldn't ease her stress. Even in her jeans, thick cotton knit sweater, winter jacket, and scarf, she was cold. Were planes even supposed to be cold? You're a California woman, born and raised. Of course you're freezing in Alaska. Damn, her mind wasn't being too kind to her. Ever since she had enacted her plan, her head had been reeling with all kinds of thoughts. They ranged from, you need to do this, to, you were fucking insane for doing this. At that precise moment, Natalie was firmly on the what the fuck am I doing team. Who knew? Maybe by the time they landed in Point Hope, she would feel better about the whole thing. Because landing would mean she had survived the flight from Anchorage to the fly-in-only community at the western tip of the coldest state. It wasn't her final destination, but she would deal with that later. Natalie could have looked out of the small window, but then she would have seen the endless white landscape below. She loved the beach and wine country. She needed the sunshine to breathe, just like a fragile little flower. She loved green landscapes and going for hikes in the mountains. Just not snow-covered mountains. Tugging at her coat, she silently reminded herself why this was so important. She had a mission. She couldn't let sub-zero temperatures in a fucking frozen wilderness deter her from her goal. She squared her shoulders, closed her eyes, and focused on her breathing. I am not in a death trap that will plummet to the ground. I am not going to die in Alaska. I am going to get what I came here for. And then I will spend a full month on the warm, sandy beaches until I turn into a strip of human bacon from all the sunshine. There. That was a plan.
You're gonna want to brace for landing,
the pilot shouted over the droning noise of the plane. What? She asked, panicked. The old pilot, with his frizzy white hair and bushy beard, didn't answer. Either because he was deaf thanks to his plane, or because they were going to die, and he wanted to crash in relative silence without a screaming Cali woman losing her shit. It's a good thing I love you so much, Nana. She repeated the thought over and over as the plane dropped. When the wheels popped out from the compartment under her feet, Natalie gripped the armrests so tightly, it was a minor miracle she hadn't broken a nail, or a finger, or a hand. She invoked her grandmother's spirit in hopes of getting some of the older woman's strength from beyond the grave. When the wheels hit the runway, the entire plane jolted. Natalie gasped, cinching down even harder on the poor, defenseless armrests. I don't want to die, she squeaked. Hopefully, the pilot said nothing in return because he was too focused on the task of landing the plane without killing anyone. Natalie didn't ease her grip or slow her breathing until the plane putted to a blissfully welcome stop.
Here we are,
the pilot announced in a decidedly gruff voice. He opened the door and motioned for her to head out first. Natalie grabbed her luggage, a duffel bag that once belonged to Nana. The pilot took it out of her hands and threw it out of the plane. She wanted to yell at him for his lack of concern for her belongings, but then she remembered that the small aircraft didn't have stairs. She had to jump down, and she couldn't do that with her hands full with a large bag. Natalie took a deep breath, the overly cold air stinging her lungs. We're off to a great start. As slowly and carefully as possible, she jumped out of the plane. The drop was only a couple of feet, but it was still nerve-wracking, going against every self-preservation instinct she had. Kind of like this whole damn trip. She grabbed her bag, slung it over her shoulder, and waited for the pilot to join her. When he did, in nothing more than a fleece pullover, Natalie wanted to cry. Was he hardened to the freezing temperature, or was she that weak? There would be no answer. She certainly wasn't going to ask him. "Come," he snapped, walking with determination toward the airport. If you could call it that. The building was nothing more than an ugly gray cement box, without a window in sight. Natalie followed the pilot toward it, tucking her head down against a cold snap of wind. Her knit cap did precious little to protect her ears from the elements. "I chose to come here," she repeated to herself.
"Don't stray too far,"
the pilot shouted at her when he noticed she was falling behind.
"People have been disappearing out there lately."
The statement sent an Arctic blast through her already icy blood, and if she wasn't mistaken, there was a wicked glint in the pilot's eyes. Or maybe he was squinting against the wind. That was probably it. "I should think no one could survive out here very long. It's so cold." The pilot's answer was a bark of laughter.
"Are you kidding? This is downright balmy."
He continued to laugh as he opened the door, motioning for Natalie to be first through. She didn't need to be told twice. Natalie hopped in, desperate to feel a bit of warmth. It was all she could do not to kiss the ground. The pilot already thought she was nuts. She didn't want to seem any more unprepared for life in Alaska than she already was. Natalie rubbed her gloved hands across her thighs, trying to ease the pinching of her thawing skin. She eyed her luggage, wondering if she should slip on her snow pants. Probably. She didn't know who she was meeting or how she would get to Winterland from this point, but she wasn't going to face the sub-zero Alaskan weather without another few layers. Dropping to her knees, Natalie rifled through her luggage until she found her bright pink snow pants. They were a god-awful bubblegum color, but it was the only pair her size in the store. Kicking off her boots, she slid the pants on as quickly as possible, all with the aim of snuggling her feet back into whatever warmth her footwear could afford. How it was just as cold in the airport was beyond her.
"Natalie."
The sound of her name sent her neck snapping around, nearly toppling her over. "That's me," she grunted, pulling on her boots.
"You are literally the only person here. I kind of figured you were my passenger."
Natalie looked up to see a man in his early 30s. He was handsome, even if not exactly her type. His smile was too wide, too easy. His thick beard covered in frost and snow wouldn't have done a lot to make anybody a GQ model. Who would have thought that a young man, in the prime of his life, would choose to live in the seclusion of the frozen Alaskan desert? Not that Natalie could ever consider herself an expert in the opposite sex. The occasional surf rat or beach bum she met on the beaches of Cali were fine for the odd tangle in the sheets. Still, none of them were exactly husband material. In fact, a husband would have been a far shot in the best of times. Not one of her past relationships with California men, or men in general, had left her clamoring for a relationship. Thankfully, she was confident the snow-covered Alaskan bushman wouldn't tempt her.
"I'm Sawyer Agner,"
he said.
"I'm your ride to Winterland."
He eyed her snow gear.
"It's fall. How the hell are you going to dress in the winter?"
Natalie shrugged. "Hopefully by that time I will be accustomed to the cold." Sawyer chuckled.
"Whatever you say. Oh man, Tucker is going to lose his shit when he sees you."
Without another word or explanation as to exactly what he meant by that little quip, Sawyer grabbed her duffel bag and swung it over his shoulder. He gave it a quick heft, as if to gauge the weight, then turned and ambled to the door. Without sparing a second glance backward, he left the building, the door slamming behind him. Why would Tucker be mad when he saw her? Tucker was the mayor of Winterland. The guy had put her through the ringer with a whole litany of phone interviews and emails before hiring her. He knew what he was getting. A nurse from California.
"You might want to follow,"
the pilot snapped.
"None of the 3 mayors of Winterland is particularly patient."
3 mayors? She squeaked. The pilot nodded. How problematic is Winterland if the village needs 3 mayors?
"Just don't piss them off, especially not Tuck. He's been ornery since he was a cub."
The man laughed dryly before disappearing through a door, leaving her alone with her thoughts. Natalie didn't miss the pilot's choice of words. How could the old man know that he had said precisely the right thing to perk her interest? He had said cub, surely not expecting her to know the coded language he was using. But she knew. Or, at least Natalie had a pretty solid hunch. Word was that Winterland was a safe haven for shifters of all stripes. She didn't know if they were real or not, but she was going to find out if it was the last thing she did. You can't be serious, Natalie gasped when she joined Sawyer in the cold Alaskan air. He stood by a snowmobile, goggles hiding his eyes and his head covered in a thick, shiny black helmet with a white fox painted on it.
This is the only way to get to Winterland. Unless you want to run,
he chuckled, leaving Natalie with the distinct impression that if he didn't have to accompany a human to his village, he would have shifted into whatever animal he was and run through the frozen tundra to get to a small town. What was he? Perhaps the snow fox painted on his helmet was a good guess, but she couldn't be sure. She also couldn't flat out ask. From everything Nana had told her, shifters were very reclusive and private about their matters. That was why she couldn't fuck this up. If she held out any hope of learning their secrets, she was going to have to keep her head down and feign ignorance. Maybe by pretending not even to suspect their existence, she could catch a shifter in a slip. Then perhaps her Nana would feel the pride of vindication. Then Natalie would know once and for all that the stories her grandmother had told at the end of her life weren't fantasies. I would prefer not to run, Natalie finally said, trying to play his comment off like the joke it might have been. I would much prefer to make the trek in an enclosed vehicle, if possible. It is freezing out here. Sawyer shrugged.
It's actually not that cold. Wait for the wind to hit you. Then you might get a glimpse of what true cold is.
His smile was downright malevolent. He handed her a helmet and a pair of goggles.
You will need these.
He swung his legs over the snowmobile, and the machine roared to life.
Let's go. If I'm late again, Tucker's going to have my hide.
Hide, huh? She made note of that. Not only that, but it was the second time in 10 minutes that a fully grown man brought up Tucker's temper. He hadn't seemed all that prickly over the phone, but that didn't mean anything. Obviously, Tucker was a hard man, and Natalie steeled herself against any encounters with the man in question. To say that he sounded unpleasant was an understatement. Maybe that was why Winterland had 3 mayors, to balance out whatever intemperance one of them might display. He may have overseen her hiring, but was he her boss in actual practice? Everything she had heard made her hope not. With luck, there would be some intermediaries to buy her a bit of space. Besides, why the hell was the mayor of Winterland hiring nurses in the first place? Shouldn't that be the job of some medical official? Or at least someone with knowledge in the field? The question had seemed odd to her during the interview process, but now it stuck in her mind with an uneasy prominence. Everything about this made her uneasy, from the icy cold that seemed to bother nobody but her, to the trio of mayors with a tyrant at the center, down to the burly escort sitting astride his snowmobile. The little hint of disappearances wasn't a vote in Alaska's favor either. All she wanted was to get back on that rickety little plane and head back for warmer climes. Do it for Nana. Natalie hopped onto the snowmobile and gripped the seat tightly. Thankfully, the seat was large enough to leave a decent amount of space between her and Sawyer. She didn't know how things were in Winterland, but the last thing she wanted was to give any of the young men the idea that she was open and ready for business. She was on a mission to learn their secrets. Nothing more, nothing less. Sawyer took off, and immediately Natalie's brain shut down, not only because of the thundering of the machine beneath her, but because the wind was sharp as a knife, even though every inch of her body was covered. The whirl of it kicked up snow, causing a tornado of white around them. Despite her goggles, Natalie squinted hard. She couldn't see anything. She had no idea in which direction they were headed, and she felt certain she would never be able to find her way back to Point Hope on her own. There went her escape plan.
Chapter 2. Tucker. Are you serious? Where? Over in Silverbuck. She was a mine worker. Sheriff Morgan's words set every hair on Tucker's body on end, not just because of the enmity Silver held with his blood, but that it meant another disappearance within a 100-mile radius. One of us, he asked. One of them, the sheriff answered. Fuck. Tucker heaved a heavy sigh and raked a hand across his brow. As if the humans out in his region weren't on edge enough, another of their meager number vanishing was going to hit them like a blast of dynamite. I don't suppose you have any leads? Not a one. Morgan sounded as weary as Tucker felt. At least there was a kinship there. He sorely wished the sheriff was closer than Silverbuck, but with the disappearances seemingly spreading, maybe it was good to have a fair amount of ground covered. Call me if there is more news or anything I can do to help. Thanks, Tuck. The line went dead, and Tucker slung his phone into the chair in his living room with a snarl. He was already keyed up from waiting for Sawyer, and this just compounded his frustration. Don't tell me, Colin called from his roost on the couch. We will talk about it when Sawyer gets here. He was in no mood to deliver bad news twice, and even less interested in seeing his friend's lackluster reply. Where the fuck is he? Tucker growled, glancing at the front door of his home. He'll get here when he gets here, Colin said, fully at home on Tucker's living room sofa. Relax. Great fucking advice, Colin, Tucker thought. He glared at his fellow mayor for more, but instead, Colin seemed content to let that be the last word on the matter. He reached for a donut, not his first, and his almost willful nonchalance irked Tucker even more. Tucker flattened his hair back, one hand at a time, with a loud sigh that could have rivaled the gales swirling through Winterland. His patience was worn to the point of almost being threadbare. In his heart, he longed to get on with the work of governing his community. As if running an isolated community in the frozen north wasn't enough, his town was plagued by something dark enough to set even the hardiest survivalist on edge. If only his co-mayors showed a scrap of interest in the business of running the town as he saw fit. If it were up to Colin, he and the bears would hibernate for months at a time, only deigning to wake when the temperatures were fairer. The trouble was that warm weather was in pretty short supply all the way up here. If Sawyer was in charge, well, then the damn fox would probably try to start a resort town, even this far into the tundra. They were closer to the Arctic Circle than the equator, but Sawyer had no notion what a deterrent that might be to tourist dollars. It was too damn cold, and life was too damn hard. As if that wasn't bad enough, a deep shadow was cast over their region by the unknown threat looming out in the darkness. One or two disappearances were bound to happen in an environment this harsh. Folks go out into the cold and only recovered with the thaws. It is a sad fact of life up in this kind of place. What Winterland and the surrounding regions were experiencing was more insidious, and everyone was on edge. And not just the humans. A majority of the townspeople were shifters, and there were even dark whispers among them. They were of hardier stock than their mortal counterparts, but they needed the humans who lived among them. They were an essential part of the fabric of their society, and if too many of the fragile ones disappeared into the night, the rest might abandon the town. It could push the shifters of Winterland into extinction. Tucker looked out his window at the handful of houses near his that huddled in the center of this harsh landscape. In order for shifters to hide their true natures, they had elected to establish a haven for themselves, a far cry from civilization. But that didn't mean they hated humans. Far from it. As things stood, they were the only beings protecting the shifters of Winterland from having to leave the safe haven in this frozen corner of Alaska. They relied on the humans as mates. Oh, sure, it could happen that two shifters were mates, but those matches were evident among those who were raised to feel the bond. If a shifter reached a certain age without finding a mate, then a true match could only be a human. In that event, the mayors would find a reason to bring a few new humans among them in hopes of a pairing. It had all been simpler in the past. A nearby mine meant a community of workers, some of whom came readily into the fold. There also used to be a scientific base, an hour out of Winterland, that brought fated matches near. In the last couple of decades, finding mates this far out was near impossible. A few shifters had even left Winterland, spending a bit of time in Point Hope in hopes of finding someone. They very rarely returned. Even Sawyer, who loved Winterland, had been talking about leaving. The damn fox was easily bored, and keeping him interested in the town was getting harder and harder. But Sawyer couldn't leave. As an Agnor, and more importantly, as the alpha of the Snow Foxes, he had responsibilities, didn't he? If he lit out, it could be the death knell for the shrinking town. Tucker had to find a way to keep the man in Winterland. Hopefully, the nurse Tucker had hired would be Sawyer's mate. Maybe that would keep the fox busy enough to make him stay. What is taking him so long? Colin shrugged, tucking the last of the donut into his mouth. What do you think? You are the one who sent him out to Point Hope to pick up that nurse. He licked the frosting from his fingers and caught Tucker's eye. Maybe the weather turned, and he had to stay there overnight. If that were the case, Tucker hoped that the nurse was Sawyer's mate. Maybe they'd fuck and fall in love in a whirlwind, keeping Sawyer well and truly in place in Winterland. That would be victory enough. Usually, it was Tucker's job to pick up the newcomers. He had a knack for spotting those who would stay and those who wouldn't last a week, but he had a feeling in the pit of his stomach that this nurse would be a significant addition to Winterland. If she was Sawyer's mate, it would go a long way to fixing one of the problems. Colin would need to find a mate soon enough, too, but the bear was unlikely to leave Winterland. He liked the quiet too much, and it wasn't like he wanted a mate. There was too much to do to have his head turned. He planned to name one of his nephews as his heir for the title of Alpha, and he would dedicate his life to the town, just like his father had done before him. He could have sent us a message, Tucker growled. If the weather is bad, you know the radios and the satellite phones don't work. Tucker didn't even dignify that with an answer. He resumed pacing of the floor. Every inch of his wolf prowled under his skin. He hated having to start the meeting without their third. In truth, he shouldn't do it at all, really. To make any decision in Winterland, all 3 alphas had to vote. The number was significant because it meant there could be no tie. There was always a swing vote, and that was important. By definition, alphas weren't exactly meant to share the task of caring for their people, but the seclusion left no choice. But there was more to it than mere survival. Miles away from any city, the entire population of Winterland had to rely on each other not only for the day-to-day business, but for morale. Tucker knew he wasn't the most social creature in the world. He didn't need as many interactions as the others. In fact, he did fine in solitude, preferring the cold bite of the wind to the company of others. It didn't make him odd. It made him his father's son. The door banged open, and a snow-covered Sawyer stomped his feet, shaking out his large body until the carpet was covered in snow. "Do you have to create such a mess?" Tucker snapped to his friend. Sawyer smiled bright and wide. "Of course I do. How the hell else am I supposed to piss you off?" Tucker rolled his eyes. "I trust the nurse has landed safely." "Yup. She didn't want to go to her apartment first. She had me drop her off straight at Dr. Barov's. She wanted to introduce herself and make sure she was good to start tomorrow." Eager worker, Tucker mused, pleased that he had picked the right candidate out of the stack of possible nurses. There had been a few male nurses and only a handful of females. His scheme to get his co-mayors settled with mates made the selection a delicate question. It's true, some mates of the same gender had found each other, but the overwhelming majority were mixed. To that end, Tucker had gambled on one of the women. Now he just had to wait and hope that the newcomer would fit with either Sawyer or Colin. But not for him, obviously. He couldn't allow that under any circumstances. "Did you get a good vibe from her?" Colin asked, tearing into his 5th donut. Or was it his 6th? "She seems nice enough, but she is from California. Did you know that?" Sawyer shrugged off his thick coat, sending more snow cascading onto the floor. He grabbed one of the last remaining donuts and shoved it into his mouth. "California," Colin grumbled. "That's strange. Why would a woman from California want to relocate all the way out here?" Tucker shrugged. It doesn't really matter, does it? All we need to know is that she is a good nurse who wants to stay here. She's not my mate, Sawyer said through another mouthful of donut. The incisive jab of his words stopped Tucker cold. I have no idea what you're talking about, he responded. Of course you do, Colin cut in. Do you honestly think we don't know what you're trying to do? Pairing us off and making domesticated men out of us so you can take control of the town? Sawyer chuckled. You could have it all, you know. Not a chance, Tucker snapped. If you quit this town, then who will be the tiebreaker between Colin and me? Sawyer shrugged. Dunno. Maybe one of my cousins could take over. No, Colin and Tucker said at the same time. The other male foxes weren't half as clever as Sawyer. He was a good leader, even if wanderlust tugged at his attention. If you want to explore, you can take the next shift, Tucker pointed out. But before we get to that, we need to discuss what to do about all the disappearances. There's been another one in Silverbuck, a young woman this time. Sawyer winced. Shifter? Human, Colin answered. How did you figure that one? Tucker grumbled. I saw your reaction on the phone, Colin said. It wasn't hard. Besides, they've all been human. Damn, that's the 5th disappearance in a month. Is it just me, or is there less and less time between the disappearances? No, Tucker answered. You are absolutely right. There is. This means whoever is taking people is escalating his plan quickly. This is why we need police in our town, Sawyer said as he sat on the couch. Tucker threw a balled-up napkin at him. Get off of my furniture, you wet animal. Sawyer chuckled, but he didn't budge, choosing instead to put his feet up on the coffee table. At least he wasn't wearing his thick winter boots, but rather a pair of socks that had seen better days. The closest we've got is old Morgan, and he's over an hour away. It was a fair point, but Tucker was too frustrated to give quarter. Between the three of us, Colin said, sitting forward next to Sawyer, we should be able to figure out who is taking these humans and why. Did you mention the disappearances to the new nurse? Tucker asked. Are you nuts? Not a chance. She would have gotten right back on the plane. She was reluctant to get on the snowmobile in the first place. Did you not warn her how she would be getting into town? Tucker shook his head. That would have only scared her away. You said yourself that she's from California. This is a far cry from what she's used to. Right. So why did you pick her? Did you see her picture? He might have. She was a beautiful woman. Mouth-watering even. But he wouldn't say that. Not until he made sure she wasn't Colin's mate. Her looks are irrelevant for the job she was brought here to do. I thought she was coming here to mate one of us, Colin said with a look of pure shock. How could her looks not be important? Don't be a jackass. Sawyer elbowed his buddy. You know as well as I do that women of all shapes and sizes are particularly delicious. You make it sound like Winterland is a buffet, Colin grumbled, because he hadn't had sex since he had gone to Anchorage to pick up supplies a few months ago. Tucker made a note that maybe his friend was in need of another trek out of town, so long as the new nurse wasn't his mate. Who knows? Maybe Natalie will be yours, Sawyer teased. No, Tucker was adamant, but he tried not to snap. The more he resisted, the more he knew Sawyer would try to rile him up. Never show your belly, Tucker told himself, then doubled down. We were meeting to discuss the next course of action. I'll go to the mines tomorrow and see what I can find, Sawyer said. There won't be a trail, just like with the last ones, but I guess we have to try something. You will have to take the nurse to the doctor's office for her first shift, Tucker told Colin. You can teach her how to drive a snowmobile after her shift is done. Nope, Colin said. You're doing it. You chose the California nurse, so you do it. But nothing, man. You keep bringing in these women in hopes of finding mates for us, but I'd put my hand in the fire that you'll be the first to be mated." Tucker grumbled low in his throat. "Fate and I have a deal. I don't have a mate. There is too much for me to do around here. I don't want to be distracted." "You'll still be the one to show her how to drive a snowmobile," Colin said. "Who knows? Maybe she has already driven the water version. Ski jets, or whatever they're called. Can't be too different." Sawyer beamed at him. "I'm going to laugh my ass off if she turns out to be your mate." There would be nothing funny about it. Tucker had decided a long time ago that there was no room for a mate in his life, and a pretty nurse from California, of all places, wouldn't be changing that. "I'll head to the doctor's office right now to introduce myself. Then, when I prove she isn't mine, Colin here will be clamoring to show her how to live in Winterland." "I'm good with the donuts," the bear said, nudging his chin toward the door. "I'll lock up once I polish these off." It was as definitive a closing of business as if he had clacked a gavel. The entire meeting had lasted fewer than 5 minutes. The sole purpose was to talk about the missing humans, and the three of them had barely broached the subject at all. "Give me one of those." Sawyer reached to pluck a confection up for himself. Tucker could fume as much as he wanted, but business was closed for the day. His co-mayors were nearly as stubborn as he was. The question of the mate was paramount for them, and teasing or not, they seemed content to tell themselves it was Tucker's problem. If he wanted to show them he was right, then he would prove them wrong, and then get on with the business of protecting his people. He slid on his boots and thick jacket before flipping off his lifelong friends. "You are wrong," he promised them. He slammed the door of his house with such force he was sure it would crumble around him. He walked over to the snowmobile parked by his small garage. It roared to life, and he gunned it toward the doctor's office. At least he would be able to introduce himself to the new nurse and make sure she was the right fit for his town. Then he wouldn't have to interact with her. He was a shifter. He didn't need a nurse or a doctor. That was something they kept in town for the human residents and for the women who ended up pregnant. With the shifters roaming around alongside their mates, there were no shortages of kids. The next person the co-mayors would need to hire would be another teacher. Another problem he would have to bring up to the other two, provided there was a town left to teach. Either by snatching or by attrition, it looked as if all of Winterland might just hang in the balance.
Chapter 3. Natalie. Natalie watched as Sawyer drove away on the loud machine. Her entire body was stiff, frozen, and she wasn't sure if she would ever feel her legs again. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, she tried to take a deep breath. It was nearly impossible. The air was so cold. She would have to brave her new job and new boss after a 2-hour-long ride on a snowmobile with the pungent stench of gasoline lingering on her clothes. She certainly couldn't just stand out here in the snow. She was going to turn into a popsicle, and then who would solve the mystery of the existence of shifters? Half because she was freezing, and half because she was nervous, Natalie opened the heavy door with a trembling hand. A small bell rang out, and she squeaked in surprise. She hadn't exactly expected a tinkle over a doctor's office. This wasn't a shop. Why was it even necessary? Was someone out there stealing medical supplies? Weren't warning bells to let the staff know someone was coming in? Did a doctor's office really need that? "Well," an older woman rounded the corner behind the tall reception desk. She was striking. Elegant in a classical way that made Natalie sad that she'd never be that beautiful. Her light blonde hair was turning white, but in a distinguished way that made her look like an angel. Her brown eyes were warm and full of knowledge. The white coat she wore over a pair of jeans and a thick-knit sweater was a dead giveaway of who she was. Besides, Natalie had seen a picture of this woman. The picture was from the early 60s, when her Nana worked at the Scientific Research Center, not too far from Winterland. Dr. Katya Barov had worked there too. But where time had been unkind and deadly for Nana, It had been loving and generous to Dr. Barov. This was the first sign that shifters had to be real. How else could 60 years pass with the woman barely looking in her 70s? It made no sense. Even if Dr. Barov had been a 15-year-old doctor, she should be weathered by life all these years later. Unless the cold Alaskan wind acted as a kind of preservative. Was that even medically possible? Obviously not. She wasn't a cosmetic surgeon's nurse, but she knew that much. That meant shifters had to be real. "You must be Natalie." The doctor closed her in a warm hug. "It is so nice to finally meet you. I've been waiting for help for a long while here. Come, take off your coat. We'll sit by the heater and drink a good cup of tea. There's no appointment until later on." Natalie had yet to find her voice. She dropped her bag onto the floor, peeled off her boots and snow pants, and shrugged out of her coat before she finally managed to get a word out. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I think my brain froze out there." Dr. Barov laughed. "I'd like to say you'll get used to it, but even I get chilly out there every now and again. You must be Natalia Barsotti, the new nurse, yes?" "Natalie," she answered in gentle correction. "It's a pleasure to meet you." The older woman touched her temple with a light shrug and a laugh. "The pleasure is mine. Come." Dr. Barov took her by the arm and led her into the back. The entire building was a small square box, like the rest of Winterland, from what Natalie had been able to see through her goggles and frozen eyes on her way into the village. "Sit," Dr. Barov said, as she busied herself with a kettle. The room was minuscule, with only enough space for a small counter supporting a microwave, a coffee machine, and an electric kettle. Crammed next to it was a small table with 2 chairs. The gray carpet was clean, and the entire space smelled like antiseptic. The scent was familiar in a way that was almost comforting. Not everything up here was foreign. The bulk of her career had been spent at the biggest hospitals in San Diego, but the smell of a doctor's office was more likely to remind her of her school days. Her residency had been with a private practice where the doctor had turned out to be an asshole. That was why you never dated your boss. A doctor who liked to spend his free time trolling the beach for tourists in bikinis wasn't likely to make great husband material. Looking back, she recognized that she had been kidding herself that her fling with Marshall was anything more than just that. It's a bitter lesson for a young woman to learn, and she had taken it fully to heart. Natalie shook her head, focusing on the present. She had left San Diego and the past behind. Now she was here for a reason. It had nothing to do with the nursing job, and everything to do with her grandmother. "How was the flight in from Anchorage? Was old Burl nice at least?" Natalie laughed. "Oh, old Burl. Is that the pilot's name?" He never introduced himself. He just grunted orders to me and then disappeared as soon as we landed in Point Hope. "Don't take offense. He's like that with everyone, and I've known him a long time. I can tell you he has always been like that. Gruff. Even when he was a young man." She is not even trying to put up a pretense, is she? "You're Dr. Barov, right?" The doctor clicked her tongue as she poured hot water into 2 waiting mugs. The aroma of Earl Grey tea hit her nose, and she couldn't wait to take a sip of boiling, flavorful water. It would cut the chill that had taken root in her bones. "I didn't even introduce myself, did I?" she laughed. "I am so used to people just knowing me that sometimes I forget that not everyone does. Yes, I am Dr. Barov, but please call me Katya. I don't stand on formality out here." "Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the tea, Katya." Calling Katya by her first name sat uneasily with Natalie. Even when they were living together, Marshall had insisted Natalie call him doctor when they were at work. She understood why. He got a kick out of being in power. He lorded his title over her. Another red flag she'd ignored because she was young and easily led. Natalie told herself that when she became a doctor, she would never lean on pride like that. Maybe that was the first lesson Dr. Barov was teaching her. Not that Natalie had ever become a full doctor in her own right. That had been the dream, but Nana's illness derailed her into a nursing degree. While still demanding, it made less of a demand on her time, and she could focus her free time on her ailing grandmother. It wasn't like Pop was any help. As her health began to deteriorate, Nana began to talk more and more of her time in Alaska, and it became a bone of contention between them. It was jealousy, Natalie knew. Pop didn't like hearing that Nana had been with another man before she moved to California. He had that masculine pride that dictated he needed to be the only great romance in her life. The truth was a large part of Nana's heart had stayed in Alaska with the wilderness it had brought out in her, and the men who had offered it. A shifter. In quieter moments, Nana had vowed to Natalie that she had known 2 lovers and that both of them had the power to become wolves. It sounded crazy, of course. And maybe it was silly to believe the words of a woman in the grips of dementia, but it wasn't the first time Nana spoke about men who could become beasts. As a kid, Natalie loved to hear the tales of the shapeshifters Nana had encountered in Alaska. It had all stayed in the realm of myth until Natalie was older. Then, Nana got sick, and all pretense of fantasy melted away. It was all real. The legends she had spun for a little girl's ears deepened into something far more unsettling, something that always made Pop leave the room. She had known men who could become animals. She had given herself to them. The shifters of Winterland. Then, the fairy tales had taken on a whole new kind of meaning. There may not have been a happily ever after connected to these stories, but the chord it had struck within her was undeniable. Even in her old age, she trembled with need at the memory. It was enough to make the man she had spent her life loving almost split himself with jealousy. It felt real enough that after Nana's death, the question of it had become a near obsession for Natalie. She had to verify that Nana hadn't truly lost her mind for her grandfather and herself. If Natalie could prove that her grandmother hadn't been consumed with dementia, then it could mean that Natalie was safe from it herself. The disease that had ravaged Nana's later years could very well lie dormant in Natalie's blood. Not that dementia passed with certainty from generation to generation, but the possibility plagued her. If she could only verify that even some of what Nana had said, the most fanciful parts, had a foundation in fact, it offered a crumb of hope. No matter what happened out here, it beat staying in California, living a life heavy with grief. Pop still refused to talk to her because she believed in Nana. Pop was her only family left, and the idea that she gave credence to Nana's words at the end was a significant bone of contention between them. "Where do you come from?" Katya asked, settling in the seat across from her. The older woman's voice snapped Natalie out of her reveries, and she was almost startled to discover that she wasn't alone. She'd gone down a dark path in her mind, as she always did when she thought of her grandparents. "California," Katya laughed. "Damn, you must be in some culture shock. Where in California?" "San Diego. So yes, there is a bit of a shock to the system." "It will pass, I promise. Now, which of our 3 co-mayors had the pleasure of driving you to Winterland?" "Sawyer," Natalie answered. "Though I have to admit I'm curious. Why does the town need 3 mayors?" Katya smirked. "Well, it's just the way of things in this strange little place. You see, a long time ago, the town was established by 3 men. 3 friends, really. They govern the town together, and then the role has been passed down through the generations." "Oh, so the 3 mayors aren't chosen by the townspeople?" "Not like you would see elsewhere, no. The positions here are hereditary, transferred from one generation to another down the family line. The kids are raised and groomed to take care of the town." "That makes this more of a tri-monarchy, doesn't it?" Katya laughed. "I suppose you're right. Though please don't tell them that you see them as royals. They're not going to forget it." "The royal trio," Natalie mused. She wondered if the wolves who had been with her Nana were in line for the Winterland throne. "I've only met Sawyer, really. Are the other 2 similar?" Katya snorted into her tea. "I'll let you be the judge of that for yourself, my dear." The sound of the bell echoed through the small building, and Natalie flinched in spite of herself. As if on instinct, she rose to her feet. "Oh, no, stay. That isn't a patient." She smiled into her tea. "Doc?" A smooth, manly voice reverberated. Now, Natalie wasn't a sex-crazed woman, but the sound of this man made her break out in shivers. She blamed it on the fact that the exterior door had been opened, letting in a blast of everything she had so gratefully left outside. At least that's what she told herself. Her skin had prickled all over, and even her nipples had gotten hard. They tingled against the fabric of her bra, in a way that they hadn't when she first stepped off the plane. Maybe she had just been too nervous to notice, but a dull heat between her legs belied that reasoning. Best to leave it for later. "We're in here, Tucker." The heavy tread of a man with a hearty stride made her throat dry up. Why was she getting so nervous? "Doc," the man said again, making Natalie's nipples tighten even more. As he stepped into the room, an electric crack sizzled up her spine as she saw him. His eyes leveled on hers. "Natalie." The way he spoke her name made her breath catch in her throat. Natalie had never in her life seen a man so handsome and so manly. Her knees almost buckled at the sight of him, and a damp quiver in her secret parts was undeniable. Trying not to be too obvious, she drank him in. He was tall, well over 6 feet. His shoulders were broad and strong. His jaw was cut in a straight line that she felt a shocking impulse to lick. His eyes bore down on her like burning jewels. His nostrils flared as if he had smelled something bad. Natalie was mortified. She must smell disgusting after nearly 20 hours of traveling. She hadn't cared when she was nestled against Sawyer or sharing tea with Katya. But 1 second in this man's presence, and she was desperate to sniff her armpits to see if she stank like old gym clothes. "Hi. Yes, I'm Natalie," she said, her legs shaking under her. "Tucker," Katya sighed. "Stop staring. You will scare the poor girl." He mumbled something she didn't quite hear, but Katya rolled her eyes heavenward. What was happening? "I was just getting to know my newest employee. I'm sure we'll get along famously, won't we, Nat?" Natalie nodded. "Yup." The word came out like a croak. "How about you let Tucker show you to your lodgings? I'll see you here tomorrow, bright and early." Katya rolled her eyes. "Well, not quite bright with the little sun we get, but you know what I mean. Shift starts at 8. She waved her off. Natalie couldn't move. She was glued to the floor, pinned there by Tucker's gaze. His nostrils still flared, and his eyes drilled into her like he wanted to devour her in one glorious gulp. Or kill her. She wasn't sure which. It all seemed unreal. This was the man she'd emailed about the job. She'd heard his voice over the phone, but it hadn't had anywhere near the same effect. At the time, she had thought it was odd that the mayor was conducting a medical interview, but now that she laid eyes on the man, she understood. He commanded energy and power, like a royal. How he managed to share the role with 2 other men, especially one like Sawyer, who seemed flippant to the point of carelessness, was beyond her. "Come," he said, turning on his heels. "Go," Katya winked at her. "Don't keep the grumpy royal waiting." "Heard that," came Tucker's response from the entrance. Katya rolled her eyes again. "Don't let his surly attitude fool you," she instructed in hushed tones Natalie had to strain to hear. "He is a good man, and he cares about this community more than anyone. It wouldn't exist without his efforts. He's just really rusty when it comes to interacting with people from—" Katya clamped her mouth shut. "Well, from outsiders. He'll warm to you. I guarantee it." Natalie took a deep, steadying breath, certain for the first time since she got on the first plane in San Diego that she had made a horrible mistake.
Chapter 4. Tucker. This has to be a fucking joke. It just had to be. He wouldn't stand for it. It all felt like some cruel game. And he was darkly suspicious that Katya had worked something out with his co-mayors to rattle him. It was the only explanation he could allow himself. There was no way in hell the new nurse was his mate. The only reason the woman had come among them in the first place was out of some vain hope that she might settle Sawyer down. But as she flooded into his nostrils for the first time, he felt himself in danger of spiraling into something he couldn't control. He didn't have a mate. He didn't want a mate. What he wanted, more than anything in the world, was to make Winterland safe again. Though, as he stepped out into the perpetual half-light of the Alaskan sky, Tucker felt a new kind of anxiety, as if something might come out of the dark and scoop her away. The security of his town suddenly had a new, unexpected personal edge. Shaking himself, he did his best to dispel these feelings. There was something bigger at stake than just him and some woman. He wanted the shifter's safe haven to return to its former glory. How the hell could he do that if he was all turned around because of a damn female? Deep in his mind, his wolf growled, low and ferocious. But the animal couldn't make him feel something Tucker didn't want to feel. "I thought I made myself perfectly clear," he told the beast. "We are not to find a mate. Ever." "You can't choose," the elemental in him roared back. "This is not want. This is need. You know it. Borov knows. Soon, all will know. Natalie is ours." Tucker clenched his fists and huffed just as Natalie rounded the corner. She stopped when she saw him, her red cheeks going even darker, in a blush that made his knees buckle. Dumb reaction for a grown man to have. A low growl rumbled from the back of his throat. "Come on," he snapped. Natalie nodded and bent to grab a pair of bright pink snow pants. They looked ridiculous and weren't nearly as warm as they should have been. Hadn't she seen his email about getting snowmobile-grade clothing? He would address that with her as soon as they were at her place. There was no way he would admonish her in front of Katya. The older woman was sure to get in the way, and for all he knew, she would tell him he couldn't talk to his mate that way. He snorted. If anyone ever told Natalie she was his mate, it would be him. And that was only if he decided to tell her. He probably wouldn't. Sure, it would cause a bit of pain, but he didn't have time to split his attention between Winterland and a California nurse who was only here to have some kind of adventure. Soon enough, she would see how difficult life was out here, and she would be gone. Tucker needed all of his mind solidly focused on one thing and one thing only, the disappearances. In a place as sparsely populated as this region of the world, any disappearance was keenly felt. It was the only talk in the bars and few public spaces where people congregated. Furtive whispers which died whenever one of the mayors arrived. Tucker had noted the accusing eyes, and he couldn't blame them. It was his responsibility to make it right. "Have I done something to offend you?" Natalie asked, crossing her arms over her delectable chest. What the fuck? She was wearing a thick sweater. How in the hell could he find her curves appealing when he could barely see them? "She is ours. Take her." Tucker ignored his animal. "You have done nothing to offend me. I just have places to go, things to do." "Okay, then go do them. I can find my own way." Tucker burst into a deep laugh, making the nurse jump, her face flushing to a new shade of red he wanted to memorize. "You really think you can just go out there and walk to your place?" He regarded her with a critical eye, sizing up the woman his beast was crying out for. "You are joking, right?" When she narrowed her eyes at him, her lips pressed into a thin line, he went on. "Did you do any research on the weather out here?" "A bit," she said in a tight, guarded voice. "But it's clear you don't think I'm equipped to walk to my new home. You came to meet me. Now that's done. You obviously have better things to do. That's got to be the only explanation as to why you're being so rude." When he growled low this time, she heard it. One of her eyebrows rose in bored surprise. Usually the sound was enough to make people around him shudder and listen to whatever orders he'd given. "Get your coat on," he said briskly. "I am taking you home." Without sparing another glance at her, he left, slamming the door behind him. It was the second time in 30 minutes he was slamming a door. He was in a shitty mood, and he would need to go for a long run to clear his head. Pretty as she may be, there was no way someone so ill-prepared for survival could be his mate. Pretty? No. More than that. Stunning. No. He did his best to silence the beast within him. Then run. Bleed out the doubt. She will be with us when we stop. Tucker hopped onto his snowmobile, taking deep gulps of air to try to dislodge the scent of Natalie. She smelled like sunshine. What kind of bullshit was that? A woman who was going to live out here shouldn't smell like sunshine. The sun didn't even have a smell. He was just losing it. His eyes snapped up to the doctor's office door as he patiently waited for the nurse to come out. She has a name. Natalie. Say it. His wolf would not be denied. Its dark voice was rich with a secret. Like the animal had already decided that something was going to happen between him and Natalie. Natalie. The muttered word surprised him. Shit, he said, almost as if to clear the name from his lips. He didn't think he spoke out loud until the door closed with a crisp slam behind Natalie. Is everything okay? She asked, slowly walking down the steps. Yes. Natalie crossed her arms, her eyebrows hidden under her knit cap. I don't think I want to get on the back of your snowmobile if you're going to keep on like this. It wasn't like this when we were on the phone. I didn't know on the phone. How could I? Even as he grappled with that, she continued. If you regret hiring me, fine. But I can say that as I haven't even had an opportunity to demonstrate my skills yet, it seems pretty unfair to treat me this way already. If this is the way it's going to be, there's no cause for me to stay. Tucker blinked at her. His jaw dropped in shock, while the sounds of his wolf's laughter rang in his ears. She showed you. No response? Natalie asked. Should I ask Sawyer to drive me back to Point Hope? Maybe you would like to break my contract and hire someone who is more to your liking. What little of this weather I have had almost makes me regret leaving San Diego in the first place. Get on the snowmobile, he said, low and trembling, on the very verge of his patience. No, her hazel eyes dared him to make her. Fuck if he wouldn't. Never. Not once in his days as co-mayor of Winterland had anyone ever refused one of his orders. It was annoying and inconvenient. It would have been easier to deal with if Katya hadn't been standing at the door watching the exchange. The older woman had known him since he was a cub, and judging by the glare she was shooting him, she was displeased with how he behaved with the nurse. Katya might not be in charge of the town, but Winterland needed her. If Tucker sent the nurse packing, there was every chance that Katya would choose to leave. Then where would they be? In the middle of Alaska's frozen tundra without a doctor. He licked his lips, knowing the moisture would only attract the cold and split the tender skin. He hopped off the snowmobile with a deep sigh pulled from the very depths of him. He slowly made his way to Natalie. I'm sorry, he said, as low as possible. The cold wind took the words away, and he hoped it had been enough. What? Natalie said, looking as surprised to hear the words as he was hard-pressed to say them. He ground his teeth down. I apologize for my behavior. I am not being particularly welcoming. I have a lot on my mind, and I need to see you safely to your lodgings. Safely? Again, her face registered something furtive, and Tucker nearly kicked himself for teasing out a bit of information he had been hoping to keep under wraps a bit longer. Because of the cold. Natalie didn't respond, but she crossed her arms even tighter under what had to be a supple bust. The effect was ruined by her puffy winter clothes, but he wasn't about to point that out. Why wasn't she responding to him? Because your apology wasn't enough. Tell her why you're being a prick. He couldn't, wouldn't. It was one thing to allow humans to settle here, but the shifter population of Winterland didn't reveal their true nature until it was clear the newcomer could be trusted, that they were staying. He wasn't about to tell the pretty nurse that she was his mate, because that would mean explaining the nature of the people she had come to live among, what they were capable of. The darkness of that thought only reminded him of the greater danger hanging in the air. As much as he hated risking frightening her away, it might be just the thing to get her on his snowmobile. Look, there have been disappearances around here. Someone else went missing today, and I'm grappling with it. Natalie's sharp gasp cracked into the air. Her gloved hand flew to her mouth. Her eyes opened wide in shock. Someone is missing? Yes, not the first. Out here? In this? How can they survive? I don't know. It was better than saying that they couldn't. Is there anything I can do? Join the search? When this person is found, they are bound to need medical attention. Is that why it was so important that I come? He frowned at her words. He had shared the information with her in hopes of getting her back to her place. Tucker had really thought it would excuse his behavior so he could get on with the pressing business. The very last thing he had expected was for his mate to be so involved already. She had only just landed, after all. Her reaction took him entirely by surprise. Despite the cold and the fact that she had just arrived in Winterland, she was already concerned for its inhabitants. That meant something to him. I really should help, she said. Now, if necessary. She was a nurse, so of course she would be concerned for another person's well-being. But he hadn't expected this. His interest in her spiked quickly at her insistence to join the searches. Natalie would fit in just fine with the rest of Winterland if this was truly the kind of woman she was. See, she feels it already. The call of our kind. Brave. Perfect for an alpha mate. Don't deny it. It's not necessary. We've got plenty of people out there looking, and the doc is going to be joining the searches soon enough. Besides, the person was taken from Silverbuck. It's a mining town over an hour from here. You've had a long day of travel. I'd rather take you home so you can rest. If we find the missing person, Katya will be around. You need sleep and a warm meal while you get acclimatized to the climate. But, no, I insist, he interrupted her gruffly. He could only hope that his interruption wasn't going to set them back. He needed to get her out of the cold. He could hear her heartbeat slowing, impacted by the freezing air and gusts of wind. I really think it would be better if I was able to help. You will, he assured her, but not on the day of your travels. We got off on the wrong foot. I'm Tucker, one of the mayors of Winterland. Please, let me take you home. He held out a gloved hand. Natalie looked down at the offered limb and back up to his face, her brows knit in confusion. Natalie, she finally said, shaking his hand through thick layers of protective wear. It was too bad that the first time he touched his mate, it was done through so much material. You'll feel her skin soon enough, the wolf rumbled inside him. Taste it. For a moment, he wondered if he was squeezing her hand at the images his canine self was flashing through his core. Come on. He turned on his heel and walked to the snowmobile. Let's get out of the cold. I cannot even imagine what the temperature will be like during winter. Despite himself, he chuckled. We will need to get you better gear, that's for sure. She looked down at her clothes. Seriously? This is the best I could find. In California, he pointed out. It won't do. I'll bring you something. Oh, that's not necessary. Climb on, he said, not in the mood to argue anymore. He situated himself forward on his machine and slid his helmet over his head, motioning for her to hop on behind him. Natalie was his mate. Whether he went through with the whole mating thing remained to be seen. Still, while she was in Winterland, she was his responsibility, and he wasn't going to let her walk around in subpar clothing. He would take care of her, whether she liked it or not. Whether he liked it or not. In spite of himself, Tucker took the scenic route to the small house where Natalie would be staying. It was only 10 minutes at most, but once she was beside him, all he wanted was to prolong the proximity. He found a million excuses to tell himself why he decided to take the long way. He told his wolf it was to show her around, to make sure she knew where everything was. But really, it was because his mate was sitting on the back of his snowmobile. Her legs were wrapped around him, and he could feel the warmth of her body even through the layers of clothing. Good thing they weren't straddling a motorcycle. That would have left him with a bulge in the front of his pants that would have been difficult to explain away, particularly given how their meeting had started off. Not that he wasn't hard now. Feel it. The animal insistence made him throb to a farther stiffness. Nope. Nothing would make him admit that just having Natalie riding behind him made him hard enough to break ice. His wolf would be the only one to know the truth, and if the animal ever told anyone, Tucker would strangle him himself. They rode by the main street, the wide stretch of tracks dividing the few businesses in Winterland. The small general store, the bookstore that doubled as a cafe, the diner and hair salon. Up the road, the Spigot Bar and Grill was one of the larger buildings, but not by much. The largest structure in Winterland was the community center, where the townspeople met at least once a week, and where Tucker spent most of his time. Not many people knew he kept a cot in there. As a general rule, Tucker didn't sleep much. Not that he wasn't tired. He was often exhausted from worrying about his people, about the state of Winterland. You wouldn't be this tired with a mate. She would share the load, unburden you at night, too tired to stay awake. Tucker didn't know if that was true. Obviously, if he had a mate, his life would get even more complicated. He would have to split his time between his people and his mate. And God fucking forbid he should have pups. He did not want pups. That would definitely split his focus. In truth, that must have been why there were always three in charge. Breaking ties was one thing, but at the root, it had to be so they could lead their own lives and still manage the whole of their people. You need this. I need this. We need this. Thankfully, they reached their destination, and Tucker pulled the snowmobile over. He killed the engine and hopped off, still holding onto Natalie's bag. This is your place, he said, jutting his chin toward the small house. He took in the building, trying to see it through her eyes. It wasn't much, but it would be a warm place to lay her head at night. His own place wasn't too far away, only a couple of doors down, but he wouldn't tell her that. It was bad enough that he knew. You don't like windows out here, do you? Glass lets out the heat. It is better to avoid windows altogether. Come. He bounded up the steps, pulled a key from his pocket, and let himself into the small house. The entryway was just wide enough for him, so he quickly kicked off his boots and made his way down the narrow hall to the main room. There was a tiny couch pointed toward a television, a coffee table, and a lamp. To the left was a kind of galley kitchen. If he held out his arms, he could touch the kitchen walls on both sides. But it had a refrigerator, an oven with a stovetop, and a counter topped by a few cupboards. Natalie crept along behind him, almost seeming to scent the air. She is already one of us. There are dishes and everything you could possibly need. I stopped by yesterday and washed all of the new towels and bedding for you. I left a few things in the fridge and pantry, but you'll have to go down to the general store to get things to your preference. Natalie looked around the space and ran her hand across the countertop. That's nice of you. Thank you. I might go over now. You can't. His own voice startled him, and her eyes went round and wide. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so short. But you have to understand that you can't go around on foot here. He meant with the danger of being taken, but that felt like too much for her to take in all at once. It's too cold, Tucker concluded, appealing to a sentiment he knew she could get behind. I'll have someone show you how to drive a snowmobile. But until then, please don't leave your home. I'm not going to be a prisoner here. The heat in her voice seemed to catch both of them off guard, but once it was out, she stood firm behind it. I'm not telling you that you are, you stubborn woman. I'm only telling you this for your own good. If you want to go to the store, then let's go. I won't have our nurse dying of hypothermia on her first day in town. I don't have a snowmobile, Natalie pointed out. There are a few that belong to the town. You can borrow one while you're here. She nodded. Thanks for bringing me home, I guess. Though if I am not to walk around Winterland and don't have a car, how am I supposed to get to work in the morning? Shit. Now that he had seen her, it seemed impossible to have Colin give her a ride. Not that there was any danger of him claiming her as his mate, but if Tucker intended to keep his own match a secret, and he damn sure was, there was nothing to stop the bear from trying to sleep with her anyway. Like hell, his wolf growled. I'll take you. Oh, okay, thanks. A moment hung between the two of them, and he almost wondered if she felt whatever pull this was as strongly as he did. I'll let you settle in. There's a radio here, in case you need to get in touch with me. He pointed to the small walkie-talkie nestled in the corner of the counter. Do you know how to use it? She nodded. You are not what I expected, she said quickly. What the hell does that mean? Well, when we spoke on the phone, and when we exchanged emails, you weren't so... She cleared her throat. You were a lot more welcoming. I don't know what I've done to upset you, but it's clear you wish I wasn't the nurse you hired. It's a hard life out here. I'm not sure you're prepared. I thought we discussed it enough for me to be prepared. The words died out in the stale apartment air, and again, neither of them seemed to know what to say. I'll bring over some better snow pants, he gruffed before turning on his heel. Don't be late in the morning, he added as he slid on his boots. Don't go. Stay with her. Find her out, her secrets, more than when you were hiring her. Without sparing a glance backward, Tucker slammed a door for the third time that day.
Chapter 5. Natalie. Natalie always understood what it was like to be alone, lonely. But even for one accustomed to solitude, this life was going to be difficult. She sat at a small desk in the clinic's office, staring out the one window. The quiet life of Winterland was, well, it was beyond quiet, damn near desolate, to be honest, though she wasn't sure what she'd expected. After her pleasant visit with Katya the day before, the snowmobile ride to her new home had been tense. She felt Tucker stiffen under her touch as he drove. When he gave her a tour of her house, he had been every bit as brusque as he was outside of the doctor's office. She'd spent her first night tied up in knots, and her morning hadn't been any better. At least the shower was hot. Natalie felt silly. Tucker hadn't been half as testy during their email exchange and the phone conversations that made up the interview process. In fact, he had been kind and inviting. She didn't know the reason for the sudden change in his attitude, and liked it even less. In truth, it pissed her off. Sure, she was there under false pretenses, but that didn't mean she wouldn't take her job as Winterland's nurse seriously. If there were patients, she would give them the best care she could, because that was who Natalie was. She didn't do things half-assed. That should have been clear to Tucker the second she agreed to come up to this wasteland. Anybody in there? Katya smiled, dropping a file onto the desk. Sorry, I was miles away. You can go a lot of miles out here and not get anywhere. I believe that. Keen for something to do, Natalie took the file and immediately filed it away in the cabinet that held the medical records for the whole town. It was rather stunning. There were so few files. They were all thin, too. She had gone over them to see what to expect from her time in Winterland, but most of its inhabitants never got sick. Shifters didn't get sick, or so her Nana had told her. The memory of that pointed toward the truth in the dying woman's words. In an environment like this, it seemed impossible that illness was so rare. Still, if her grandmother had been right, then why did Winterland need a doctor and a nurse? How long have you been the doctor out here? It was intended to sound like general conversation, but she could feel herself angling. What's that? Katya looked unperturbed. I was just wondering how long you've been practicing. Oh, a long time. The doctor kept making notes in a file as casually as if she were alone. Since I was young. All at once, she looked up to meet Natalie's searching gaze. Young and pretty like you. The sudden compliment disarmed Natalie, and she looked away. All morning, she had been trying to find a way to ask subtle questions, but every avenue had failed. Besides, what kinds of things was she supposed to ask? Given the look of the woman who seemed so much younger than Nana, there was every possibility that Katya was a shifter, if such things existed. The trouble was, she was just so unassuming, nothing like the slightly feral being Natalie had envisioned. Her mind danced to Tucker, who had far more of the brooding, tightly coiled energy she might have expected. He exuded this strange sort of masculinity that demanded respect, commanded fear, and yet she still couldn't bring herself to spot anything particularly bestial about him. If anything, he was just another dominant man, not unlike Marshall in that it was clear he was used to being obeyed. There was something delicious in being dominated in the bedroom, surrendering yourself to the demands of a lover who exacts pleasure from you. At times like that, obedience was a pleasure. But even beyond the darker delights of it, the whole scope of Natalie's life was spent as the kind of woman who gave in to the will of others, the one who did the right thing, followed the rules, and did as her teachers and superiors asked. And yet, strangely, when Tucker was around, she was gripped with this urge to muss it all up. She wanted to see that hard glint in his eyes, the way his full lips smashed into a serious line. If Tucker rankled against her, that meant she had an impact on him. And by God, if he was going to make her get all flustered and hot under the collar, she would do her level best to make sure he was just as bothered by her. In all of her years, Natalie had never seen a man half as attractive as Tucker. He was shockingly hot. Not that the word was strong enough to convey just how handsome he was. There was something indefinable dripping from every pore. Sex appeal, power, grace. However much they clearly irked each other, she had found herself unaccountably driven to throw herself at him in that tiny kitchen. Thank fuck he hadn't shown her where the bedroom was. The room was tiny, and the bed would have hardly been big enough for his tall build, but it hadn't stopped her from imagining Tucker heaving over her. The scent of his skin seemed to stick with her even after he'd left. Massive as he was, she had let her mind wander into fantasy over what the rest of him might be like. Teasing her fingers into her own wetness did little to satisfy the sighs she suspected he carried, but it served to tip her over into climax on those clean new sheets. When all was said and done, the exertion of exploring herself and the reverie of him was finally what sent her off to sleep. She shook her head with a loud huff. Sorry, Katya, I'm very distracted. The first few nights might be difficult, the doctor said with a nod. You'll get used to the lack of stimulation you have in your busy cities. No phones. It's difficult to adjust. You will. She gave Natalie a kind wink. You're a bright young woman. I'm sure you'll figure out something to do. Actually, some of us meet a few times a week at the community center to do all kinds of things. Crafts, cook, chat, watch old DVDs. You should join us. It didn't sound like the kind of activity a clutch of shifters would get up to. In truth, it was far more in keeping with what Katya appeared to be, a remarkably well-preserved older woman, making the most of a quiet life in the wilderness. I'd love to join, but I'm under strict orders not to go anywhere without a ride. The memory of Tucker's injunction shattered the little detour through physical attraction. That morning when he'd knocked on her door, she'd answered it to find a surly face waiting to greet her. He seemed to be in a bad mood in general, but she couldn't help feeling it was her. He'd merely grunted and turned to mount the snowmobile idling at the base of her steps. There was no greeting or no, "Hey, how was your first night?" In revenge for his quiet, Natalie had chatted at him the entire drive to Katya's office. She had no idea if he heard anything over the sound of the machine, but she didn't really care. He dropped her off at the office and left her standing in silence. During the whole of their trip, he hadn't uttered a single word. Why should she care? She did, and that was really pissing her off. I can take you if you don't have a snowmobile of your own yet. Natalie made a noncommittal sound. Can I ask you something? Katya chuckled. So many questions this morning. This one is different, I promise, Natalie said, feeling caught for peppering the doctor with shifter bait. Why do I get the distinct impression this is about one of our mares? With a raised eyebrow, Katya cut right through the bullshit. Why is Tucker so grumpy? I was going to say something a hell of a lot less complimentary. Katya snorted. He's been serious since he was a little boy. I think it's because of his mother. Katya crossed her arms and leaned against the counter. Fran was a great woman. She was a good member of the community, and her death was unfortunate. It shook the entire community. What happened? Breached birth, Katya answered with a small smile. I wasn't working here at the time. Actually, there were no doctors. Not licensed anyway. All they had back then was Gertie. Gertie? Oh, she's been a midwife for a very long time. Still delivers for those who prefer the old ways, but there was nothing she could have done to save Fran. When Tucker was born, his mother died. It's hard for a boy to grow up with that kind of thing on his shoulders. Again, Natalie pictured those shoulders, but Katya sighed away the image and the sadness of her story. As soon as he became one of the mayors, the first thing he did was establish the doctor's office. He never wants something like that to happen again. That explains a bit, Natalie mused. It definitely explained why he would be so insistent that Winterland have a nurse to back up their only doctor. Natalie had a great deal of respect for midwives, but there were certain complications that only a trained medical professional could deal with. The same way that, as a nurse, she would never dare try to attempt open-heart surgery on her own. So Tucker has always lived under a cloud then. I shouldn't take anything personally. Katya smiled sadly. Please don't. He's a good man, a good leader. Colin and Sawyer are good mayors too. They make a great team, but Tucker takes up more than he needs to. Not because he doesn't trust the other two, but because he wants them to have a life. Doesn't he want a life? Natalie asked. Katya shrugged. Maybe if he felt he deserved one. Oh, damn. Natalie, never knowing her own parents, definitely understood what that felt like. Even though Tucker had been bad-tempered and downright rude to her since she had arrived in Winterland, she had insight into his behavior now. He was cold and withdrawn, yes, but he had his reasons to keep everyone at bay. He isn't comfortable around other people, especially not... Katya paused, considering her words. Around women, particularly not attractive young women. Natalie nodded as if she understood, but she didn't. She had a feeling that Katya was saying something else. A coded message lay between her lines, but for the life of her, Natalie couldn't decipher what the hell it was. I'll try to remember that next time he's grumbling at me. The doctor laughed. He'll warm to you eventually, once he accepts that you're here for good. Natalie swallowed hard, shifting uncomfortably in her seat. That was the thing, wasn't it? She wasn't in Winterland for the long haul. As soon as she figured out if there was any truth to the yarns her grandmother had spun, she would be out of there. Not that Natalie particularly missed the beaches or the bustle of the San Diego hospital. The idea of living as herself among creatures that could turn into beasts rattled her to the core. In spite of her uneasiness the night before, she had slept soundly for the first time in what seemed like ages. After a lifetime among the tiny noises that made up living in civilization, everything here was so quiet. It was impossible not to sleep like the dead. She hadn't had a single nightmare. She hadn't tossed and turned. It had been true bliss, almost as good as lying on the warm, sandy beach in the noon sun. The sound of an army of snowmobiles echoed through the office, making Natalie jump. Katya looked down at her watch, a frown pulling at her lips. Natalie gathered they weren't due for any sort of patient at this time. The front door burst open, letting in a blast of cold so heavy, Natalie coughed when it reached her lungs. Tucker rushed in, not bothering to kick off his boots. In his arms, he held a bundle of fur blankets. His face was red and frozen, ice and snow matted on his eyebrows and eyelashes. Found a boy. He's frozen. Katya exploded into action, shouting out orders as any good doctor would. Wordlessly, Natalie and Tucker obeyed her commands. The boy, who couldn't have been more than 10, was unconscious. His tiny body was white as a sheet and colder than he had a right to be. How he was still alive was a mystery, but he wouldn't have lasted outside much longer. His heartbeat was unsteady, and his breathing was so ragged, the oxygen mask latched onto his face barely made a difference. While Katya applied warm compresses and blankets to the child, Natalie fixed an IV with a warmed saltwater solution. She had never treated hypothermia before, but she knew enough to know that applying direct heat to the skin would only leave it more damaged. They had to warm the little boy slowly. Hopefully, the IV would thaw his fragile little body from the inside out. Once he was hooked up and buried under mounds of blankets, Katya and Natalie checked his hands and feet for signs of frostbite. The toes and fingers were an angry color. Surely, if the boy had been exposed to the elements for much longer, he would have lost a limb or two. By all accounts, he should have. The kid had to have some kind of magic blood to still be alive. If she hadn't been so preoccupied with saving a life, Natalie might almost have registered the near absurdity of it. The tiny details tucked in her Nana's stories might well have fit the improbability of a boy so frozen having any chance at all. Even in the rush to get the boy warm and safe, Natalie's thoughts began to break in upon her. The kid had to be a shifter. Though if he were a shifter, why hadn't he taken his animal shape to survive? Surely an animal's body would have fared better in the frozen tundra surrounding this little outpost. "He's going to be okay," Natalie said softly to Tucker, who paced the small examination room. His marching was filling the space with enough heat to make the furnace inconsequential. "She's right," Katya said. "We need to monitor him and keep changing the warm compresses. We'll keep a close watch on his vitals, but you got him here just in time." Tucker nodded. "Should we find his parents? Tell them that their kid is safe?" Natalie asked. Tucker ground his teeth and shook his head. "He's not from Winterland." Natalie gasped, her hand going to her mouth. "But the closest village is over an hour out. Are you telling me this little boy is from the mines or from Point Hope? Out there all alone for God knows how long?" Tucker nodded, a vein nearly popping out of his neck. Natalie rushed to the little boy's side and gently brushed his hair back from his forehead, letting her fingers warm his head. "Poor sweetheart. Is he one of the missing people?"
"Not so far as we know, no."
Tucker seemed furious. "Someone will be missing him," Natalie argued. "We should radio the mines or Point Hope to tell them we found a child." Tucker shook his head again.
"He's not from either of those villages."
He exchanged a tense look with Katya. At that very moment, if she had any doubt, the inhabitants of Winterland and the neighboring villages were hiding a secret. This was all of the proof she needed. The boy had to be a shifter, but Katya and Tucker wouldn't talk openly in front of her. Maybe if Natalie left the examination room under the pretense of getting a cup of warm broth ready for when the boy awoke, they would speak freely. She could always try to eavesdrop. Of course, she felt terrible for thinking of her need for answers during a crisis. Her own little mission felt petty balanced against the boy's life, but until he regained consciousness, there was little more to do. Katya didn't need help to monitor his vital signs. "I'll go make some soup. As soon as he's lucid, we'll have to make sure he eats a bit of something hot." She left the room before they could argue. When she closed the door behind her, she left a small crack, big enough that she would be able to hear if they said anything. Hovering by the opening, she kept her balance back, so she could seem to just be returning should either of them decide to open the door. After a tense beat, her plan worked. "Where did you find him?" Katya hissed.
"Small set of caves a couple hours out. He was passed out."
"Anyone around him?" Tucker didn't answer. Natalie strained into the silence but concluded that he must have responded silently.
"He is clearly malnourished, and there was no sign of either food or any blankets in the caves where I found him. Whoever he was unprepared."
Katya's gasp, even from a whole other room, sent Natalie's teeth on edge. "You think he is running from something?" Again, the doctor's question was met with silence.
"I'm not sure what to think. 5 disappearances, and now I find someone who isn't registered as missing."
5? Natalie was stunned. No wonder there was such concern over her safety. She flushed that nobody had thought to tell her about the real danger.
"What worries me isn't that he's running away. It's that he may have been taken."
"Like the other disappearances?" Katya whispered.
"What else? Given how emaciated he is, this boy has been away from safety for a long time. No parents would let a child get this starved."
"Perhaps he's an orphan?"
"With that haircut?"
Even from her hiding place, Natalie could appreciate Tucker's keen observation. Thin as he was, this wasn't some urchin. Besides, there was no way for a child to survive on his own out here for any kind of time. Good God, Katya gasped again.
There is nothing of God in this.
Tucker's voice was so cold, so chilling. Natalie almost became hypothermic on the spot. Shifters or not, there was something swelling underneath Winterland, something dark and dangerous, and it had no compunctions about harming children. Just what in the hell had she walked into?
All set?
Sawyer sat astride his rumbling snowmobile, helmet in his hands. Natalie locked up the door behind her, her breath fogging in the air. Impossible as it may have seemed when she arrived, she could feel herself beginning to acclimate. Oh, she was still cold, but she didn't spend every moment feeling like she was going to die. Whatever promises Tucker had made, it was Sawyer who helped her get appropriate winter gear. Ever since that brooding commare had lit off into the countryside, several of the townsfolk had been working to keep her from feeling like a prisoner. Any change? She asked, as she settled behind him on the machine.
Not really,
he shrugged.
The kid hasn't started babbling yet, but I'm having a great time.
Yeah, I bet, she laughed. The amount of time Sawyer spent playing Donkey Kong with the foundling might be considered dereliction of duty, if it wasn't so adorable.
We'll get you one of these for yourself today,
he said, tapping the windshield.
Paperwork's all filed. That way you won't have to wait on me to drag you everywhere.
Thanks, she said, climbing on behind him. She settled closer than she had on that first ride, thinking how he had gone out of his way to make her feel included. Even so, as they made their way to the community center where most of the boys' rehabilitation had been happening, Natalie found herself searching. Not the landscape, but for any spark within herself. Sawyer was undoubtedly handsome, and his devil-may-care nature was exactly the kind of thing that would have dropped her drawers at other times in her life. But, even as she huddled close behind him, the vehicle vibrating between her thighs, there was nothing. All the stranger that she had felt such a searing attraction to Tucker in that same circumstance. If she was being honest with herself, maybe it was because Natalie found Tucker more handsome than the rakish Sawyer. At the same time, it felt like something more. There was also a tiny corner of her that felt as if she couldn't fully trust anyone until she knew what their true nature was. If there was a beast within, how could she allow herself to get involved? And with all his reckless wildness, Sawyer seemed as good a candidate as any. How often do you run? They stepped off the snowmobile outside the community center, and she tried to make the question sound innocuous.
What?
Judging by the bewildered look on his face, she hadn't succeeded. When you picked me up at the airport, you said running was an option. I've been wondering how often you run.
Oh, that.
He let out a stab of laughter, a plume of steam rising from his mouth.
I was just giving you a hard time. There's not a mortal thing that could run from Point Hope to Winterland. Trust me.
What about immortal? The question was out before she could stop herself, and there was an air of animal keenness in the way his head snapped to face her.
What's that?
Gotcha. She forced a laugh, desperate not to get caught. Turns out that two can play at that game. Laughing even harder, she kept the corner of her eye on Sawyer as he settled his helmet on the handlebars of his snowmobile.
Guess so.
He smirked quietly. Don't get careless, Natalie chided herself. You're not getting anywhere like that. Her own voice came back to her, surprisingly defiant. We are not getting anywhere as it is, so I have to do something. Eventually, I am going to have to be brave.
Chapter 6. Tucker. For 2 weeks after finding the child, Tucker had been alone in the frozen tundra, surveying the lands. He had done his best to figure out who the little boy was and where he had come from. There were no filed reports, no signs of a means of survival, nothing. That only made the worry he had been carrying over the disappearances that much worse. If one child could turn up without a single missing persons report, then how many others might be out there? It was still just conjecture that the boy had been taken, but Tucker could feel it. The wolf in him sensed the danger, and he had learned to rely on his instincts. Most of the time, that was. Winterland, Point Hope, and the mines were surrounded by hundreds of miles of frozen tundra. Scattered across it were caves, nooks, and crannies, untouched by any living thing. Suppose this child was connected to the other disappearances. In that case, if someone, or something, was taking these people, they could be hiding anywhere. Shrugging hard, he tried to stick to the facts as he could see them. Any conjecture as to an outside actor needed to be tabled for the moment. It was entirely possible the boy had run away and somehow managed to survive alone. It would have been hard, but not impossible. There was no doubt that the kid was a shifter. If not, he would have been dead long before Tucker could ever have found him. He was one of their kind, but that was the extent of Tucker's knowledge. Soon after regaining consciousness, plied with the soup, hot chocolate, and more warmed saltwater IV, the boy hadn't said a word. They didn't even know if the boy could speak. Maybe he was incapable, or so traumatized that he wasn't saying a word by his own choice. Katya said that could happen, but that didn't make the mystery of it all any easier to solve. Work may have been piling up regarding other government business, but none of it registered for Tucker. There was one glaring focus at the center of his mind. Well, two, but only one he was willing to confront. So here he was, in full lupine form, carving his way back through the snow toward home. He had to go back and try to get the kid to talk. He also had to go back to calm his wolf. The damn beast hadn't stopped pestering him about Natalie. When he had set out for his exploration, she was right beside Katya, caring for the mending child. With any luck, by the time he got back, the nurse would have left, scared off by the little boy's fate. "Fuck that," his wolf snarled as the lights of Winterland came into view. "Liar. You want her there, need her there. The boy can wait. You're going to see her first." Like hell I am, Tucker thought. He pounded his four legs into the snow, surging along with purpose. He had to get to Katya's office before his wolf could take control of his limbs and send him toward the small house Natalie had taken over. There were 2 snowmobiles parked up front, and immediately Tucker found that odd. Had someone taught Natalie how to ride one of those machines? Jealousy flared inside his chest at the image of any other man daring to do such a thing. "Liar," the wolf sneered again. "Hoping she was gone. Bullshit." Tucker growled low. Really, spending 2 weeks in his wolf shape had been entirely too long. It had given the beast way too much power. He would have to work double time to feel human again. Banking hard away from the clinic, he made for his own home. So much time in fur had clouded his thoughts. He needed to go to his place, shift into his human form, and don clothes. Natalie wasn't the only human who might be horrified by a massive wolf transforming into their naked mare. Standing in his bathroom at home, he splashed water on his face and took a solid look at his human self in the mirror, searching for the wolf in his face. For as loud as it was beneath his skin, Tucker couldn't find any stray tells peeking out at him. It had been a long time since he'd allowed himself that kind of extended time as his wilder self, and there was a dangerous joy in it. But the seriousness of the situation demanded it. In truth, he chided himself for not doing it sooner, but he told himself it was for fear that his 2 counterparts wouldn't attend to a damn thing while he was gone. "Liar. It was the woman. She scared you away." "Shut up," he glowered at his reflection. Once he finally dressed, picking his attire very carefully, he drove through town out to the doctor's office. His wolf snickered and then howled with good humor, but he knew the journey was solely to check on the child's progress. It definitely had nothing to do with that nurse, Natalie. Then why not go there first? Because if the nurse was there, she didn't have any business seeing him naked. Ever. Coward. The animal was sure that something would be happening with Natalie soon enough, but Tucker couldn't see how he could allow it. Mate or no, he didn't even know the woman. He had spent maybe an hour, at the very most, in her company. Human women weren't in the habit of falling into bed with men they barely knew in small secluded villages, especially not when said men were one of the co-mayors. Tucker had to get Natalie out of his head. Impossible. She's been there for weeks. She's ingrained now. He ignored the animal and killed the engine of his snowmobile. The second he opened the doctor's office door, he knew Natalie was inside. Her scent was overwhelming. Sunshine flooded into his every sense. He'd barely eaten for 2 weeks, but his mouth flooded with saliva as he thought of laying her body on one of the examination room beds to have his wicked way with her. We could feast on her, the crook of her neck, her nipples, the sensitive places to make her howl like us. Tucker clapped his hands down on the counter and squeezed his eyes shut in an effort to get hold of himself. Everything all right? He looked up, and his breath caught at the sight of her. Natalie was wearing a pair of bright blue scrubs with tiny puppies patterned all across them. Her delicate fingers cradled a medical file. Her neck was long and elegant, her brown hair framing her face perfectly. It looked as soft as silk, and it took all of his self-control not to reach out and touch the strands. Natalie's eyes warmed as they met his, and she shifted her weight, a smile suffusing across her face. She nearly glowed. Fine, he managed, straightening up. Just tired. I bet. Nice to see you finally returned from God knows where. Did you find anything out? He shook his head. Where's the little boy? Natalie frowned, her face losing its happy shine. He's staying with Madeline and Joseph right now. Katya and I were hoping that Madeline's own little boy could get our little stranger to talk. So far, no luck. We've started calling him Peter, and he responds to it. Tucker leaned against the counter. As good a name as any, I suppose. You didn't find anything that would help us identify him? He shook his head. Not a trace. No one in Point Hope or in the mines knows of a missing boy. Even with the disappearances we've been having, this is unusual. It doesn't fit. Natalie leaned closer to him, bringing her sunshine scent dangerously near. Take her. Now. But what she said next interrupted the wolf. Maybe whoever had taken him has actually been looking for him. Tucker nodded. I actually hadn't thought of that, but that's a fair point. Right? That's what Sawyer said. He growled low in his throat. When did you talk to Sawyer about all of this? Natalie frowned at him. At the community center. I've been hanging out there a lot with Peter and the other townspeople. Sawyer was there trying to get Peter to talk. He went to Point Hope to pick up an old-school gaming console. He thought maybe that would get the kid talking, but it was pretty damn obvious that the poor guy never saw one of those before. Tucker ground his teeth together. He hated the idea of his mate spending time with Sawyer. You were gone too long. She knows this place now. It has become home to her. No thanks to you. The wolf dropped into a low snarl in his gut. Thanks to Sawyer. He huffed out a breath, killing the thought of his mate hanging out with one of his oldest friends. Sawyer? Yes, Natalie asked, surprised by his single word. How much time have you been spending with him? Natalie shrugged. Not much. He made sure I got a snowmobile, and Katya showed me how to use it. I've been riding with Madeline and her son. I took Peter out a couple of times once he felt better, but he doesn't like the machine much. You'd think a kid would love zooming around on one of those. It's weird, right? He made a non-committal sound. How are you finding Winterland? She frowned at him. Are you seriously asking me that? I hired you, and yes, I would like to know how you are adjusting to life here." She laughed, the sound of it going straight to his dick. "Well, it's funny you should ask, because I like it a lot more than I thought I would, especially after such a cold welcome. As it turns out, the people are a hell of a lot nicer and more welcoming than some of the city officials." "Are you talking about me?" "Who else would I be talking about?" She crossed her arms. How he could tell her tits were perfect under her crossed arms and her ridiculous scrubs was beyond him. "This is the longest conversation we've had since you hired me." "She's right. You learned she's our mate and resisted her, pushed her away. Fix it. Fix it now, or I'll bite her." Tucker didn't know just how serious his wolf was, but he wouldn't risk the chance of going rabid on her. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and rubbed a hand across his face. "I've been a shitty person toward you. I really do need to apologize. The disappearances have me on edge. That has nothing to do with you, but it definitely colored your arrival. And then, just when I was going to make amends with you, the little boy, Peter, arrived. I had to fix that too. Natalie nodded. "It's okay. I understand. Actually, while you've been gone, I got to know some of the people around here. It's really impressive, the way everyone pulls together. That kind of thing would never happen in a big city like San Diego. I don't know if it's just because of whatever is causing these disappearances, but it's a welcome change." "Have they talked about it?" Tucker knew the locals whispered about it, but the idea that they would share it with her got to him. "Of course," she said. "I think they're worried about me. They want to be sure I'm careful. I've missed being looked after like that. For so long, I haven't felt connected to anyone except my grandparents. Since Nana died, I've been kind of adrift. I haven't felt—" She bit down on her lips. "Sorry, I'm talking way too much about things you don't care about." "No, please. I want to hear." And he meant it, too. He could have listened to her talk for hours, for days. This was beyond scent or the musicality of her voice. It was her words. Getting to know her began to awaken something deep inside his core. Not his wolf, but something else. Something he had long since thought had died inside himself. Maybe if he could stay here, listening to her, he would start to feel better. About Winterland, the disappearances, the way he had failed Peter. All of it. "It's nice," he finally managed to go on. "It's nice to hear your perspective of my home, of my community." Her answering smile had enough voltage to power all of Main Street for a week. "Well, I mean it. I like it here. I didn't think I would, what with the cold and the constant threat of boredom. But I like going to the community center at night. Actually, I sort of started a new thing while you were gone, but I'll let your co-mayors tell you all about it." Her grin was mischievous. It suited her. He cocked an eyebrow. "Oh, should I be scared?" "You'll see. Have dinner with me." The words stumbled out of his mouth before his brain could even catch up to what he was saying. His wolf snickered happily. Natalie was just as shocked as he was. "Is this an order from one of the town fathers?" "Yes. No." He shook his head. "I just mean, the entire community of Winterland has been able to get to know you while I've been away. I'm at a disadvantage. Have dinner with me so I can catch up." Natalie rolled her eyes. You could just come and spend time at the community center." "No, really. I insist. Please, let me make up for my poor behavior." She blinked up at him. "The diner is the only place we could go. Or the Spigot." "Don't be a fool." The way her eyebrows shot up told him the wolf was right. "The bar?" "No, you're right. The diner it is. Let me treat you." "You want to take me to the diner to make up for your behavior? Do you even know how busy you'll be if you set foot in there? Everyone's been waiting for you to get back." "Has there been another disappearance?" The possibility of it shot through him like a dark thunderbolt of pure dread. Suddenly, He was startlingly aware of what kind of danger he had left Natalie in while he was out loping through the tundra. "No," she said, her voice alight with surprise. "You don't think I would have opened with something like that?" "Sorry. I just hated to think that while I was gone." "Nothing like that. But Sawyer and Colin have had a field day passing the buck. Every time a serious question pops up, they tell people to wait until you come back to get answers." It was his turn to roll his eyes. "Of course they did. But I think I can manage something else. I'll pick you up after your shift." Before Natalie had time to deny him, he turned and left. He had some shopping to do. When he returned to the doctor's office to pick up Natalie, she refused to get on the back of his snowmobile. The stubborn woman insisted on driving her own, all in the name of practice. She followed behind him as they drove down Main Street and onto one of the side streets. His house was essentially the same as hers. Things out here weren't built for beauty, but rather functionality. To keep the heat inside, you built square structures with few to no windows, all out of sturdy material. There were no basements, of course. The ground had been frozen for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It was damn near impossible to dig into it. Besides, heating a basement was costly. Every house in Winterland is built up, not into, the ground. He switched off the engine of his snowmobile and walked toward hers, helping her off her ride, because after 2 weeks away from her, he needed to touch her, even in a small way, to make sure she was still real, that she was still there. "You didn't tell me you were so close. We're practically neighbors." It didn't sound like an accusation, but Tucker couldn't help feeling like it was one. "Everyone is pretty close out here." It was the best he could manage, especially after feeling her waist between his hands. "Get her inside, now." Straining against the beast surging inside him, Tucker led her into his house. He knew the sunshine of her scent would permeate his cold home. If he was lucky, maybe it would seep into the furniture so that he could keep it after she was gone. Because Natalie would leave. It didn't matter that she was enamored with the town and its people. 2 weeks in Winterland didn't make a lifetime. Eventually, she would miss her sunny beaches and every other commodity she had back in San Diego. He was playing with fire. He should let her go, not get close. It would hurt that much more when she did leave. But he found he couldn't. He was far too jealous of his co-mayors and citizens. They'd gotten to know Natalie, and he wanted that pleasure too. "Pretty much the same layout, huh?" she said, wiggling out of her heavy winter coat. Tucker flared at the thought that someone had helped her pick it out. "It should have been you." "All of the houses look the same here," she commented, as they kicked off their boots. Tucker took her coat, and Natalie's warm smell went directly to his nose. In truth, the effects of the aroma hit much farther south. His loins stirred with desire, threatening to come to full attention. If the bulge would have been hard to explain away before, in the privacy of his home, with no snow gear to mask it, there would have been no hope of hiding his size. The urges coursing through his veins and down toward his cock went beyond the whispered suggestions of his wolf. It was a far greater pull, and it became imperative to conceal the fullness of his excitement, his need for her. He cleared his throat and turned away to rearrange his pants. If she saw how affected he was, she was likely to leave the house in a panic. What single woman wanted to be stuck in a house with a man who got hard just by taking off her coat? That obviously made him into some sort of freak. "Just tell her. She's our mate, so she'll understand. Tell her how long it's been, like you've been waiting for her." Tucker wouldn't be telling Natalie she was his mate. How was he supposed to say the words to a stranger? It would be a surefire way to chase her away from Winterland. "Make yourself at home," he said, his voice way rougher than he had anticipated. "What can I get you to drink?" Natalie settled on the small love seat and turned to face him. She rubbed her long, elegant fingers against her thighs. I wouldn't say no to something warm. How about a glass of wine? It's not warm, but... Oh, wine would be nice. Thank you. Tucker busied himself, taking a bottle from the pantry and popping the cork. He poured the deep red liquid into 2 glasses before joining Natalie in the living room. When he offered her a glass, their fingers brushed. His blood immediately began to boil with fiery interest. His wolf howled. But when he saw Natalie flush, her smooth, tanned cheeks going red, and her small intake of breath, his nostrils flared. She was attracted to him. It was obvious. It was written all over her face, in the set of her shoulders, and most importantly, he could smell it. Her pupils were dilated, her breathing a bit strained. Okay, Mr. Mayor, are you going to tell me why you asked to have dinner with me? Her voice was breathy, making him shiver. Her sly invoking of his title seemed surprisingly forward, almost as if she wanted to remind him of the authority he carried, the power he had. I told you before, he said, working on getting a hold of himself. While I was gone, all of Winterland got to know you. I'm at a disadvantage. She snorted out a laugh, but quickly took a sip of her drink to cover the fact. Why do I feel like you hate being at a disadvantage to anyone? She cocked an eyebrow. Tucker took a deep breath. I haven't been very kind to you. I should have been more welcoming on your first day here, but I wasn't. Then, when I was going to make amends, I found Peter. That took precedence. I get it. I think your reaction to an abandoned child out here was valid. I mean, the poor boy. Tucker nodded. Yeah, I can't even imagine what he's gone through. At least he seems to get along with Madeline's kids. That's good. I wanted to keep him with me, but Katya thought it best if Peter was with other children for now. Maybe if he sees Madeline and her husband treating their kids well, Peter will open up to them. She blew out a breath. I'm really sad for him. I wish I could have protected him from... She waved a hand in the air. From whatever he's gone through. Tucker nodded. I feel much the same. He cleared his throat. I feel like I failed him. Natalie turned on her seat to face him, her brow furrowed. How have you failed him? You didn't know he was out there. You didn't even know he existed until you found him. I know. I'm not saying it's rational or anything. As mayor of Winterland, it's my job to make sure everyone is safe and sound. We've had 5 disappearances more recently than I'd like to think about. And then this kid just being in the middle of nowhere? And what do? I vanish into the wilderness for 2 weeks. I feel like I'm letting everyone down. Why the fuck was he confessing this to her? Did mates have magical powers that pulled out revelations? That was the only logical explanation. And it wasn't logical at all. Nothing bad happened in those 2 weeks. Her hand brushed his shoulder, and his senses came alive. He met her eyes and could see the sympathy in her face. Nobody else vanished, and Peter has been getting stronger. Maybe it's over. Maybe. He shook his head, unconvinced. I still feel like I betrayed the town. Again, she brushed his shoulder, coaxing his gaze back to hers. You put a lot of pressure on yourself, you know that? I have to. This town is my responsibility. Right. Her frown deepened. But don't you share those responsibilities with Colin and Sawyer? He nodded, then shrugged. I feel responsible for them too, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Tucker didn't know why he admitted that to her, but it was easy. His mouth opened, and words tumbled out as if everything inside of him had been waiting for this particular woman to be unleashed. It feels right, because it is right. We are hers, and she is ours. Natalie blew out a breath. It's not easy being responsible for others. There was a weightiness to her words, a deep, long-held secret of her own. But she wasn't as forthcoming as he was. Tucker wondered why, but he quickly remembered that his mate was human. She wouldn't be feeling the same deep pull as he did. Who do you feel responsible for? My grandmother? She... Natalie swallowed hard, her scent turning sharp with sadness. I never knew who my father was, and then my mother died when I was a baby. My grandparents raised me. Nana was the best person in the world. She was smart as hell. She was a scientist, back when it was hard for women to be in the scientific field. Her voice trailed out for a second, but Tucker stayed quiet, giving her room to find her own way. It was new for him, waiting rather than insisting. Natalie laced her fingers and looked down into her palms. When she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was one of the hardest days of my life. For her, too. We understood that soon her keen mind and her intelligence would begin to slip. At first, we just pretended it wouldn't happen, but before long, she forgot more and more. I'm sorry. He reached out and took her hand in his. It's never easy to see a loved one suffer. She lost herself, you know? And for a while there, she knew she was losing herself. And Natalie swallowed hard. She started saying things that didn't make much sense. My pop-pop started to think that his beloved wife had gone crazy. He wasn't around much toward the end. It was just her and me. And I... Natalie shook her head. Go on, he said, squeezing her fingers. She dried her eyes with a few quick blinks. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have started talking about this. It's hardly appropriate to sit here and cry on my boss's shoulder. Technically, your boss is Katya. The teasing words had been his lame attempt at easing the tension. Her snort was half-hearted. The way you stormed around and glared when I first got here, it kind of felt like you thought you were everybody's boss. Something sly in her voice told him she was giving him a dash of sugar with her medicine. It seemed only fair to accept the criticism. I'm an asshole sometimes, he answered with a shrug. This time, Natalie's snort wasn't half-hearted. It shook her shoulders until she was giggling. It shocked Tucker. What's so funny? Nothing. You just... More giggles. You just caught me off guard. I never thought I'd hear you actually admit it. She thinks you're an asshole. Tell her, and she'll see why we've been acting this way. Show her your true self. I can't deny it, he finally said. I was a real shit to you when you first arrived. I would like a chance at making it up to you. Hence the dinner? Hence the dinner, he repeated. So, what are we making? Natalie placed her glass on the coffee table and headed toward the kitchen. What are you doing? He asked, getting to his feet. The sight of her walking into his kitchen stopped him dead. He hadn't had the chance to notice before now, but Natalie had one nice ass. The curves of her hips and her delicious globes were on full display in a pair of jeans tight enough to make his mouth water. His mind raced as to why he hadn't seen before. You're not wearing scrubs, he blurted out. Natalie blushed. Well, no. I took one of my breaks to go back to my place to get a change of clothes. I couldn't meet the mayor in a pair of dirty scrubs. You look lovely. I should have said that earlier. Oh? Her smirk was a mix of mischief and uncertainty. Do you compliment all your constituents' appearances? No. In fact, I make a point not to. So I'm special? She was teasing and breathless. Absolutely. No sooner was the word out of his mouth than the air around them crackled. Tucker didn't know who walked to whom first, but in a flash, his hands were on Natalie's curvy hips, and her hands were closed around his neck. One of his hands traveled up the length of her body to cup her face. His thumb traced her lower lip. He was sure she would stop him. They were strangers. They barely knew each other. He shouldn't be touching her. He shouldn't be on the verge of kissing her. But Natalie's tongue peeked out from her pouting lips, barely grazing the tip of his finger. And that was it. Take her. He couldn't take another breath until he devoured this woman's mouth. He lowered his head until his lips brushed against hers. He wanted a fraction of a second to see what she would do, if she would push him again. She didn't. She craned her neck up to give him better access to her mouth. He dove in with everything he had. The kiss was stronger than winter winds. It knocked the breath out of him until nothing pulsed inside him but her. She flooded into him like a crashing wave, and he drank as deeply as he could. Her own lips tugged at his, begging for more. Each time he drew back, she reached up to meet him again, like she was drowning, and his kisses were the only way to survive. He let his tongue search her mouth, meeting hers in a tangle of shocking ferocity. They'd never kissed before, but they knew each other perfectly. His hand shifted from her hip to the small of her back, and in response, she pressed herself forward until the softness of her body found the throbbing rigidity of his. "Fuck," she hissed in a low, hungry voice. The blaze inside him intensified. His hand ached to wander from her face to the generous swell of her breasts, to explore the peaks he could feel against his chest. "Not yet," he told himself. "Yes, now." The beast within was alive and raging. "I have to be careful. This is too important to let haste blow it all away." Somehow, he managed to pull back. Her eyes flashed up to him like a pair of moons, full and dangerous, giving rein to the animal tearing through his blood. All Tucker could do was fight it and try to steer himself back to a reasonable course, hoping she would follow him. The opposite happened. She fled. The time for caution had passed, and he kicked himself for giving over to the demanding wolf inside him. But even as she dove out of the door, he felt certain he would kiss her again, hold her again. There was no choice.
Chapter 7. Natalie. Holy shit. Sitting at the small desk in the doc's office the next day, Natalie shook her head. No matter how many times she tried to clear her thoughts, nothing worked. Every second, the memory of making out with Tucker blazed right through her brain. Every time, it left her breathless and heated, which meant she had spent the last 12 hours horny and desperate. Natalie didn't recognize herself. She had never been an overly sexual person. Oh, she liked sex well enough, but the men she had shared her bed with had never been able to satisfy her completely. Tucker? Well, a few kisses from him, and Natalie was reduced to warm nurse goo. After all but mauling him in his kitchen, Natalie had panicked. When he'd pulled away, even for a moment, she bolted. Somehow she'd managed to grab her boots and coat. She drove to her place like a new citizen who had just had her mare's tongue down her throat. But what a tongue. It was talented and powerful, just like the man it belonged to. Natalie grunted and pushed away from her desk. With the force of her sudden move, her chair scraped loudly over the floor. "Everything okay?" Katya asked with a smile on her face. "Oh, I'm fine." Katya's grin broadened. "Could this have anything to do with your dinner plans last night?" Natalie sighed. "Does the whole town know?" "Pretty much. No one but the other mayors has ever been to Tucker's house before. He's a very private person. It doesn't help that I saw you speeding away from his place. Now, I assumed he'd said something to piss you off because he isn't the most subtle person in the town. But judging by your blushing cheeks and your frustrated sighs, I'll wager something else happened." Natalie blew out a breath. She was new to town. Was she really going to tell the woman she worked for that she had kissed the mayor? "For what it's worth, Tucker has never been in a relationship that I know of. I'm sure he's had companions, but if something happened between you two, it's important to know it isn't something he does, ever. You should trust your instincts." Her instincts? They were almost unreadable. From the instant she had left Tucker standing in his kitchen, a voice had screamed at her that she was fucking up. Another, far more familiar voice had been just as loud. It told her to be careful. She didn't want to get her heart broken by another powerful man. It was impossible to untangle, but her body down to the marrow of her bones ached after leaving him behind. She thought it was her hormones. furious at her that she hadn't taken things further with Tucker. Could that be her instincts? She was too turned around and confused to grasp at what she really felt. She needed to square herself. Her time in Winterland was a mission. She had answers to get, and for 2 weeks, she had barely managed to find out anything. Searching was just so complicated. How was she supposed to start asking about something that seemed so absurd? Worse, letting herself become attached to one of the mares wasn't going to make snooping any easier. Unless it did. Maybe if she spent more time with Tucker, he would be more forthcoming. Maybe he would even let something slip about the shifters. If he was in charge, then he had to know, right? Hell, maybe he is one. The thought came over her before she was prepared to meet it. Absolutely not, she decided. And yet, the seeds of the idea had been in her for a while. It might even serve to explain the insane attraction she felt toward the man. Maybe he was releasing all kinds of shifter sex vibes toward her to seduce her. Let him. Hormones are instincts. She didn't know. He might be crabby, but he's a good man. You should kiss him again. The doctor winked, as if she were delivering a prescription, not gossiping about the mare. How could you possibly know what happened? I'm a woman, Natalie. More than that, I've been around the block a few times. I can tell you're all tied up, so let me just say this. Things here in Winterland work differently. There's not much to do by way of dating, and relationships start quickly and last forever. If you want to kiss Tucker, then you go right ahead. The small bell over the door softly tickled the air, pulling Natalie from the awkward and confusing conversation she was having with Katya. She turned to greet the new arrival. But instead of seeing Madeline and Peter come for another checkup, Tucker stood there. His thick winter jacket was a soft brown color, matching his snow pants perfectly. His scruffy cheeks were red, and the tip of his nose was red from the cold. Even the flush of the elements agreed with him. It was almost too much to handle. Natalie was so entranced by his appearance and how attractive he looked wrapped in the cold, she forgot to greet him. In fact, she didn't register the conversation he and Katya were having until it was over. They could have revealed every shifter secret in the region, and she would have missed every word. Then it's settled, Katya said to her with a smile. Wait, what? Natalie looked from Tucker to Katya. What did I miss? Katya smirked at her. Weren't you paying attention? Tucker here is taking you for a sweep of the lands that border Winterland. She felt her mouth drop in surprise. I can't. I'm on shift until 5. I somehow managed this office without you for a few years, so I think I'll be okay without your help for a day. Katya took her hand and dragged her toward the small staff room where Natalie kept her outdoor clothing. What is happening? She hissed under her breath. You're going to go for a ride with Tucker. You'll enjoy yourself. And hey, if you're lucky, there will be more of that kissing we talked about. Katya was positively gleeful at the prospect of sending her nurse off with one of Winterland's mares. This isn't happening. I need to figure out how I feel first. I need to get to know the man. That's the only way to figure out how things will go. I never had any luck with men. I'm in a secluded town less than a month, and I'm already entangled with one of the top officials. Makes not a lick of sense. Unless you were always meant to come here to find him. Katya gave her a wink and left, the sound of the bell attracting her attention. Natalie stood in the small room, snow pants in hand, as she half listened as the newly arrived Madeline drew Katya and Tucker into a conversation. She wanted to walk right out there and state that she couldn't just leave work. But of course, she could. Not only was Katya all for it, but so was Tucker. And besides, time alone with Tucker would be great to learn what she could about the possibility of the existence of shifters in Winterland. Maybe time alone with him would allow her to do the prying she'd been sorely slacking on. Right. Keep telling yourself that. Hormones or instincts. She still didn't know which, but she fought to tell herself it didn't matter. If Tucker could have an ulterior motive for taking her out to explore, then so could she. Even if she had to be brazen in asking, she owed it to Nana to find out the truth. She owed it to herself, too. Natalie hopped into her snow pants with a resolved, deep breath and zipped up her coat before grabbing her knit cap and mittens. Tucker was waiting for her by the door. The smile he gave her was warm and had an air of mystery about it. It sent little shivers all across her body, which was a feat in and of itself, considering how many layers of clothes she was wearing. Hey, she croaked out. suddenly very nervous.
Hi there. Why do I feel the need to apologize for taking you away from work?
She shrugged. I don't know. In truth, I was thinking about asking to take a day tomorrow and breathe a bit. The grin on his way too handsome face made her breath catch.
I don't think I could have waited for tomorrow. Not after you left so abruptly last night.
She swallowed hard. About that.
No, please. Don't say a word. Let's have this conversation somewhere more private.
Shit. He was right. The clinic was tiny, and there was every chance Madeline could hear them. It was one thing for Katya to know what had happened between the new nurse and one of the mayors. It was an entirely different thing if the patients learned of it as well. Even though Natalie was quickly considering Madeline a good friend, any person who took in an abandoned child into their home was good people. Everyone in Winterland was good people. As one of their leaders, didn't that make Tucker good people too? She followed him out to his snowmobile. She hesitated for a moment, but Tucker took charge of the situation. He helped her on and settled onto the seat in front of her. So, where are you taking me?
It's a surprise. You'll see when we get there.
Why do I feel like I'm being taken out on a date without knowing it? The sound of his laughter echoed through the cold, cutting the chill.
Probably because that's exactly what's happening. I shouldn't have kissed you like that last night. Not that I regret it in the least, but if we're going to go around doing that, I figure we should get to know each other. Intimately.
She shivered. It had nothing to do with the cold air, and everything to do with the heaviness of his words. There was longing in his tone, and Natalie was comforted by it. Obviously, if he wanted to spend more time with her, it meant he had also been thinking about that kiss. Then let's get to where we're going, she sighed.
Excuse me, Mayor?
A man with a warm woolen cap was standing a few feet from the machine, looking warily at Tucker. Darting his eyes quickly back to Natalie, Tucker leaned in close enough to whisper.
The perils of getting caught in public.
She stifled a small snicker, and he turned back to the townsperson. In the weeks Natalie had been in Winterland, she'd never seen him before.
What can I do for you, Jenkins?
Does she know?
The man pointed almost timidly at Natalie.
Is she one of us, or...
Now listen.
Tucker rocked forward, his previously easy manner growing tense.
I just want to know how freely I can speak.
Something coded was happening, and Natalie bristled with the sense that it had to do with her Nana's stories.
You can say anything, Tom. And yes, she does know about the disappearances.
The last words were loaded as if Tucker was guiding Tom Jenkins toward a topic, or perhaps away from another.
That's just it,
Jenkins said.
I just wanted to know. We, all of us, the whole town, want to know what's being done about it. It's one thing if strangers are going, but if one of our mates...
Wives, Tucker cut in.
That's what I meant,
Jenkins corrected himself.
Wives. Anybody could be next.
It's been more than 2 weeks, Natalie ventured helpfully. Perhaps it's over. Tucker silenced her with a look that was firm but not unkind.
It's too soon to say anything like that, but please believe I'm doing everything I can. I won't let anything happen to anyone if I can possibly help it. That's a promise.
Tom Jenkins didn't exactly look satisfied, but it was the only answer he was going to get, and he knew it. With a tight nod, he mumbled something about bothering them and ambled aimlessly off. As she watched him, Natalie felt lost. Things with Tucker had her swirling, and the faltering of her own private mission had distracted her. Maybe the town folks were being gentle with her and not bringing it up, but there was a very real fear underpinning everything.
Are you all right?
Tucker asked, snapping her out of herself. Yeah, it's just, I keep forgetting about what they are all going through.
I don't.
His voice darkened a bit, and she felt the impulse to take his hand. I'm sorry.
Don't be.
Suddenly, he was the same man who had been teasing her about stealing away for a while.
Let's take a little bit of time to just be us. The world will still be waiting when we get back.
The invitation was irresistible. She flashed him a broad smile and nodded. The air cleared, and she looked back to find that even Tom Jenkins was gone. The snowmobile whirred to life under her, and they were off. Tucker turned the machine toward the edge of town. Though it was midday, the wind was still cold, despite the huge helmet she wore on top of her knit cap. They drove for a long while, and he pointed out a few things, stopping at a few spots to show her where some packs of wild animals live. They saw deer by the handful, moose, and all kinds of other wildlife she would never have seen in California. By the time they stopped at a small hut in the middle of a rocky patch of land, her legs were getting to be a bit sore. Straddling the machine wasn't exactly all that comfortable, especially not on the uneven terrain. Tucker helped her off the snowmobile and led her into the small cabin. The structure kept out the wind, but the howl was loud around them. A small wood-burning stove stood in the middle of the cabin, and Tucker took off his gloves and set out to light a fire. "What is this place?" she asked, taking a quick walk around the room. There were a small bed and a tiny table. At least 10 blankets were stacked on the bed. She eyed them, wondering if even that would keep out the cold of the nights out here.
This is a refuge for folks who might find themselves lost out here. We keep wood and some non-perishable food that won't attract animals. A lot of folks know where it is, but the hope is that it never really gets used.
Are we closer to Point Hope than Winterland?
Neither. No one lives out here. But sometimes people track deer all the way here. If it gets too cold or a storm hits, this is meant to be a safe haven.
Oh, so who upkeeps it?
We do. The mayors of Winterland, but it's here for anyone who needs it. It's not the only one we have. There are a few out here. We check on them when we do our sweeps. We even sleep in them sometimes.
Only sometimes? I'd think you would always want shelter. Tucker stilled as the fire roared to life.
It shouldn't take too long to get a bit warmer in here. If you want to ditch your outside clothes and wrap yourself in a blanket, you can.
Natalie did just that. She swathed herself in a thick knit cover, hiding her bright pink scrubs with daisies all over them. She felt a bit ridiculous wearing flowers in the middle of Alaska, but she had found the scrubs cheery. "How often do you do sweeps of the land?" she asked, taking a seat on the bed. On the fucking bed. She could have pulled out one of the chairs on the small table, but she sat on the bed, her skin flushed with the thoughts of everything they could possibly do on the tiny bed. She cleared her throat and wrapped the blanket closer around herself.
We take turns. Well, we draw sticks to see who will go. Usually we leave for a week or two.
Oh, that's a long time. The dirty thoughts of what to do with him on the bed became too much, and she got up and sat on one of 2 chairs next to the bed.
It's part of why there are 3 of us. If one is out patrolling, that leaves 2 others behind. If there is an emergency and one has to go off to Point Hope or the mines, one is left in Winterland. The town is never left unprotected.
She nodded like she understood, even though she didn't. It felt like a lot of protection to take care of a village out in the middle of nowhere, but she wouldn't say as much. It was pretty damn obvious she knew nothing of life out in the frozen Alaskan world.
Lately, the sweeps have been more frequent,
he said, his voice thick.
Unfortunately.
The weight of the disappearances was evidently heavy on him, and Natalie thought back to the man who had accosted them back in town. She felt like she needed to find a way to crack the pall hanging in the air. After all, they hadn't necessarily come out here to spill all their problems out to each other. "So," Natalie said, leaning a hand on the back of one of the chairs and cocking her shoulder at him, a bit more flirtatiously than she meant. "You're not even a little bit curious about the little thing I've been working on?" Judging by the look on his face, Tucker had no idea what she meant. "Smooth, Natalie. Real smooth."
Little thing?
"With Colin and Sawyer? I was trying to tease you with a secret right before you
asked you to dinner."
Tucker finished her thought after a brief silence hung between them. Natalie hadn't meant to invoke too many memories of their entanglement. And yet, alone in this tiny hovel with the dazzlingly remote man, everything they had shared seemed a finger snap away.
"Yeah,"
he shifted casually, giving her permission to breathe easily. A whiff of a wicked gleam in his eye kept the air taut between them, but he seemed willing to play the game her way.
"Just what did you get up to behind my back while I was away?"
"I almost feel like I shouldn't tell you." "Now we're being coy? Tread carefully, girl."
"You're the one who brought it up."
Suddenly it felt like he was playing a very sexy game of chess. Trouble was, in the sexy department, Natalie nearly always felt like she was playing checkers. "We've organized a soup-off." Even as she blurted it out, she realized that the words soup-off were just about the unsexiest things she could have managed at that moment. Checkers it was. Tucker's eyebrows flew up, and he let out a surprised bark of laughter.
"And excuse me? You're going to have to walk me through that one."
"Well," Natalie flushed, I was at the community center with a group of the women Katya introduced me to, and we got to talking about how cold you were going to be when you got back after being out in the wastelands for so long. I said something about wishing you could come back to a hot bowl of soup or something stupid.
That's not stupid.
Their eyes met, and his tone was warm enough to be disarming. A tiny flutter in her chest fired off, and she cleared her throat before going on. Anyway, Madeline said something about how you'd need soup every meal for a month to get that kind of chill out of your bones. Everything just kind of snowballed from there. Once Colin and Sawyer got wind of our little joke, suddenly it was a whole thing.
So,
a faint, irresistible smile washed across his face.
A group of you organized this thing over me?
Not just some of us, Natalie said, suddenly feeling very still. The whole town. That admission wrought something strange in Tucker. He blinked for a moment, heaving a huge breath and looking at the rafters.
These people,
he almost whispered.
This town.
The deep love he felt for them all was profoundly evident in a way that filled the tiny space. Even for all his disagreeability, it all came from a deep, almost sacrificial place. Do you love it that much, then?
What?
His gaze found hers, and the intensity behind made her quiver. The town, all the work you do for them. You really like it, then?
I do.
He nodded.
It gives me a sense of purpose. I've been doing it for so long, I wouldn't know what else to do.
Did you ever want to do anything else? He shook his head.
I always knew it would be my responsibility. We all did.
The fact that he made his responsibility his passion was something that struck her to the bones.
What about you?
Me? Having her own question turned around on her felt oddly exposing.
Yeah. Did you always want to be a nurse?
I wanted to be a doctor. The words were out before she could catch them and felt strangely like a confession. She looked up to him to find his face soft.
What happened?
Life, she shrugged. My Nana got sick, and that was that.
I'm sorry to hear that.
She smiled wanly. It's okay.
You could always go back one day.
Natalie bit her lip. Not sure I want to. I like being a nurse. I just wish I could find a way to cure certain diseases.
A lot of people feel that way, I bet. Sometimes it stems from something personal.
There was more than a hint of invitation to continue, and Natalie found herself wanting to share for the first time. It felt good to be with a man who seemed like he might actually care. Dementia was part of it. It's funny how much it can reveal about a person. They may tell crazy stories, but it often reveals more truth than not.
Is it genetic?
It's hard to say, she sighed. Not exactly. A close relative with the diagnosis increases your chance of having it too, but the studies on it can't seem to agree.
You're worried you might develop it one day.
She commanded her eyes not to water, but it was too late. Tears rolled down her cheeks.
Shit, I'm sorry. What a fucking clumsy thing to say.
Tucker rushed toward her and sat on the bed next to her chair. One of his large, warm, strong hands went to her thigh, while the other wrapped her up in a side hug.
I shouldn't have said that.
No, it's okay. I feel silly blubbering.
You're not. And even if you were, you'd be more than justified.
Then Tucker, the gruff man who had been so rude to her from the second he laid eyes on her, the same man who had nearly kissed away her sanity, held her. He held her like she was the most precious thing in the world. He held her like he could keep out every fear and disease that frightened her. He held her like he cared about her, truly and deeply. You're right, her whisper surprised her, but her frayed nerves were soothed when he tightened his hold on her. I'm scared of it. I saw the woman who raised me, a woman who was a hero to me, the smartest, kindest person I ever knew, just slip farther and farther away from who she was. In the end, her throat closed with emotions. She didn't even recognize me. She thought I was my mother. I didn't have it in me to correct her. She died not knowing who was holding her hand.
She died knowing someone who loved her was holding her hand. That's what matters. You were her daughter in a way. She raised you and loved you. You're a strong woman, Natalie.
She sniffled loud, and it had to be the least attractive sound she had ever made. You don't even know me. How can you say that?
Because you moved to the middle of nowhere to make sure a secluded community has access to good health care.
A powerful tornado of shame and embarrassment overtook her. This was the moment she should tell him. She should come clean that she was in Winterland to see if shifters were real or the ravings of her Nana. It would be a quick and painless conversation. Unless it wasn't. Then she would be stuck out in the middle of the wilderness, hours away from town. She couldn't bring herself to say anything. He took her silence as a sign he should go on because he did.
When I was interviewing you over the phone or reading your emails, I could tell how passionate you are about helping people. Then seeing you with Peter, it all made sense to me. You do like to care for people. You'd give the shirt off your back to help. That's why you're the perfect addition to Winterland. Life out here isn't always easy, but it's made tolerable and even wonderful by the people around you. I'm sure your Nana is looking down on you, proud as hell of the woman you are.
A small pained sob escaped her. You don't have to say that.
It's true. I feel how true it is. It's not easy to lose the people we look up to. My dad was a good man. He took care of Winterland. He was a bit rough around the edges. He was never the warm and kindly type of father, but he was there.
You lost him too? Tucker nodded.
He was never the same after my mother died. Not that I would know, because she died giving birth to me.
A tense shrug.
But it seems to me that we've both lost people we care about. I found my salvation in caring for the people of Winterland. Maybe it can be a safe haven for you too.
I'd like that. And she meant it. She still wanted to find out the truth behind her grandmother's wild tales, but that didn't mean she couldn't find her place at the same time. For now, Natalie would let this strong man hold her, and she would take comfort in knowing that he understood the kind of pain that had a heavy hand on her life, on her decisions.
How about I make us some coffee?
With another squeeze of her leg, Tucker stood. She watched the shape of his powerful frame as he took a few metal cups from the single cupboard. There were instant coffee and powdered creamer and a lump of sugar he had to chip away at.
This isn't exactly primo coffee, but it's gonna be hot.
He smiled at her when he handed her a cup.
Now, let's talk about our next stop on our ride.
Natalie didn't need the coffee to be warmed. All she needed was Tucker's smile.
Chapter 8. Tucker. The next cabin where they stopped was slightly bigger than the previous one, but not by much. Tucker should have turned back toward Winterland after their one stop, but he hadn't wanted to go back. It would have meant parting from Natalie, and he wasn't ready for that yet. The cold, desolate land surrounding his home had always been peaceful and beautiful in its own way, but with Natalie holding on to him, Tucker was breathless in a way he had never thought possible. Her mere presence made every bleak corner of the frozen land infinitely more beautiful. The warmth and beauty that radiated from his mate cast a new kind of glow, a new kind of light on his kingdom. He was proud of it, and he wanted her to see it all. Then, maybe, she would fall in love with the land as he had. Maybe she wouldn't want to leave. Tucker was positive that going back to civilization was part of her plan. She was a human, one that came from a warm place. She had brought that warmth with her, and he didn't know what would happen to him if she took it away, if she left. Though he was in no way ready to have a mate or even to make Natalie his, he would give himself a day to bask in her light, in her heat, in the possibilities that would never come. That was why, like a damn fool, he hadn't turned back toward the town, toward the responsibilities he knew were waiting. Tom Jenkins had served as a keen reminder of just what he should be doing, but the prospect of time with Natalie was just too intoxicating. Instead, he turned the snowmobile deeper into the land. It was colder than possible out here, but the chill didn't even bother him. Not when Natalie's arms were around his waist, holding on to him for dear life. He clutched one of her hands, telling himself that it was to make sure she didn't fall off. But he knew the truth. His wolf knew too. It was to touch her. Even through the layers of clothing, he wanted to touch her, to keep his hands on her, to be surrounded by her, and to mark his territory the only way he could. Driving the vehicle with only one hand was dangerous, especially on uneven terrain. The snow never entirely melted out here. Even though it was the fall, it was cold, and the snow from the previous winter was still thick. Actually, the snow probably hadn't melted in hundreds of years, possibly even longer. It wasn't as deep as it had been since he was a young pup. They had climate change to blame for that, but it was tough to care for the state of the world when Natalie was glued to his back, her breasts crushing against him through their thick winter gear. Soon enough, they would get to their destination, and Tucker would need to have one hell of a conversation with Natalie. That's right. Tell her. Give her all of it. Then, take her and bind her to us. Alone out here in the wild is perfect. Even though he was still driving, his head encased in the heavy helmet, Tucker shook his head against his wolf's words. He wouldn't be mating Natalie, no matter what. He couldn't. She would leave. And then where would he be? In pain. He could manage the pain of it without mating her. His heart would always ache for the woman he had let slip away, but it just might be something he could bear. But he couldn't mate her knowing she would leave. That would kill him. Not if you make her want to stay. We can make her happy here. She was here 2 weeks without you, and she stayed. She made friends. That's proof. He sighed as he veered toward the small wooden cabin. The animal had a good point, but he wouldn't engage with the thoughts. Not when he couldn't know how things would all pan out for him. Besides, there were bigger problems. Not only the humans who had vanished into the night, but also Peter. It was immense. And here, in the midst of everything, he had put himself in an awkward situation. Night was coming on, and he had to tell Natalie that they were hours away from home, in a tiny cabin with only one bed. They would have to spend the night. You knew what you were doing, his wolf chuckled. You wanted this, to be stranded with her. Nothing but the heat of your bodies to warm you, the feel of her skin, the softness of it. You need this. Tucker pushed away from the thoughts as he helped Natalie off the snowmobile and into the cabin. I can't believe it's snowing this much in October. Her wonder was infectious. He returned her smile as he shuttered the door behind them, leaving most of the wind to knock against the wood. The howling was so loud, he wasn't sure if it was in his head. His wolf demanding time with his mate, or was it just the wind, begging to be let into the shelter? But he wouldn't be sharing these precious few moments with anyone or anything. This was the one night he was giving himself with Natalie. They fell into a comfortable sort of conversation, as if they had done these kinds of excursions together many times before. He easily built a fire in the stove and quickly set about making food. He had packed a few things with him, of course. His wolf loved that. It somehow proved that all along, Tucker had planned on being stranded out here with Natalie. But he wouldn't admit that, not to himself, not to his wolf, and most definitely not to the human he had just met. Mate or not, Natalie was a human. She didn't know about shifters, and really, what were the chances that she would be fine with the idea of people who could transform into animals? That wasn't likely to go over well for him. Not this far out, away from Winterland. Absent-mindedly listening to Natalie talk about the snow, Tucker stirred the beans in the pan that sat on the stovetop. Natalie was busy warming their hats and gloves on the grill above the stovetop. A wintry fall of damp snow surprised them about half an hour before they arrived at the cabin. It had been magical at first, swirling around them as they rode, but it had gotten their clothes moist. That wasn't exactly what you wanted when driving through sub-zero temperatures. I think in a couple of hours they should all be dry, but I have no experience with this kind of stuff, she giggled. I still can't believe today is the first time I saw a genuine snow squall. It makes me feel like a little kid. She smiled broadly at him. Why move to Alaska if you had no experience with snow? Her cheeks flushed, and she turned away from him. Weird. Do you think we'll be good to head back soon? Her voice was laced with something. Fear. Apprehension. It made Tucker feel like an asshole. She wasn't scared of him, he could tell, but there was an uneasiness that was robbing them of the good time they'd just been having. Christmases in Winterland are probably the coolest things you'll ever experience. Oh? If Natalie was shaken by his sudden change in topic, she made no indication. The snowpack gets really thick, and we barely get any sunlight, but the moon reflects off of everything, and the whole world takes on this strange shade. The snow looks like perfect dunes of white sand. If it wasn't so cold, you could almost imagine a ship coasting through it, winds in the sails. That sounds beautiful. We can't really have lights on the outside of the houses, but the town comes together, and we decorate the community center from top to bottom. There's a couple of days' worth of tradition that happens. You should see it. The kids love it, and Santa drops by. Santa comes up all the way out here? Her smile was teasing. The pilot you met, Burl, he plays Santa for the kids. He has for as long as I can remember. He doesn't look jolly enough to be Santa. Tucker laughed despite himself. I've known Burl for a long time. He's rough around the edges, doesn't talk much, but when the kids are around him with their huge, hopeful eyes, and he's wearing the red suit, well, it's easy to believe in magic. That sounds wonderful. I can't wait to see it. Her grin was so warm, so genuine, it went directly to his heart, like a punch, like a kick. Only, it didn't hurt. Not really. It was like coming alive for the first time in a long time. Tucker felt his heart shuffle every which way, thumping as if the organ was only now remembering that it had to beat to keep him alive. He cleared his throat, suddenly coated with all kinds of things he wanted to say. He wouldn't. No, he couldn't. That would give him hope that Natalie would stay. Christmas was still a couple of months away. What were the chances the pretty nurse would still be around by then? If you tell her, she'll stay. It's how this works. There are quite a few activities, he continued, focusing on the beans and his memories of Christmas. I wonder. Natalie sat on the tiny bed, her eyes looking down at the ground. Yes? He prompted, after she had been too quiet for comfort. It's nothing. No, please. You look sad. I don't think I can handle a sad woman in this tiny cabin, so far away from everything. Well, I was just thinking of Peter. I wonder if he has ever had a Christmas surrounded by family. Whoever raised him has made no effort to find him. It makes me sad for the little boy, you know? Tucker left the stove with a sigh and took the 3 steps across the cabin to sit beside her. His hand went to her knee again, because how could it not? She was sad, and wasn't that what people did to comfort each other? They gave comforting touches, right? But his touch longed to be more than comforting. In the safety of his mind, that broad palm wandered up from her knee. Her willing permission let it range up the expanse of her thigh, tucking into the heady heat waiting for him. His imagination wandered further, up to her lips and the supple curves of her body. Natalie placed her small hand on his. Her skin was so cold, it nearly jolted him out of his racy thoughts, but only barely. He had to make sure she was warm enough. All of his protective instincts flared to life. You're freezing, he growled, pulling one of the blankets toward them and wrapping it around her shoulders. We're in the middle of nowhere in Alaska. It would be weird if I wasn't freezing. I'm not cold at all, he mumbled, wrapping his mate in the blanket. Somehow his hand ended up on her leg again. This time, it wasn't on her knee, but much higher. Her thigh was soft under his palm, even more than he had imagined. He couldn't help himself. He gave it a good squeeze. He felt Natalie tense beneath him, and he pulled his hand away with a mumbled apology. Her hand took his, stopping him somewhere between her thigh and knee. Your hand is so warm, she marveled in a whisper. She turned her head, her eyes blazing with heat. Tucker swallowed hard. The smell of the cold wind and the burning wood suddenly fled, and there was only one thing he was certain of. Natalie had the richest scent he had ever come across. Without thinking, led by his instincts and that indescribable feeling taking root in his heart, Tucker leaned down toward her. His free hand went to her chin, and he tipped up her face to get a better look at her lovely features. Natalie licked her lips, her breath catching. Her gaze, which had already been scorching, was something else entirely now. Even her sweet aroma altered, became sharper. She wanted him. I'm going to kiss you, he whispered, his words brushing against her soft skin. Natalie's breath hitched, but she didn't move away. In fact, she fluttered her eyes closed, and she leaned into him, so softly, so coyly, that he had no other choice but to kiss her. His lips crushed against hers, his tongue ready to join in on the embrace. Natalie sighed into his mouth, giving his tongue ample room to explore her. His hand left her face and went to her lower back to shift them on the bed. He found himself lying half on the bed with his legs extended over the edge. In a dizzying moment, Natalie straddled him, the blanket now a stranger to her shoulders. Her hands were in his hair, against his jaw, trailing to his shoulders, down to his pecs, and to his stomach. If the wicked woman went any lower, she was going to get a handful of something else. As it was, the full rigidity of his need for her was pressed up against her leg. She kissed him with abandon, as if he was the sole source of heat in the world, and she would die without it, without him. He met her, stroke for stroke. He would have taken control of the clinch and spun them around until she was on her back, but Tucker didn't want to move. Being straddled by his mate, her hair cascading over her shoulders, down to tickle him as she devoured his mouth, it was bliss, as if he had died and passed straight on to paradise. Nothing could be this good, this amazing. Tucker, she moaned against his lips. What are we doing? He groaned, placing another kiss on her lips, before letting his mouth trail to her jaw to place another quick kiss behind her ear. Her heart was beating so deliciously fast, he could nearly taste it. Do you want me to stop? It was as dangerous a question as he'd ever ventured. We can't, she moaned as he kissed her again, grazing her throat ever so gently with his teeth, dampening her skin with his tongue and savoring the taste of her. Natalie. Her name was a question. She answered by kissing him.
Chapter 9. Natalie. What the hell am I doing? What am I actually Oh! The sound left her mouth in a stab of pure, lustful glory. As transgressive as it was to straddle Tucker on that tiny creaking bed, she couldn't stop herself. The naughtiness only added to it. Almost as if against her will, she ground her hips against him. Her core was burning from feeling his erection pressed along the damp patch, rapidly growing on her panties. She wanted Tucker. Bad. More than she would have thought possible for a man she barely knew. She had always thought her libido was slightly broken. Sex was fine, but this? Grinding up against Tucker in the middle of nowhere was by far the most erotic experience of her life. As if they were the only two people in the world, the only two that mattered. Natalie didn't want to stop. She wanted to keep going until she was fully consumed by passion. Maybe then she might understand what was happening between them. I should stop. Not only did she barely know the man, but she was keeping secrets from him. She had come to Winterland under false pretenses. It was so wrong of her to keep that from him, all the while whipping both of them into a lusty frenzy. She should tell him the truth. But how would that go? Okay, so listen, I'm a nurse, and I did come to Winterland to do some good. Only it's not some good for your community. It's entirely selfish. I need to know that Nana wasn't crazy, that I won't lose my mind too. Tucker loved his town so much, he would be livid. He would hate her, and then he would take away the best kisses of her life. They would sour in the memory of how she had betrayed him. Natalie was caught. She didn't know what to do. She wanted Tucker more than she wanted her next breath, but she didn't want to deceive him. It made her feel like the world's most duplicitous person. That's not who she was. Hell, that's not who her Nana had raised her to be. We should stop, she finally gasped, pulling away from Tucker. His lips were swollen, his hair all mussed up, and his eyes, damn, he looked about ready to devour her, and that's all she wanted.
If you want.
His voice was hoarse with yearning. Could it be so wrong to see this through? To let this desire, or whatever was happening between them, run its course? They were two consenting adults. Whatever happened later, she would deal with, right? Maybe if they had sex, Tucker would care for her, and he wouldn't be that mad at her for sneaking into Winterland to see if shifters were real. What if he is a shifter? She had thought it before, but the intensity of the question cut through her like a white-hot knife. Natalie locked up, paralyzed by what it would mean if he was.
You look about 1,000,000 miles away,
he said, his hands pushing her hair back behind her shoulders. She was still straddling him. She could still feel his cock pressed against her warmth. And he was big. It made her mouth water. I'm sorry, we don't know each other very well. We shouldn't. She pushed off him, but it took a lot of willpower to do so. Maybe we should just drive back to town now. I'm sure our clothes are dry. His face flashed with something. Hurt, disappointment, anger. She couldn't spot it. It was there, but gone too soon to analyze. Tucker sat up and cleared his throat.
So, about that,
he sniffled, running his hands back into his hair.
We can't go back. Not tonight. The snow was falling too fast, and we were already soaked. It would be dangerous to drive out there. He licked his lips and looked away from her. We have to spend the night here.
Oh! Her gasp of surprise took in the small cabin. He had brought her here, to this tiny cabin with only one bed, a cabin that was even farther from Winterland than they had been earlier. He had driven them away from town. Had he planned on keeping her alone in a cabin for the night? Far from everything? Why? Tucker! It took her repeating his name and touching her hand to his for him to finally look up into her eyes. Did you bring me here for a reason? There it was again. That flash of emotions held about 3 different sentiments. He averted his gaze.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that.
He cleared his throat and stood from the bed, going to stand by the stove. It was only about 3 steps away. The cabin was that small. He had known the space was this cramped, and yet he had still brought her here. Tucker?
I got carried away, okay?
He finally snapped. He pulled the tin of smoldering beans from the heat, clapping it down, and turned to look at her. His hair was still disheveled and stuck out in a few directions from her hands, going through it while she all but made love to his mouth. You got carried away, she repeated lamely. Why? He sighed, completely dejected. Though she didn't know the man much, she had a feeling he wasn't often at a loss. It looked maddeningly good on him. Everything would look good on a man like Tucker.
I was showing you around, and we were having a good time. I wasn't ready to...
He stopped short. Wasn't ready to take me back home, say goodbye? He only nodded. Well, considering we live in a small town on the edge of the world, it stands to reason that I don't have anywhere to go. If you want to spend time with me, you don't have to take me to a secluded cabin to do that. We already live in a secluded community. She added a smile to her words, so he would know she was teasing. But whatever he'd been expecting her to say, apparently, she had said the wrong thing to him.
Fuck, I'm sorry, Natalie. I shouldn't have brought you out here. It was wrong of me.
No, don't. I've had a good time. She was telling the truth, too. Even, she pointed toward the bed. This has been nice, too. He gave her a tense smile, but his shoulders didn't relax.
There are things you should know. Before we do anything you might come to regret.
She frowned at him. If he went and told her all kinds of things, she would have to do the same, and she wasn't ready for that. She didn't know how he would react to hearing she was on a secret crusade to find shifters. He might look at her like she was some kind of nut. That could ruin whatever was happening between them. Are you sure? It was the wrong thing to ask. Maybe they could just be two adults who found release together. Maybe they didn't need to air out everything between them.
I don't have a choice, Natalie. I have to be honest with you about something.
She chuckled nervously. This doesn't sound too good. You're not married or anything, are you?
Fuck no.
He winced when he saw her reaction.
No, I just meant that I'm not married. I wouldn't have brought you here if I was. That's not the kind of man I am.
I should have known. Sorry. So you were saying? He walked back toward the bed, sat down, only to get up again and pace the cabin. There wasn't much room, and he looked a lot like a caged animal, trying to find a way out of a trap. It made her sad, but she couldn't exactly guess what was making him so anxious.
Look, this isn't the kind of conversation I wanted to have with you out here, which I realize now makes no sense. I brought you out here in the middle of nowhere, knowing there was only one bed, knowing I would have a hell of a time trying to stay away from you. But, Natalie, you can't be afraid, okay? I would never hurt you.
She chuckled nervously. Again. Because what the fuck else could she do when a man she barely knew said something like that?
I'm going to say a lot of things right now that won't exactly make sense.
He watched for a long second.
Say you understand.
I mean, you haven't said anything, so I'm not sure what I'm supposed to understand. He pounced back toward the bed and took her hands in his, kneeling on the ground before her.
I need to know that you're fully aware that I wouldn't hurt you. If you don't want anything to do with me afterward, if you want the cabin for yourself, I'll go outside.
She gasped so hard it hurt her lungs. Go outside? What the hell is he talking about? What the hell is going on, Tucker? Now I'm scared, because it's freezing out there. What the hell could be so bad that you would offer to basically die? He licked his lips and looked down at their joint hands.
There are certain kinds of people in the world that have special gifts, special talents. Very specific, but still. It's not something everyone can do or even understand. Winterland isn't just some secluded community for no reason. This place was founded a long time ago to be a safe haven for these people with special talents. It's meant to be a safe place where we, could be free to be ourselves, where we don't have to hide.
Natalie couldn't breathe. She completely forgot how. It was starting to sound like he more than knew about shifters. The way he spoke made it sound like he was one of them. Her head swum. In a rush of images, her brain reeled back over every moment since she'd met him in person. The dark, animal magnetism that radiated from him at every moment. The exterior he put up to keep strangers out. He had to. What might happen if someone got too close? She was learning that now. Natalie had listened to Nana's stories, but she hadn't heard the core of what they were about. These people were intense beyond measure. More than people. That was what she had missed, but she was face to face with it now. If this man said what she was expecting, not only would she achieve what she had come here to learn, but it stood to unlock things between them that they couldn't walk back from. Say it, she pressed with a whisper, avoiding his eyes.
Like most people in Winterland, I'm a shifter.
The world stood still. Not because Natalie was shocked at Tucker's words. There it was. The truth of it all. Tucker's words were more than his admission. They were the key to a pain she wrapped around herself, the thick chains of an uncertain future. Shifters were real. That meant that her grandmother hadn't been insane. She might have been in the grips of disease, but she hadn't been senseless. The core of her stayed firm. That might just mean that Natalie wouldn't go crazy. The illness might lay dormant in her, but maybe it wouldn't consume everything that made her who she was. It was a small comfort, but until that moment, she hadn't realized how much she needed to know that her grandmother hadn't been living entirely in fantasy. It placed the woman she had loved like a mother right back on the pedestal where she had always stood. Large, hot tears leaked from her eyes, soon covering her face. What did it say about her that she was relieved that her grandmother hadn't been deranged? What did it say about her that, all of this time, Natalie had been so worried about herself? It must make her the most selfish person in the world, right? In the end, whether shifters existed or not didn't change anything. Nana had still lost herself to the illness. and there was every chance Natalie could end up the same way. But at the very least, shifters were real. Now Natalie could go back home to Pop Pop and tell him that the woman he loved had been right. The only problem, of course, was that he might not believe her. He would probably think his granddaughter had inherited the same illness, the same madness.
Natalie, I'm sorry to have upset you.
Tucker's face was drawn with concern. He reached out to interlace their fingers. She blinked back her tears, but they wouldn't stop. With her free palm, she tried to wipe her face, but it was challenging to do. Tucker huffed out a heavy breath.
I shouldn't have said anything. I'm really sorry, Natalie. I'll go out. I'll leave you here, but you'll be safe.
Tucker stood and went toward the door. Stop, she called out, rising to her feet. Stop, please. There was a hint of desperation in her voice. She would have preferred to sound sure and confident, but that was hard to do when she could barely see through her tears. Tucker turned toward her and swallowed hard a few times. His handsome face was drawn in a tight frown of pained concern.
Yes?
The word was soft and a new kind of apology. Show me. That wasn't exactly what she had expected herself to say. Judging by the look on Tucker's face, he hadn't expected that either. His eyebrows disappeared into his hairline, and his jaw dropped. Sorry, is that a rude thing to ask a shifter? I'm just...
No.
He shook his head, keeping his eyes on her as if he were silently assessing her. His scrutiny made her shiver.
It's not a rude thing to ask. I can show you if you promise not to be afraid. You might want to turn around.
Why? Now that she had asked, she wanted to see the transformation for herself. There was no backing out now.
Well, because I have to strip out of my clothes if I want to wear them again. I don't want to tear them needlessly.
Oh! Her gasp of surprise was half because she hadn't thought of the logistics of a man shape-shifting into an animal, and half because now she was imagining a very naked Tucker. It was her turn to swallow hard, wondering what he would look like under his clothes. She'd straddled him enough to know that he was quite muscular, but to see it? That would be a different story. She wanted to. She also wanted to straddle him again, but not now. Not when she was so close to getting all of the answers she had always wanted. Natalie turned, staring at the small bed. Of course, that did nothing to temper the feelings coursing through her. She could almost see herself there on the rumpled bedding, straddling him, riding him like her body needed it, which it very much did. How might it have felt if they hadn't pulled away from each other? If she had discovered the whole of his body instead of needing to turn her back? Her core ached at the thought, and her skin broke out in goosebumps that had nothing to do with the cold. His breathing betrayed him. The shifting of fabric only heightened all of it. The sound of his clothes sliding against his skin, and the little muffled vocalizations that came along with it. Listening at rapt attention, she followed the whole journey of his undressing. When it was done, her body was completely alive, almost to the point of climax. Her breath was high, and her pebbled nipples tingled hungrily. She almost wondered if she was brave enough to touch herself in some way, to release some of the tension coiled under every inch of her skin. Those naughty thoughts evaporated when she heard it. The sounds of Tucker stripping were replaced by something much less pleasant. Those enticing little grunts gave way to something far more heartbreaking, and Natalie turned, despite herself, to see what was going on. Tucker was on the ground, crouched down, curling around himself. His breath was coming out in short pants, and his smooth skin sprouted shafts of fur. Soon, the large, sexy man she had been seconds away from giving herself to was replaced by a large, silver wolf. It took her breath away. He was magnificent. Tucker held his wolf shape, but his eyes were unchanged. They bore into her with a silent question. Was she afraid of the big bad wolf? She wasn't. She felt safe. Natalie slowly closed the distance between them. Her hand hovered over his head as Tucker sat back on his haunches. His head was near to her shoulder. It was a wonder the wolf even fit inside of the cabin. "May I touch you?" She whispered the question, not knowing if it was somehow insulting to ask a shifter to be pet like a pet. He wasn't a large dog. He was obviously a massive wolf. His paws were so enormous, his claws so long. Natalie knew that he was made to travel the land across Winterland. He was made to roam the space and keep it safe from all would-be attackers. He was powerful and something ancient. Tucker inclined his head once, his eyes never leaving hers. Natalie didn't want her fingers to tremble as she reached out to him, but they did. They didn't quiver in fear or apprehension. It was pure excitement that made her shake. Her grandmother had known shifters, and now the young woman she had raised was alone with one. Not only had Natalie kissed a shifter in his human form, but now she was running her fingers through the thick fur coat of the largest silvery gray wolf known to man. What an experience. "You are soft, but not," she wondered out loud. Tucker huffed out a breath, amused. She scratched her fingers down into the fur, dragging her digits all the way up behind his ear. "On a scale of 1 to mauled to death, how pissed would you be if I scratched behind your ear right now?" She smiled at him so he would know she was teasing. Tucker made a noise in the back of his throat, and Natalie took it for what it was: permission to scratch him. The second she did, his large tail thumped loudly against the ground, his eyes closed, and he leaned into her touch. He made another sound in the back of his throat, this one in pure contentment. She eased off and took a step back. "Okay, so now, when you change back into a human form, you will be naked, right? So I should turn around?" Tucker inclined his head. Natalie did just that, turning to give the wolf his privacy. Once again, she heard the grunts. She didn't dare breathe until she heard Tucker reaching for his clothes. The seconds stretched as she listened to the whole thing in reverse. Shifting was one thing, but the sounds of this man pulling himself back into his clothes? Torture, especially when all she wanted was to see him as he was.
"I'm decent,"
he said after what felt like an eternity. Natalie immediately turned in hopes of seeing something, of catching some glimpse of his body. It was naughty, but she wasn't disappointed. Tucker was barefoot, standing in the cabin in nothing but a pair of jeans that hung low on his hips. Her throat went dry and wet all at the same time. Her eyes couldn't look away, even though her brain told her she was staring in a very unladylike way. Tucker grabbed his shirt and pulled it over his head. As he did, Natalie was mesmerized by the muscles working under his skin. The planes of his chest and abs were, in a word, lickable. The man was made for her tongue. When his shirt was back in place, it took a great deal of effort on her part not to moan, or grunt, or just go right up to him and strip him out of his clothes again. That wouldn't have been good, because now that Tucker had admitted that he was a shifter, Natalie had her own confession to make. She bit down on the inside of her cheek and tried to find the right words to tell him, but no matter how she sliced it, it didn't sound good. It didn't cast her in the best light, and at that moment, she didn't want to create a wedge between them. She wanted to be close to him. She wanted to kiss him again. It was such a powerful need. It made it a little hard to breathe.
"I could put the beans back on if you want,"
he said. Well, that was the least sexy thing a man had ever said in her presence.
Chapter 10. Tucker. Tucker fought hard to think of anything he might be able to say. It was all so unreal. Natalie's reaction to the fact that shifters were real, that he was one of them, it had all been way outside of his expectations. Not only did she believe him, but she had asked to see him. More than that, she had asked to touch him. His wolf was still howling up a storm in the back of his mind, creating such a ruckus it was almost impossible for him to concentrate on Natalie. Tucker had told humans about shifters before, and never, not even once, had someone had such a positive reaction. There had been threats and some pretty nasty words thrown around before. Fear and recoil were way more typical. Not Natalie. Nope. If he could read his mate right, the woman had been relieved. There had been a relief in her eyes. Her shoulders had lost some of their harsh set, and she had all but cried tears of joy. He knew that much for sure. He could sense her emotions, and they tinged the air of the small cabin with a bouquet of perfumes made to drive him wild. Natalie was relieved he was a shifter. It made no sense, of course. unless she knew of their existence already. But if that was true, then her presence here became far more complicated. It wouldn't be the first time someone had come with foreknowledge. There had been an incident when he had newly been co-mayor of the town. A few humans had descended on Winterland, intent on taking a few people hostage. They wanted to prove to the world that shifters existed. Tucker, along with Colin and Sawyer, had dispatched the threat quite quickly. But could Natalie be like that? The thought that his mate could be in Winterland to cause them harm hurt that blossom of happiness in his heart. But the very idea rang false. If she had known, nothing in her nature spoke of harm. Perhaps she had come out of a desire to help his kind. After all, she had helped Peter, and the circumstances of his survival would have been an incredible tell to anyone who knew. She'd wanted to take responsibility for the boy, after all. That had to mean she cared, right? Unless she had been trying to gain the kid's trust to take him away from Winterland. But how could she know a child like that would come among them? Stop it, asshole. You know that's not it. You told her the truth, and she stayed. Shit. She touched us. If you ask her why she's here, she'll share. Tucker blew out a breath and went to the stove to put the beans back over the heat. Without a doubt, they were overcooked now. When he mentioned them, Natalie was stunned into silence. Her scent changed from sweet to something sharper. Disappointment. Had she wanted to talk more about shifters? Maybe she'd wanted to keep on going at it on the bed like a pair of lovesick teenagers. To be fair, the thought appealed to him as well. You didn't seem surprised that I'm a shifter, he finally said, as he divvied their meager dinner up into 2 small tin bowls. Natalie's tiny gasp of shock and the terrified look in her eyes spoke volumes. So, you know about shifters. He made the statement, an unaccountable aggression mounting inside of him, not toward her, toward himself. He should have known this was too good to be true. Obviously, his mate was going to be someone who wasn't honest and true. How could she be? He didn't deserve much else. I didn't, Natalie insisted. Not really. She stood and came to stand by him. He offered her a bowl, and she pushed the beans around, her face pulled into a frown. You know I told you about Nana, right? The woman who raised me? He nodded. Though it had only been a short time since that conversation, it felt like a million years had passed in that heavy moment. Natalie clearly had a confession of her own. Well, she actually lived out here when she was fresh out of college with her PhD. She worked at the scientific lab not too far from the mines, and, well, while she was there, she was out on an excursion with the rest of her scientific crew. There wasn't supposed to be a storm, but all of a sudden these gale-force winds started, and the snow was so thick she was separated from the group. She was going to die. She really was. And then she came face to face with a couple of wolves. She was terrified. They didn't look as emaciated as she might expect for creatures in this kind of environment. Just the opposite, in fact. She thought it was because they had taken a liking to eating humans, who strayed too far from the mines and Point Hope. Almost as if she caught herself accusing shifters of that kind of activity, she looked down. He remained quiet, offering room for her to continue. Strangely, they came up to her and began to lead her. She told me she felt like she was being shepherded. As a girl, she told me the story as a kind of fable, a way to say that just because someone looks dangerous doesn't necessarily mean it's so. There was something pleading in her face, but he couldn't bring himself to give over just yet. She licked her lips and went on. Afraid as she was, she followed them. The farther they went, the more certain she became that they were trying to save her. In the end, they led her to a cave, and there they shifted. She paused to meet his eyes. These 2 wolves changed into men, right in front of her eyes. And then, it was all he could think to offer. When I was a little girl, She told me they helped her keep warm through the storm, and that when it was all over, they led her back to base. Only when I was older did she tell me more. Even as an old woman, she trembled when she talked about it, as if she could still feel their hands on her body. So she loved them. She never said the word love, Natalie said, only that it was unlike anything she had ever known, a kind of pure, sensual completeness. One time, she got fairly explicit. She blushed and looked down. I'm sure, Tucker said. He was still keeping his cards very close. When she got back to camp, she was so feverish and delirious with cold, she thought she had made the whole thing up. When she told the base doctor what she had seen, he gave her meds, and she was discharged from the project. No one believed her, and she lost the job of her dreams. She was so crushed that she didn't want to see snow ever again. That's why she moved to California, I think. She got a job in a lab, and that's where she met my grandfather. Natalie swallowed hard and loud. Her eyes were suddenly flooded with tears, and Tucker didn't quite know what to do to make it all better between them. He knew she had something to say, that her tale wasn't done. He somehow understood that Natalie needed to keep talking, but also needed to know it was all right. He closed the distance between them, letting his hands go to her hips. He held her close, just at arm's length, so he could keep his eyes on her face, so that she could see that he was there for her, listening with all he had. Then when her disease got really bad, I guess the memories tumbled out. She didn't have the presence of mind to keep the secret to herself anymore. It killed my grandfather. It's one thing for a person to slowly forget who they are, forget all about their lives, and forget how to speak. But to hear her go on about the night she had spent in the arms of two wolfmen? Natalie shook her head. It was too much for him. She barely recognized him. But the fact that she could vividly describe these two wolf strangers? I think it broke his heart. He was jealous, and still believes the love of his life was unhappy with him. Natalie shook her head. I don't know why it's easier for him to be mad at her. I guess it makes some sense. If he was furious with her for harboring feelings for men that didn't exist, then he didn't have to be around to see her deteriorate even more. Tears streamed down her face again, and Tucker used one of his hands to brush them off her soft cheeks. It must have been hard for him to lose the woman he spent his life with, to witness the life they had built together slip away. You can't be angry at him for feeling like he didn't matter. It must have been devastating to him. I know. But then he was so angry that he started to say that she was crazy, and then I started to doubt it. Maybe she had some underlying issues under the Alzheimer's, you know? What if... She sobbed, her legs shaking under her. What if I lost my mind too? Tucker forgot how to breathe. He forgot everything. The pain in Natalie's eyes was too much for him to bear. It was devastating to see his lovely mate so torn up about this. Is that why you came here? To Winterland? To prove that your grandmother wasn't crazy? She sobbed again, letting her forehead drop against his chest. He held her. He tried to rub her back, whispering all the platitudes that come in moments like this one. But the words felt stale even as he said them. There was nothing he could do to fight the emotions ripping her apart. He hated that he couldn't protect her from the past, from the pain, from a future that was so uncertain for her. I took the job in Winterland to try to find those shifters. Or any shifters, really. What are the chances that not only do I find shifters, but that you end up being one of them? And a wolf. Tucker had nothing to say to that. Nothing he came up with was enough to touch the size of it all. It bewildered him that his mate should arrive in Winterland with an agenda of her own. Without Natalie's grandmother's illness, what were the chances that Natalie, a California girl through and through, would have taken a job in the farthest reaches of Alaska? Slim to none. But he couldn't tell her that. He couldn't claim that it had all been worth it because it had brought her to him. Not when she was so torn up about her grandmother and what she seemed to believe waited for her on the other side of her life. Natalie, your grandmother was ill, but she did see shifters, and I don't know anything about Alzheimer's. I won't pretend to, but you have to know that no matter what, you're years away from that. You can't live your life in fear. You can't stop yourself from living in the now because you're afraid of the future. You're one to talk. His wolf was right, of course. Tucker did just that. He lived his entire life to keep pain away. He hadn't told Natalie that she was his mate because he was damn well convinced that she would leave. He was already running from his pain, from the future, without even thinking to accept the past. It hurt him to think that he was in the very same position, but for entirely different reasons. Then tell her she is your mate. Tell her why you're afraid. She will stay. The voice inside him was always so certain. The wolf never felt fear, but Tucker hesitated. There had already been a lot of confessions tonight. Could they handle any more? He didn't know if he should press his luck and tell her the full truth of who they were to each other, or if he should save that for another time. He would have to tell Natalie eventually. How would she react after they'd spent more time together, especially if they were going to share the bed? The questions were bigger than anything he'd ever encountered. They cut straight to the core of who he was, and the responsibility for all of it sat squarely on his own shoulders. He really would have liked to blame his wolf for this brash behavior, but he couldn't. Deep down, he'd done this because he longed to tell Natalie. He was a hunter, great at setting traps, and he had trapped himself in this moment. He had trapped himself with the truth. Despite all of his bravado and all of his griping that he never would or could find a mate, he was lonely, profoundly lonely. Oh, he loved his position in Winterland. He adored the people he was meant to serve and protect. He even loved Colin and Sawyer, those two annoying brothers from other mothers. But there had been something so significantly absent from his life. Now that he was holding Natalie, he understood what he had been missing. He had been missing a partner, someone to hold and share intimate moments with. Sure, this was hardly a glowing moment. There was a lot of pain in Natalie's past, but she didn't have to go through it alone now that she had found him. Just like he didn't have to go through life alone now that he had found her. That was important. That was so significant. That was why he had to tell her. He'd sent the trap. Now he had to accept that he was the one it would catch. He was going to fall, it was going to hurt, and in the end, it just might kill him.
Chapter 11. Natalie. Natalie was thunderstruck that in one short day, only a few weeks after arriving in Winterland, she had her answer. In her mind's eye, she was going to have to dig through some old town archive. She thought she was going to have to be deceitful. Thank fuck she didn't. It wasn't in her nature to lie and to deceive. She had already done that by coming to Winterland under false pretenses. But now that she had her answer, so soon after arriving, she could leave. Even there, in Tucker's warm, powerful arms, Natalie contemplated leaving Winterland. She could easily find another job in San Diego. Maybe she'd go to a different part of California. Maybe a completely different part of the country, like Alaska. What if I stayed here, in Winterland? The thought struck her like a bolt from the blue, a fully fledged plan, gifted from oblivion. Maybe it was because she was all wrapped up in Tucker. This wolf shifter held her while she cried for her grandmother, for her past, for her future. He wasn't running from her. Just the opposite. His strong hands sheltered her, drawing comforting patterns up and down her back as he softly told her everything would be okay. She wanted to believe him. Good Lord, did she want to believe him. In the 2 weeks she had spent in this Arctic realm, She had learned to love the people and the community. She had cared for Peter, and she had seen the town come together to help a little boy who was lost. The big cities where she had lived didn't have that. They failed children, time and time again. Up here, in the frozen Alaskan tundra, in the tiny little shifter town of Winterland, Natalie had found a sense of community so profound, so pure, that it made sense that the inhabitants weren't entirely human. They were something more, something better. They really did believe that it took a village to raise a child, that they needed to rely on each other, and they did. They were so far from everything, so secluded, that it forged an unbreakable bond. Yes, Winterland was a community, but it was so much more. Winterland was a large family, with 3 fathers looking out for everyone's best interest. Now the concept of the 3 mayors made sense. It was probably tied up in shifter codes she didn't yet understand, but she wanted to. I'm going to stay here. It was as simple as that. As a nurse, she had taken a vow, made a commitment to help people. It was hard to do in a big hospital where patients were numbers divided into insurance card holders or not. Out here, none of that mattered. Natalie felt connected to something significant and energizing out here. It didn't matter that she missed the sandy beaches and warm water. In Winterland, she found a sense of belonging. Even if she wasn't a shifter, she could very well belong as their nurse. Surely caring for shifter people was going to be interesting in its own way. "Tucker," she said against his chest.
Yes, Nat?
"Do you think," she swallowed, "now that you know why I came to Winterland, will you send me away?" He pushed away from her but kept her in the circle of his arms.
What?
He was genuinely shocked, as if the idea of sending her away caused him a great deal of pain.
What do you mean? Send you where?
"Well, I came to spy on your kind. Aren't you upset? Don't you want me gone? Replace me with someone better?" He chuckled low and kissed the crown of her head.
Never think that. If I had my way, you would never leave Winterland. If I had my deepest wish, you would make the town your home forever. There is no one better.
Oh, that definitely wasn't what she expected him to say. "You're not mad?"
No. Unless you intend to go out into the world and tell everyone our secrets? Break our serenity?
"I only want to tell my grandfather. He needs to know, but that will have to wait until the time is right. He won't be happy to hear that I came out here and found the same truth as Nana, but it will have to come in time. Hard as it will be. I owe him that. I owe both of them that." She turned her face up to him, and Tucker's expression of infinite care made her breath catch in her throat. "Is it really all right for me to stay here?" Tucker pushed her hair behind her shoulders before dropping his hands to square her to face him.
Natalie, there's more you need to know. About shifters, about me. Do you think you're up for that? It could maybe explain why I'm so calm, why I want you to stay in Winterland.
She nodded. Any explanation he could give her would help, but at that moment, she wanted nothing more than to take Tucker to bed and never leave the cabin, to lose herself in him and all that he offered.
Before I tell you, you need to know that this doesn't take away your free will or your chance to choose, okay?
She couldn't help a slight laugh, cocking her head with a half smile, regarding him with a sideways glance. "That's cryptic." He laughed softly.
Shifters made for life. Not just wolves, but any type of shifters. Bears like Colin or foxes like Sawyer. And when we meet the person we are meant to be with, who we are destined to love forever, we know.
"You know? Like what, a beacon opens up from the sky and shines a light on the person?" He chuckled.
Not quite, but after a fashion. Each of us carries specific senses unique to our animal. Even in my human form, my hearing is remarkably acute. All of my senses are sharper than in humans, I'm told. We heal very quickly.
"I see." It almost sounded like he was skirting around the point. As direct as his nature clearly was, she knew there was something he was working toward.
With that, the animal inside of me recognizes my mate. Not like a beacon, but more like...
Tucker took a deep breath. Explaining it all was clearly a greater struggle than he had expected. If it hadn't been so cute to see him struggling, she would have tried to read his mind, to give him a hand. But his cheeks were flushed, his nostrils flared, and his eyes bored into hers. almost like he wanted to devour her again. Then, a zing went up her spine. Her skin tingled, and she just knew. Maybe it wasn't a beacon of light coming down to light up Tucker, but there was a feeling. This strange, wonderful tingling all across her body that said, yes. Tucker? She whispered, taking a chance on the fact that her feeling meant something. Are you trying to tell me that I am your mate? He stiffened for a fraction of a second before letting his shoulders fall.
Yes.
I'm your mate, she stated simply.
You're my mate,
he repeated.
How did you guess?
It was her turn to laugh. Well, you mentioned mating for life and then immediately started flailing for words. It wasn't impossible to figure out. I mean, even after knowing each other for such a short time, you brought me out to the middle of nowhere to get to know me. That's the move of a man who knows. His eyes were wide, his mouth slightly agape as if he expected a tempest.
You don't seem angry or shocked in the least.
You just turned into a wolf in front of me. Shocking me after that would be tricky.
Fair,
he chuckled. Then something clicked into place in her brain, and her breath caught. Holy shit. Peter must be a shifter also, right? That's why he was able to survive out there in the cold for so long. I suspected it, but this means it's true, right? Tucker smiled at her.
You're adjusting so quickly it's making me nervous. But yes, Katya and I suspect he's a shifter, but we won't know for sure until he reaches puberty what kind of animal he is. Not if he can't tell us for himself.
Oh, you can't just tell?
Colin is pretty sure he's a bear cub, but what kind of bear remains to be seen.
Why do you need a nurse and a doctor in a shifter town? With the healing thing and all?
There are humans among us, and they deserve health care. And...
Tucker looked away, clearing his throat.
Sometimes we need doctors for childbirth and things like that.
Oh, of course. Wow, this is a lot to take in. I look to find shifters, find you all in no time at all, and then I find out that I am a wolf's mate. No reason to freak out, she chuckled nervously. Everything is fine. Just another day in Winterland. Tucker laughed softly.
It's all right if you need to take this mate thing slowly. It doesn't have to be a thing. We're just getting to know each other. You don't have to. That's to say we don't.
Natalie reached up to put gentle fingers to his lips. Stop. Please stop what you are going to say. I know I am new, like really new to this whole shifter business, but let me just get this out, okay? I like Winterland. I won't pretend to know the particulars of what it means to be a mate. But if you're patient, I would like to see where things go. His smile was so warm, it could have melted all of the ice surrounding them. Her heart slipped and slid in her chest, melting for this man she barely knew. She didn't have a choice, did she? Not because he was her mate, but because he was so perfectly male. Broad and strong and tall. She'd felt the hardness he had to offer and guessed at the full, unrestricted size of him. But it wasn't just the firm, sculpted fact of his body. He was tougher than he appeared, but sweeter than he'd ever admit. Natalie wanted to know all of the facets he had. If he was her mate, she wanted to read every page of him.
If you want to see where this leads, I'm yours. And to be clear about how I was with you in the beginning, I didn't want a mate.
What? Given what they'd just shared, it felt absurd.
It's true. My work was my life. And when I felt the pull, I did everything I could to resist it. Trouble is, it's pretty hard to stay away from you, Natalie.
Especially when you bring me out in the middle of nowhere in a cabin with only one bed. She smiled up at him. Not that I'm complaining. She stood on the tips of her toes again, but this time, she didn't put her fingers against his lips. Nope. Natalie kissed her mate. Living as a nurse in San Diego, Natalie was used to fast-paced living. She could have pizza delivered to her door in 10 minutes. She could have her groceries delivered without ever having to change out of her pajamas. She could walk down the road and grab a drink at any number of restaurants or bars. Not that she was one to hit up the flashy places. After pulling a double shift in the ER, most of the time, she crawled home, ordered pizza, and passed out before her first bite. Cold breakfast pizza really was pretty fucking delicious. This? Well, this was a whole new kind of fast-paced living. But a couple of weeks ago, she had met the surliest version of Tucker. Now, she was in a secluded cabin with the man who was her mate, kissing him as if her life depended on it. And to be honest, it sort of felt like her life did depend on it. She could only take in her next breath if it was attached to Tucker. She could only continue standing so long as he held her close. His lips moved with hers in a perfect rhythm that proved they were meant to be together. No kiss, no series of kisses, had ever been this wonderful. Ever. If they hadn't been surrounded by all kinds of snow and frozen ground, Natalie was sure they would have burned up the entire state of Alaska, just like Tucker's smile. "Natalie," he whispered against her mouth, letting his lips move down her jaw to kiss her neck. "Natalie?" He repeated her name like a question, asking permission to go further. "Yes, God, yes." Her hands traveled down the length of his body until her fingers could dip below the hem of his shirt. She landed gentle touches against the hard plane of his abs. He stiffened beneath her touch, his skin breaking out in goose flesh. He was so completely affected by her, his entire body was responding to the faintest grazes. With more force and certainty than she would have thought possible, she pulled at the shirt until the kiss broke, just long enough for Tucker to pull the offending garment over his head. All at once, his broad, toned, powerful chest was bared to her. Natalie didn't know where to look. She wanted to look everywhere all at once. She drew her thumbs against the flat discs on his chest, relishing his hiss. He dove for her mouth, bruising her lips with those life-changing kisses. His hands went to her top, and he quickly peeled it off of her. She didn't care that her bra was plain to the point of unattractive. Not when he was looking at her like she was the richest, rarest jewel the earth could afford. The sports bra offered good support, but it left very little to the imagination. Her nipples were rock hard, beaded up against the fabric and yearning for his touch. Tucker bent down and closed his mouth around one nipple. The sensation of it sizzled through her like a storm, and she clutched at his head to pull him closer. The material was wet with his saliva and raked with his tongue against her sensitive nubs in short order. Her hands went deeper into his hair as she presented more of herself to him. He took it in stride, groaning his appreciation before going to the other nipple. He lavished it with the same attention. All the while, his hands slowly eased her pants off her hips. Wasting no time, Tucker took the underwear off with it. "On the bed," he commanded in a voice that was gentle, while still being fueled by lust. It was a weird mix that basically summed up this man burning up her body with his eyes. He was just like that, commanding but gentle. Natalie wouldn't be told twice. She had no idea if they would have sex, but she yearned for it in a way that surprised her. It felt beyond inevitable, necessary. If he didn't ravish her where she lay, she would threaten a short plane ride back to California. Not that he would believe her. Not when she was a pliant, willing body under him. She tugged the sports bra off and shivered all over at the passionate hiss Tucker made. The exposed hills of her breasts peaked in rosy, pin-sharp nipples, eager for the return of his tongue. With a confident stride, he bent down and slid over her, answering the plea those buds had offered him. The bed was small, not even a double, but not quite a single either. With her back pressed against the mattress, Natalie's body was rich with the weight of this man. He was so tall, so large that he was everywhere around her. Not that she cared. She wanted him everywhere, more than she wanted to see another sunrise. His body covered hers perfectly, the rough denim of his jeans raking against the inside of her thighs as she ground up to meet him. How was it possible he hadn't shed them yet? She was as naked as she had ever been. More, because her heart was so fully exposed, and yet there he was, looking like he just stepped out of a magazine with his jeans and mussed hair. "Please," she panted in a voice that surprised her. "Take off your pants. You're wearing too many clothes." "No, I'm not. Not for what I want to do." In one torturously slow descent, he began to trail his mouth down the length of her body. A fever broke through her, and she began to clutch for anything she could reach to keep from coming apart. The thought of his mouth on her was more than she could have dreamed of, and the promise of it robbed her of any composure. "Fuck," she grunted when he reached her navel. "Please, Tucker, please." she begged, unashamed. All at once, Tucker was between her legs, kissing the apex of her thighs. Natalie bucked off the bed. Receiving this kind of attention had been a rare thing in her life, always brief and never fulfilling. But as he found her, a new world blossomed before her. The slick, firm dart of his tongue rode up along her cleft in a firm, decisive line. Natalie's spine arched as it parted her, and she locked her legs around his neck to keep from sailing away. When he came to her peak and found the swollen, aching button of her clit, a whirlwind broke out inside her, shutting down her brain. He teased at her with a slow, lazy circle, suckling the nub before grazing it with his teeth. "Shit," she grunted. "Shit, shit, shit," over and over again. She wasn't capable of anything more. Tucker's long fingers fretted at her entrance as he continued to lave her with perfect, teasing swipes. Her legs shook, and her core clenched at his fingers, desperate for him to push further. She needed more. She needed release. "Tucker!" she gasped when he pulled her clit into his mouth, running his tongue across it over and over again. He growled into her secret parts, swallowing her wetness as he continued to make love to her most sensitive part. Natalie's hands clutched in his hair, riveting him in place. The feel of his tongue, dragging and twirling against her blazing clit, was enough to make stars explode behind her eyelids. The wind couldn't howl in the cabin anymore. There was no room for it. Only room for her wails of pleasure as Tucker continued to bring her higher and higher toward her climax. "God!" she cried, arching her back, pushing herself to him like an offering. "Tucker!" His name broke from her as she tipped into insanity, tumbling from her lips over and over until her orgasm crested, and even his name deserted her. Even as her body split, he stayed in place, guiding her through the tempest until she melted into the mattress. Tucker stayed nuzzled between her splayed thighs, making no move to edge away from her. He kissed her again, gently, but still sending her dangerously close to the abyss again. Only when it seemed as if she would snap did he break free, trailing his mouth across her hips. Natalie was boneless. She wanted to reach out for him, to kiss him, to hold him, but she couldn't move. He pinned her to the bed with his large body, but even more with the splintering orgasm he had given her. He didn't stop, leaving kisses on every inch of her exposed flesh. "You're quiet," he whispered against her navel, making her shiver. "Can't do much else but try to get back to Earth right now." He chuckled. "That good?" There was a vulnerable tenderness in his eyes that made her heart clench. Natalie returned his smile. "Tucker?" "Yes?" "That was unlike anything I've ever known. I've never enjoyed that before." His eyes darkened, and he licked his lips. "I've got half a mind at doing it again, then." Her hands went to his shoulders as she tried to pull him up her body. "Don't. I don't think my heart could take it. I'm all fluttery." Tucker tried to remain where he was, but she wanted to feel him draped over her. To get the man to comply, she sat up, inching her hand down until she found the button of his fly. With a tug, it was free, and with it, a sight to take her breath away. He ducked low to step out of his jeans, but when he rose again, full and open to her view, what he offered seemed even larger, more full. A drop of moisture made the ridge of his head shine. It made her feel victorious to know that giving her pleasure had turned him on. Reaching with a gentle thumb, she got the drop and spread it around the head. He hissed out a breath, mumbling her name. His hand closed around her wrist, but she wouldn't stop. She squeezed her hand around his impressive girth and ran her palm along his entire length, marveling as she did. Tucker moved his hips in tandem with her movements. He swallowed hard, his hands finding her face. His kisses were sloppy in the most delicious way. He was losing himself to her ministrations, and it was probably the most beautiful sight she had ever seen. "What are you doing to me?" His voice was raspy, heavy with need. "Returning the favor," she answered, feeling bold. Natalie wasn't the bold type. She had never been particularly adventurous in the bedroom, but this was different somehow. This was a secluded cabin in the middle of nowhere. She wasn't just with some guy. She was with a man who was destined to be hers. There was liberty in that. It was freeing. She didn't have to worry about holding in her stomach or wondering if her thighs were too thick. Those thoughts didn't even cross her mind. All she could think about was Tucker and his lips, Tucker and his hands, Tucker and his cock swelling in her hand. It was all so intoxicating to bask in his energy, in the trust of pure and sure mating. Her mind reeled at the series of events that led her to Winterland, the improbability of it all. Further, the unlikelihood of her being in this place, shuddering and naked before the man she thought hated her. In this sacred place, his words, his hands, and his tongue had erased all of that. Surely, she had to lean into it, squeeze every ounce of happiness and pleasure from the situation, from where her life had taken her. Natalie understood that it could all be ripped away from her one day. Her mind might rise up and swallow every last drop of it. Why not do something truly shocking? Something so daring that even the disease couldn't steal from her. She wanted to remember this night and Tucker forever. Without even thinking, on pure instinct, she dove, closing her lips around him. Tucker's hips bucked in surprise. She smiled, pleased to have surprised a man who was made of stealth and power. He groaned her name as she swallowed the length of him. His hands tangled in her hair, rubbing circles on her scalp as she savored every inch of his girth.
Natalie.
His whisper was hoarse with lust.
Love, you've got to stop. This isn't.
A shiver racked through his body.
Natalie, I want to come inside you.
His words were raw but sobering. She slowly eased off his cock to look into his eyes. His breath was coming in short pants, his cock straining in her grip, begging for completion. With an understanding nod, Natalie looked up at him. Get on the bed. It was his turn to comply. He did, gently, almost timidly, as she crawled into his lap, pushing his back down into the mattress. She straddled him, letting his erection bob against her leg. Her hair fell across his chest, and he reached out to toy with the strands. Are you sure? I want you to know I am on birth control, and I don't expect more from you. She knew the answer, but she needed to hear him say it. She remembered the doc telling her about his mother dying during childbirth, and it was important to her that he feel she understood.
Yes. Natalie, please.
No sooner were the words out of his mouth than she slid down over him. As he entered her, a grunt fired up from the center of her chest. He was large, and it had been so long.
Are you all right? We don't have to.
She silenced him with a gesture, unable to open her eyes. Yes, we do. At that, she eased herself down the whole of him, taking every inch deep inside of herself. He was so long, so thick, it left her breathless. She wanted to move, roll her hips, but it was impossible until she got used to the sheer size of him. His hands closed around her hips, his fingers digging deliciously into her skin. Gently, love, she said as he rolled his hips under her. For the love of God, please.
Like this?
He bucked his hips up, sending a flash of delicious tension coursing through her body. It was anything but gentle. Yes, she swallowed hard. It was everything her body needed and her mind feared.
That's it.
He bucked up again, paused, and then again. Each time a flash tore across her vision, overwhelming her reasoning. Natalie ground her hips down, first in a few circles, then she eased off before slamming down onto him again. It was like she became a woman possessed. Something feral in her took over, and she abandoned herself to it. She set a rhythm that was animalistic, one she would definitely feel tomorrow. Everything about her was bound to be sore, but she didn't care. She wanted this. She wanted him.
You're so fucking beautiful,
he growled, sitting up to latch onto one of her breasts. His teeth grazed her nipple as he sucked hard. It made her entire body thrum. It was impossible to tell where there was more pleasure. She was just made of it, and so was he. Natalie rode him hard, demanding of his body while he continued leaving kisses and nibbles across her chest and neck. She raced on, feeling sparks of pleasure going off inside of her every time she bottomed out. She held on to him, wanting to see when he reached his climax as her own crested. It would be soon. Her thighs began to quake on either side of his hips and she gripped hard on where he was lodged inside her. Forcing her hips to his, she wanted him as deep as he could go when he released.
Natalie, fuck,
he hissed in her ear. That was all it took. A crackling bolt of fire shot up the length of her spine, and she began to buck uncontrollably. Tucker! Again, his name was the only word in her lexicon. She shouted it over and over again until the walls might tumble with it. Her pace became frantic as her body shook with delight. She didn't relent, driving herself further, using her orgasm to coax his own. Tucker swelled inside of her, his breath ragged. A dull throb began, only sending her further to still more dizzying heights. With a single hard thrust, he began to pulse. She clenched around him as he bellowed her name, bucking deep inside of her. The full force of his release was so strong, she nearly went blind with it. Her whole body shattered in his grip, shimmering as he pumped load after load of hot seed into her. It filled her to bursting, and the world stopped spinning. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't hear. She stopped being anything but purely his. Spent and exhausted, she collapsed on top of him. Tucker closed his arms around her and held her close. For a while, they stayed interlaced, their breathing heavy. Their hearts beat in tandem, slowly easing back to a more regular rhythm.
Natalie,
he whispered before dropping a kiss on her hair.
I want to stay here forever.
She giggled. We could, but then what would happen to Winterland?
Fuck Winterland,
he gasped, and they both giggled at it. We have to go back in the morning, she said. But for now, let's pretend we're the only two people in the world. And they did. For all she knew, they very well could be. Natalie had come to Winterland to find answers, but what she had found was infinitely more. More what she didn't know. But it was just that, more. More than she had expected. More than she had been prepared for. Just more.
Chapter 12. Tucker. Driving back to Winterland from the small cabin was so fucking hard. Tucker had to remind himself that he wasn't in a bad mood. Some contrary part of him was pissed that his first night with his mate had been so perfect. It was more than he could have hoped for, and he hadn't wanted it to end. But even he knew it couldn't last forever. They both had responsibilities. In a rush to get her away from the office, Natalie didn't have a chance to request the day off. As such, she had to help Katya at the clinic, which was just as well in the greater scheme of things. Just because his own life had changed didn't mean that the people of Winterland were in any less danger. Tom Jenkins's sobering reminder was a testament to that. One day away was a heady, deliciously greedy little escape. Now he had to get back to the business of finding out who was behind the disappearances, and try to find Peter's people, whoever they were. No matter how much he wanted to stay locked away in a sex cabin with his mate, he knew they couldn't. How would their relationship fare now that they were rejoining the community? It was one thing to confront being mates in the dim glow of the cabin, but living among his people was something else. Would she be able to handle it? They had talked in grand terms, but there were so many particulars left untouched. To be an alpha's mate was no mean task, and he worried that it would prove too much for her, that she would go back to tell her grandfather what she had discovered and never return. Bullshit. You know that's not true. She's not going to leave. She doesn't even have to die. Tell her about... Tucker didn't let his wolf finish the thought. He knew it was pressing his luck. He feared that if he brought up any sense of the future, Natalie might still slip through his fingers, melting out of his life like a snowflake, no matter if it was by leaving or dying. Her arms were wrapped tightly around him as he steered his snowmobile across the wastelands, but for some reason, that just wasn't enough. He had reconciled himself to being alone for so long, it seemed impossible that something so perfect could last. In the end, he told himself that it was only a matter of when she left. The only thing he could control was the how. Maybe by preparing himself for the absolute worst, he could better manage it somehow. Just tell her why you're scared. He wouldn't. He parked in front of her place. Natalie swung off of the snowmobile and took off her helmet. Tucker killed the engine and waited for her to say something. She waved at his head. Take off the helmet. She clicked her tongue when he didn't move. How are you going to kiss me goodbye with the helmet on? Kiss me goodbye. The words rang out inside of his mind, causing a fresh wave of panicked pain in his gut. Most definitely not his heart. He took off the helmet and placed it on the seat before coming to a stand. If this was going to be a goodbye kiss, he would make it count. He would find a way to brand her with his kisses and tongue. He cupped her face in his hands and took a slow swipe at her mouth, slowly easing his tongue in for a deep exploration. She melted into him with a sigh. Geez, if that's the way you kiss me every time we part ways, we'll never get anything done, she giggled before dropping a kiss against his cold cheek. What do you mean? I'm not complaining, she winked at him. I just think if every time we say hi or bye, we kiss like that, we might get charged with public indecency. He blinked at her. You're not leaving? She frowned at him. What? Yeah, of course I am. I need to get to work. I've got plans tonight. It's the soup-off, remember? However bound up he'd been, Tucker couldn't restrain a laugh at the event she'd organized behind his back. That's tonight? It is. She cocked her shoulder under her chin in that maddeningly attractive way she had. It's why I wanted to take the day off. But I think most folks will be able to manage without my meddling. Then she leaned over the bike, and the sparkle in her eyes cut right into his soul. You can be my date, if you don't mind the entire town knowing we're together. Another wink. Tucker's tongue was stuck to the roof of his mouth. What in the fuck was happening? Soup off. That glowing, non-romantic, non-sentence was the only thing he was able to say. Yes, sir. Tonight. Good thing you got me back in time. So, it is at the community center with you, Sawyer, and Colin set to judge. Though, I suppose if you go as my date, some people might think you pick my soup out of favoritism. Natalie. His mind reeled at the thought that everything she had said at the cabin was actually true. Are you... He cleared his throat. Are you telling me you're staying in Winterland? She blinked at him with a disbelieving smile. What did you think I meant last night? It's just, I guess it was too good for me to actually believe. Natalie shook her head and puckered her lips at him. Don't be silly. This is where I live. She pointed to the house. That is my car. She pointed to the snowmobile. Well, so to speak. And I work down that street. She pointed toward the doctor's office. And my boyfriend lives right over there. She pointed toward his house. But right now, he's looking at me like I've grown another pair of eyes. She took a step forward. Boyfriend, are we children? Tell her we're more than that. All of it. I need to go check in with the other guys. He coughed, choking on the realization that Natalie was staying. Not just staying, but asking him to be out in the open with their relationship. It was all too enormous for him to digest, and so he did something he'd never done in his life. He ran. I'll see you at the soup-off, he mumbled before rushing off. He didn't turn back to see Natalie staring at him, confused and hurt. As it turned out, the small world that was Winterland hadn't come crashing down without him while he was off gallivanting through the frozen tundra with his mate. Nobody had disappeared, though there was still a whiff of threat in the air. After 2 weeks with no disappearances, the fear gripping the region seemed to be slackening a bit. Not only that, but Peter's discovery had a strange galvanizing effect. Everyone seemed to know about him, and they all rallied around his recovery. 5 grown women, for one small boy, was an uneven trade, but it was something. Colin had gone to the mines again, in another bid to find someone who knew the boy, before heading to Point Hope to grab the latest supply shipment. Sawyer had stayed at the community center, covering the bases while Natalie had been away, so it appeared that everything was going to be ready in time for the soup-off. So? Sawyer slid the vowel, wiggling his eyebrows in a teasing tone. So what? Tucker snapped. It made him uneasy thinking that his personal life was already becoming everybody's business. He valued his privacy, and suddenly it felt as though everyone knew where he had been and what they had been doing, like the whole town had been watching him make love with Natalie. Well, as far as Doc said, you've been gone with your mate since yesterday. How did the evening go? Wiggle your eyebrows at me one more time, Sawyer, and I swear to fuck I'll pummel you. His friend held up his hands in a sign of defeat. That bad, huh? And to think you wanted me to be the one who got all flustered over Nurse Natalie. Turns out it's you. And for some reason, it's made you a bigger dick than you were yesterday. It's not going to last, Tucker snapped. For all she had said, and for as much as she claimed to want to make things public, a history of loneliness and letdown wouldn't let Tucker believe in it. A dark, hateful voice inside him, deeper than his wolf, insisted on the failure of his love until it became the truth. She's a California girl, he snuffed gruffly. She might think this is a great adventure right now, but she'll change her mind and leave. Then what will we do? Katya will be heartbroken, Madeline and her kids, too. And poor Peter. Hell knows what that kid has been through, but he's attached to her. If she leaves, he might never speak another word. Sawyer shook his head. You're an ass. You know this has nothing to do with Peter or the other members of our community. If anyone would be heartbroken if she left, it will be you. It's fine. It's normal. She's your mate. Didn't you tell her? Yes, and? Sawyer rolled his eyes and threw his hands up. If she knows about shifters and mates now, what makes you think she would leave? Because this isn't her home. She's used to the warm. We had one good night, but let's be real. This is Winterland. I love this place, but it isn't exactly a dream come true, and I'm no prize either. And. There was a lot more he refused to say. Can't argue with that last bit, Sawyer teased. But seriously, did you even talk to her about all of this? I don't want to sit around going over my love life like an old biddy. As your co-mayor, I declare this an important piece of city business. Tell me what happened so I can counsel you. Sawyer was a jokester through and through. He would never be serious. Tucker shot him a warning look, but his lifelong friend just shrugged. Doc told Colin and me that Natalie is your mate, and that you took her to the lands to show her the cabins and stuff. I can only assume that things progressed well, but what went wrong? Tucker didn't respond. Does this have to do with your mother? He balled up his fists at his side. Planting a punch into his co-mayor's face wasn't exactly a good idea. Mind your business, or I'll send you to scout the lands for a full month. Look, man, I know it sucks that your mom died giving birth to you. Really. I can't imagine what that must have been like. But it's not like you're not loved around here. You've got my mom and all the other women in town worrying about you. Sure, your dad might have blamed you for costing him his mate. But how does this apply to this situation? Are you scared she'd leave you? Newsflash, dickhead. Your mom didn't choose to leave. She died. Stop. No, I won't stop. I'm usually the good mayor who listens to whatever you and Colin have to say, but I won't watch you fuck this up because you're stubborn. So tell me, why are you pushing Natalie away so soon after finding her? You just met her. Fell for her mate style, and now you're all turned around and in fear of losing her. Stop, he repeated. Not happening. Now you tell me, Either the sex was bad because you don't know where to stick it, or, as I long suspected, you've lost your dick to frostbite." Tucker ignored him, flipping through the list of goods that Colin would be bringing in soon. "You know what I think? I think that you've been playing this tough persona for so long, you've forgotten who you are. It has nothing to do with your mom, or with your fear of being left behind. It's because you're scared of letting someone in, and then being alone all over again." "Stop!" Tucker spun toward his friend, enraged, just managing to catch himself from tipping past the brink. "I am telling you to stop. You can't know. I can't have a mate. I can't, because then that means babies. Babies mean birth and death. I won't trade my mate for a kid." He yelled out the words with such force, the roof and walls of the community center nearly collapsed around them. "Oh, so that's what it's all about. That's really sad, man. You should really talk to your mate about this." Sawyer clapped a hand on his shoulder. "You think Doc would let anything happen to your mate? Shit happens during labor. Yeah, it's always a risk, but it's something women have been able to do since the dawn of time. Realistically, we haven't lost a single woman to childbirth since your mom. Doc is good. If that's what's so terrifying, be with Natalie. If she ever gets pregnant, take her to Anchorage or any other big city for the delivery. But don't stand there and tell me that you're pushing your mate away because of what happened to you. You're smarter than that. So is your mate, don't forget. I've known her longer than you." With that parting shot, Sawyer left the office to join in the preparations for the soup-off. Tucker collapsed in his chair, throwing his head back to glare at the ceiling. Sawyer might be a clown, but he was perceptive. They'd known each other their whole lives. He had guessed exactly what was bugging Tucker about Natalie. Tucker wasn't scared that she would leave. He wanted her to leave before he got a chance to kill her. He couldn't be responsible for another death. He just didn't have it in him.
Chapter 13. Natalie. Natalie hummed under her breath as she tidied up the office before the end of her shift. The clinic was closing for the night. Not that there were any appointments. The entire town was headed toward the community center for the big event. Even the diner was closing so the chef Annie could compete. It was exciting. Natalie had already participated in a few town activities, but this one was different. Tucker would be there. The most formidable co-mayor had been absent for the first 2 weeks of her stay, and it seemed like everyone felt it. Her mate. Not that he had behaved in the warmest of ways when he'd dropped her off at home. He was downright strange, to be honest, and Natalie had spent her day trying to sort out why. She knew it wasn't because he had called him her boyfriend. In the shifter world, they were so much more than that. They weren't just a regular couple. They were mates. In between appointments, Natalie had pestered Katya about the meaning of mates and what it meant for relationships. After some gentle explaining, Natalie was pretty sure she understood and felt more equipped to talk about it with Tucker. Hopefully, her stubborn man would be open to discussing what the hell had turned for him when he left her in the morning. Natalie was resolved. She would stay in Winterland, with or without Tucker. She had never belonged so completely to a community before, and it was nice. More than nice. She fit in wonderfully, and she was developing close friendships like never before. Between college, taking care of Nana, and then working at the hospital all the time, Natalie couldn't remember the last time she had a friend. An actual, honest-to-goodness friend. She was well on her way to having a few, Madeline and Katya topping that list. Once the office was squared away, Natalie rushed home on her snowmobile. She felt proud of how quickly she was getting the hang of driving around town. After showering, she braided her hair back into 2 plaits down the side of her head and put on a black knit cap. Pairing that with a pair of dark-washed jeans and a thick green top that brought out the green in her hazel eyes, she felt ready to meet her man. She had no makeup with her, but really, who cared? Tucker had seen her after hours on the back of his snowmobile and called her beautiful. Mascara and lipstick weren't going to change his mind, no matter what had soured his mood in the morning. Natalie was pretty damn sure it had nothing to do with her. He was probably worried about the missing people and Peter. Together, they had taken a nice little break from all of the worrying and responsibilities, but as soon as they were back in Winterland, he had to get back to business. That was it. Nothing more. She drove to the community center, excited to see everyone coming together to share their recipes and bid for victory. The prize for the winner was a little trophy with a bowling ball on it. Apparently, the bowling ball was close enough to a bowl. People coveted the win, just to be able to lord over each other. Natalie had her money on Annie from over at the diner. The woman knew how to make some damn tasty food, even when supplies were low. It was a real gift. "My co-chef is here!" Madeline shouted happily as soon as Natalie entered the community center. Before she could manage so much as a wave, Madeline's 2 kids charged toward her with Peter in tow, hugs at the ready. "Hey, you guys!" She scooped them all up at once, then leaned back with her best smile. "Are you helping your mom so we can win the trophy?" Peter nodded, a small toothless smile brightening his face. "How are you doing, buddy? Sorry I haven't seen you in a few days. I've been thinking about you, I promise." Peter kept stealing glances at Colin and Sawyer, who were comically arguing about the benefits of adding cumin to a tomato soup. He seemed agitated somehow, but Natalie told herself it's because he was so uneasy among larger groups. "You okay?" she asked the child. He didn't look away from the pair of commares. "Tucker should be here soon if that's who you're looking for." Peter shook his head, looking even harder at the 2 men bickering. He didn't seem afraid, but something in his gaze spoke of more than mere curiosity. "Do you know who those men are?" Natalie asked. At last, Peter met her eyes fully. He shook his head, looking so small and so lost that it nearly broke her heart. Taking him by the shoulders, she gave him the warmest smile she could manage. "So, Winterland has 3 mayors. Isn't that funny?" The boy smiled, but in a way that seemed furtive, anxious. "Anyway, Tucker is one of the mayors and Sawyer is another," she pointed. "The other is Colin." As she pointed to him, Peter locked his eyes on the man lazily munching on a tomato. Peter pointed as well, and then looked back to her to confirm that he had it right. She nodded, then took his hands. "You want to be a helper? Do you think you can help Madeline and me peel some potatoes?" It took a bit of coaxing, but eventually, Peter followed her and selected an apron. The whole time, he continued to steal glances at the bear shifter. He peeled potatoes in silence, always making sure to keep tabs on where Colin was. It was the strangest thing. The boy didn't know anyone in the village. Why was he fixating on Colin? She remembered that Colin thought the boy was a bear shifter, and she wondered if the little boy recognized one of his own in the co-mayor. Of course, all of this worry about Peter had put her own worries aside. It wasn't until Tucker rolled into the main room with a full cart of fresh bread that Natalie remembered his cold goodbye in the morning. She smiled in his direction. He blushed deeply and nodded at her, a tiny smirk on his lips. He slowly made his way toward her, greeting every table with a warm handshake. It was wonderful seeing Tucker in his element. The people of Winterland respected him. They adored him even. He might have a reputation for being the grumpiest of the mayors, but that didn't mean the townspeople didn't like him. If anything, they liked him for it. Sawyer was sort of a clown, and Colin was more an expert on resources, so they needed Tucker's stern attitude to keep everything in check. "Hey," she said, all breathy when he finally reached her table.
"Hey."
Then, Tucker placed his hand on her waist in front of all Winterland and gave her a quick kiss. From across the way, Katya lifted her own peeler in greeting, approving the match. All of Winterland seemed to be nodding approvingly in their direction. "I think everyone knows I'm your mate now." He chuckled.
The whole town knew the second Katya guessed it. They were just waiting to see us together to acknowledge it. You're definitely one of us. No backing out now.
He looked away. She placed her peeler down and tugged at his sleeve until they were in the back of the community center. No doubt the mayor's office. She crossed her arms over her chest and took a deep breath. "What's with you and the idea of me leaving?"
Natalie.
"No. We've known each other for 2 seconds. I'll give you that. One night where we told each other all of our secrets doesn't exactly make us the most secure couple in the world, but it's clear I'm missing something. I thought mates were meant to be, that no matter what, they could make things work." Have I been led astray?"
No.
His voice was soft and his eyes were low. "Well, I've got to say, I'm taking a lot on faith here. I love Winterland, and mate or no, I'm staying. But I need to know why you keep running hot and cold on me. It's cold enough outside, thanks." Tucker took a step back and rubbed a hand across his back.
Natalie,
He huffed out a nervous breath. It was clear as day that it was hard for this big, strong man to use his words, but Natalie needed them. She was leaping with faith, head first. Actually, more like heart first. Natalie wouldn't have been so quick to accept all of this if Nana hadn't had any experience with shifters. Not by a country mile. But the two wolves that had saved her grandmother all of those years ago had basically ensured that Natalie would exist. And the fact that Tucker was a wolf? Well, it was all coming full circle to her. It was a beautiful thing. Almost like fate and Nana were waving their invisible hand over the budding relationship to give it their blessing. But Tucker had to do his part.
My mom died in childbirth.
The words fell out in a heap. Natalie stayed very still and very quiet. Tucker opened his mouth only to close it again a few times. He was slowly opening up to her as the Alaskan tundra would slowly give way to a ray of sun in the spring.
It's my fault that she's gone. My dad hinted he blamed me, but I could feel it, deep inside me. And if we're mates, you'll leave.
I won't. I've already told you. Oh. Realization and understanding dawned on her. You mean leave as in die? You're not scared of finding your mate because you're scared of being dumped. You're scared of death. Tucker hissed out a breath and looked away, pointedly focusing everywhere but at her.
I've already killed one woman with the whole procreation thing. I won't have it happen again. I can't be responsible for that again.
Natalie took a step forward and hugged him close. You poor man. Listen to me. We've been on one date, albeit a very long one, but let's not put the cart before the horse, okay? Who says we'll have kids? One day at a time.
Shifter relationships move fast, Natalie.
So I've been told by Katya, Madeline, Colin, Sawyer, and a whole bunch of other well-meaning Winterland townspeople. But you know what? I don't care what they say or what's the norm for shifters. We decide our pace. Other people don't get to tell me when I'm ready for the next step between us. We might decide never to have kids. For all we know, one of us could be infertile. Let's just enjoy the time we have and make the most of it. Don't bury me before I'm dead, Tucker. I'm right here. He swallowed hard, but finally closed his arms around her.
I'm sorry. I know I sort of freaked out on you. I just...
Spent your whole life believing you were responsible for a tragedy? Decided as a kid that you would be alone forever?
Are you always going to finish my sentences for me?
His voice wasn't as teasing as it had been during their escapades through the wilderness, but it was something. Pretty much. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a soup-off to win. She kissed the underside of his jaw, swatted his butt, and went back to her table. Natalie could feel Tucker's eyes on her the whole time she and Madeline were working at their station. He and the other mares roamed the room, chatting with people and engaging with the children, neglecting their own soup in the process. She didn't want to admit to herself that seeing Tucker playing tag with the little ones made her womb clench. He would make an excellent father. Hopefully, over time, he would ease off of his own pain and let himself be happy. Natalie wasn't sure if she wanted kids, but she knew exactly what she wanted. A place in this town. A relationship with Tucker. It's not every day that fate delivered a soulmate. No matter how gruff and hurt the man might be, Natalie was sure of something. He was worth it. Winterland was worth it. In the secluded town, in the middle of nowhere, Natalie had finally found where she belonged.
Chapter 14. Natalie. The community center glowed with warmth. Not just because the entire town, shifters and humans alike, were huddled around boiling pots. It was an emotional sort of warmth. The soups were all done, and the co-mayors had judged each offering. Some smelled delicious, but failed to measure up in flavor. Some were just way too lumpy to be called soup, kind of like her attempt at the potato leek concoction. But then, there was the hearty and fragrant chicken noodle Annie let loose upon the world. Naturally, she won the prize, and the bowling trophy gleamed beside her bowl at the long table. The town sat as one to feast on all the entries, paired with fresh bread donated by the mayors. Children were running around, playing tag and whatever other games they could come up with. It was like being at a family reunion, but there was no drunk uncle or snippy fighting cousins. It was all so blissful. "Hey there," Tucker whispered in her ear before taking a seat beside her. His hand went under the table, squeezing her thigh. It was all stealthy, but in a room full of shifters who had been hoping Tucker would find a mate, the gesture wasn't missed. Natalie leaned her head on his shoulder for a second. "Hey back. Are you having a good time?"
"Yup. Sure am. Seems like the whole town is having a good time."
"It's nice. I like it. Though I have to say I was sorry to lose your vote." She poked him in the ribs so he would know that she was teasing him.
"Sorry, love. That was not soup."
"I know, right? I don't know what happened, I swear. Madeline and I followed the recipe to the letter. I don't know where things went wrong." Tucker shrugged.
"It was a pretty big endeavor for a first soup-off. Even Annie went with a classic."
"At least ours wasn't as bad as the tomato soup you guys tried to make." Tucker rolled his eyes.
"It would have been a hell of a lot better if Colin didn't eat half of the damn tomatoes."
"That man is always eating. It's pretty impressive. I mean, where does it all go?"
"Your guess is as good as mine."
He squeezed her leg again.
"Listen, we just got a radio call from Point Hope. There's a pretty bad storm rolling in. We'll have to make sure everyone heads out soon. We don't want anyone out and about in a snow squall when there is still a would-be kidnapper out there. I'll have to stick around until everything gets cleared away and everyone leaves. Why don't you head over to my place? Or yours, if you prefer, and I'll join you soon?"
Natalie clicked her tongue. "I'm going to stay and help, silly."
"You don't have to do that."
"No, I want to do that." She slapped her hands on the table and wiggled her hips. "Let's get to work." The news of the incoming storm spread quickly, and the whole room fell into a hum of activity. Small groups broke out to clean all of the kitchenware and tables. With everyone pitching in, the room was put to rights in no time. Even the kids helped under Colin's watchful eye. They put all the tables and chairs away. Natalie was once again taken aback by the sheer beauty of such a cooperative community. The feeling of it didn't leave as the three mayors bid goodnight and safe travels to each family. The kids were all overly excited that school was canceled the next day, in an abundance of precaution. Apparently, even children whose lives were set in a kind of perpetual winter were thrilled with a snow day. Natalie had a few naughty thoughts about a snow day activity with Tucker, but she would wait to share her idea with him until they were alone. But if there was one thing clear in Natalie's heart after her event, it was that her mate was a tender man who hid behind a hard shell of pain. Good thing she was a nurse. She had plenty of experience helping people through pain. That night, a storm came in full force. Not that Natalie had much experience in blizzards, but this one had been particularly snowy. Fascinated, she watched Winterland blanketed by snow and winds so strong she was sure she'd float away if Tucker hadn't been there to hold on to her. And hold on to her he did. It was strange to think that, even though it was technically still fall, a storm of this ferocity could dump so much snow. It was obvious how the town got its name when 5 feet of snow fell out of nowhere. Thankfully, everyone in town knew how to navigate things. And after a day, pretty much everything had gone back to normal. As much as Tucker had feared it, the blizzard hadn't served as cover for another disappearance. The sun shone on all the citizens well in place. It was pretty dizzying to think that another 2 weeks had passed. In that time, Natalie fell even more in love with the town. Then there was Tucker. Regardless of the fact that they were mates, Natalie couldn't say she was in love with him. Not yet. It had only been 2 weeks since their escapades in the lands surrounding Winterland. It didn't really matter that now. The entire town treated her like the alpha mate, a sort of first lady of Winterland. It didn't matter that Tucker spent every night in her home. It didn't matter that they fell asleep in each other's arms every night. At less than 2 months, she felt it was entirely too soon to have the kinds of emotions she was navigating, shifter or not. She wouldn't say or admit that she was definitely falling in love with Tucker. Hell, If she was honest, she was already fully there. Natalie took a deep breath and nuzzled into her pillow. Beside her, Tucker was fast asleep, his face turned toward her. Even far off in dreamland, her man looked strong and capable. The only sign he could be vulnerable was his hand clutched at her hip. She drew small patterns across his hand, drinking every inch of his face from his hairline down the square jaw. A man shouldn't be beautiful, but he was. He could have been cut from an ice sculpture for all of his sharp edges and strength, but his heart could melt, and it did. For her, only for her.
Please tell me it's not morning yet,
he grumbled, eyes still closed. The hand pressed on her hip brought her closer to him. I'm afraid so. We've got to get up. Madeline and I have that play day for all the kids, and you have a meeting with your buddies about the people who've gone missing. He groaned, gluing their bodies together.
5 more minutes.
She giggled. You know we can't do that. 5 minutes will turn into kissing, which will lead to some sex. Then 5 minutes will turn into an hour or more. She pressed a kiss to his bare chest. Up, 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 Wolfman.
Nope.
She squealed in surprised delight when he spun them, pinning her to the bed. His lips found her in a passionate kiss, his morning erection pressed up against her thigh.
It would be a waste to let this opportunity pass us by.
He ground his hips down on her with a cocky smile. The man knew he had a very real impact on her every time he pressed up to her like that. Natalie would melt into compliance, completely unable to resist him. I'd say we could make it quick, but...
We're never quick.
He finished for her with a nip at her collarbone. Exactly, she moaned.
I could be really fast.
His fingers trailed down her stomach to teasing the folds of her pussy. Tucker, she warned. But, of course, it wasn't believable. Not when she arched her hips up to meet his fingers. If I leave Madeline alone with a bunch of kids, she'll hate me. I've got to go. First lady duties call. He groaned.
That wouldn't work if I didn't love hearing you say that so much.
What? First lady? A moan of appreciation as he closed his mouth around one of her nipples. Alpha mate? His teeth grazed her skin as he traveled to the other breast to twirl his tongue on the other nub. How about co-mare's mate? Nurse by excellence?
All good, love. All very, very good.
She laughed softly, arching up against his body. He took it to mean she would concede to his amorous advances, but she used his movement to reposition himself above her as an opportunity to dodge. Naked and turned on, she bolted from the bed and ran to the bathroom with a squeal. She turned the shower on, letting the water heat up before she stepped under the spray.
That was a dirty trick,
Tucker grumbled as he joined her in the shower. The head of him nudged against her back, reminding her of the power he held. Wrapping an arm around her, he pulled close enough for her to feel the whole wicked length of it.
Haven't I ever told you not to run away from me? It only makes me want you more.
She gave him a smile, daring him to do something about it. The thrill of anticipation made her clench hungrily. Turning her to face him, he pinned her to the shower wall, one large arm on either side of her. He dipped his head down to give her a kiss. It wasn't just any kind of kiss. It was meant to seduce, and she could tell. It was meant to melt her into his arms, which is exactly what happened. Oh, Tucker, she whispered, as he moved his attentions to the soft part of her neck beside her ear. The hot water seemed to bring her body even more fully to life, and she knew she was powerless against what was coming. The quick shower Natalie intended to take was in real danger of turning into a quickie, and even as she succumbed to him, she knew it wouldn't be quick at all. His strong hands lathered her body, lingering in all the places where their desires met. At last, the swollen head of his cock nestled directly against her entrance. She was wet with more than just the shower.
Do you want it?
This fucking tease, she groaned to herself. After I tried so hard to resist, he is doing this to me? With a gentle rock of his hips, he added enough pressure to make her knees buckle with want. Yes, she whispered.
What's that?
Oh, God, this man. Yes, louder this time. Tucker, take me, please. He pressed up into her with a swift move, lifting her feet from the floor and pinioning her against the shower wall. No matter how many times they made love, the first time he entered her left her breathless. "Fuck!" she screamed, digging her nails into his shoulders and locking her legs around his waist. Tilting her hips forward, she gave him access to all of her, and he began to pound mercilessly, forcing her against the wall with each shuddering thrust. "Tucker!" Before she'd even finished crying out his name, a lash of pure fire ripped through her, locking her spine into a rigid pillar of pleasure. "More!" she howled as the wave crested, as if she needed to tell him. His hips continued their furious assault, driving peak after peak out of her as each orgasm gave way to a higher plateau. When he finally shuddered and unleashed his seed into her spent, hungry body, the hot water had run out. "I really need to go," Natalie chided lightly when she was almost dressed, trying to pull on her jacket. Tucker was still only wrapped in a towel, seemingly heedless of how low it hung on his hips. It barely managed to cover anything, but then Natalie knew that was the point. "I'll be late," she said, unable to resist smiling. "I am late, and so are you. Go. Colin and Sawyer are probably already waiting for you. Remember, the meeting is at your place since we're taking over the community center with the kids. Colin and Sawyer probably have already eaten all of the donuts." She pressed a quick kiss to his lips before leaving.
"I'll see you tonight, love,"
he said as he waved from the steps of the house, all but nude, as if it wasn't freezing. Shifters. As Natalie had suspected, Madeline struggled to keep all of the kids in order, all by herself. Even Peter was being rambunctious. Natalie didn't have it in her to reprimand the kid for running around. It was nice to see him interacting with the other children. He still hadn't spoken a word, but at least he was part of the group now. That showed promise. "I'm guessing you had important alpha mate business to tend to," Madeline teased, pulling all of the craft supplies from one of the large rubber bins. "Yeah, sorry. Tucker is so demanding." The two women exchanged a conspiratorial look. With a shifter mate of her own, Madeline fully understood how difficult it could be to leave the bed sometimes. "I made it. That's what counts." Together, with the help of some of the older children, Madeline and Natalie set up the day's craft project. The kids could choose to color, or learn origami, or make bracelets. Two of the most popular activities were knitting and repurposing old clothes into new pieces. Living so far from any clothing stores, the young people of Winterland got pretty creative with their style. When all of the kids, from the teeniest ones all the way to the teens, were settled, Madeline and Natalie ducked into the small kitchen off to the side of the main room to get snacks ready. Most of the kids were shifters, which meant they had an appetite to rival starving wild animals. They chatted as they cut up cheese, adding it to crackers, dumped applesauce and yogurt into small bowls. Veggies were chopped and dip-doled out. Natalie went to the main room to check on the kids. Everything looked relatively normal. Sandra and Jamie were flirting with Frank and Garth. Annie was crawling on the floor with a magnifying glass, inspecting the floor. One child was glaringly missing. "Where's Peter?" she asked. "Did he duck out to the restroom?" The kids looked around, shrugging, nodding. "He went outside," Annie said without raising her head from her scrutiny of the floor. "He almost stepped on my hand on the way out. I told him to take a coat, but he didn't listen to me." Adrenaline rocketed through Natalie's system, and her ears started ringing. "Are you telling me he left?" She almost gasped out the question. "Without a coat?" "Yes." The child answered like it was nothing. But it wasn't nothing. Natalie rushed back to the kitchen in a dead panic. "Peter's gone!" she panted, frantic. "What?" Madeline's knife clattered onto the counter. "He went outside." She grabbed the radio, the one that broadcasted messages to every radio in Winterland. "This is Natalie at the community center. Peter has gone missing. He is outside without a jacket. His boots are gone. Be on the lookout. I'm going to go look for him."
"Natalie, stay put," Tucker's voice crackled through. "We will go look for him. He probably just got overwhelmed and decided to walk back home."
"No!" A desperate feeling clouded the pit of her stomach. It was the same feeling she had in the ER just before things got chaotic. A heavy sense of foreboding made her skin itch, and her mind reeled with the need to fix. Something is wrong. I feel it. I'll find him.
Natalie!
Tucker roared over the static of the radio. She clicked it off and tossed it onto the counter. He'll forgive me later, she said to Madeline. I just need to find the child. He's probably fine, her friend argued, but the fear in her voice was evident. He does this sometimes. He gets overwhelmed by a lot of people. He didn't take his coat. Something is wrong. Call it intuition. Madeline nodded. Take the radio then, and put on snow pants. Who knows how long you'll look for him? Right. Natalie made a dive back toward the door, but Madeline's voice cut her off. Wait! She dug into a drawer, cracking open an emergency kit and digging out a hefty red object. Take this. There, in her extended palm, was a flare gun and a cluster of cartridges. Natalie hesitated. She'd never used anything like it, but knowing she needed all the help she could get, she clutched them and stuffed the bounty haphazardly into her pocket. Thanks, and she was off. The wind was bitter in a way that shocked her. As comfortable as she had begun to feel in Alaska, the frigidity of it still had the power to cut her to the quick. What worried Natalie most was that Peter was facing it all in just his shirt sleeves. Peter! She called into the whiteness. He didn't call back. He wouldn't. His habitual silence didn't stop her from trying, but her desperation made her call over and over again, like a beacon. Even if he didn't answer, maybe he would come. Natalie followed a set of boot prints to the side of the community center. The trail ended at the imprint of a snowmobile. The tracks led away, toward the edge of Winterland. Her breath caught. Had someone taken Peter? How? Why? The kid had left the community center of his own volition, hadn't he? Then she saw the other tracks. Large animal tracks. Her blood went still in her veins, and her stomach shrank into an icy knot. With a trembling hand, she took the radio. Has anyone seen a bear in town today? I think Peter's been taken by... Natalie would never get to finish her sentence. Something hard fell across the back of her head, and she fell to the cold snow. The last rational thought she had was of Peter.
Chapter 15. Tucker. Natalie! Tucker roared into the radio. Natalie, for fuck's sake, answer me right now! His angry plea was met with silence. Colin and Sawyer were on their way to the door, shedding clothes with each step. They kicked out into the open and dropped fully into their animal selves. Impatient to follow, Tucker clicked over onto the public channel. In theory, everyone within earshot of their radio would hear his order. This is an order by the mayors. Everyone is to remain where they are. Do not open the door for anyone unless they know the town's secret code. All enforcers are to shift and head to the community center to protect the children. He dropped the radio onto the kitchen counter and followed his friends outside. In an instant, he was a wolf. He barely felt the sting of the shift before launching himself toward the community center, surging past his companions. Tucker didn't have to look back to know they were close on his tail. They might not have mates of their own, but they understood what Natalie meant to him, to the town. Run, his wolf commanded. Faster. This couldn't be happening. As Tucker ran with everything that he was, he hoped to fuck his instincts were wrong. But when Natalie's voice had cut off halfway through a sentence, all of his protective instincts flared to life. He knew in the pit of his stomach that something was wrong. Maybe she had found Peter, and he was injured. Maybe... Bile rose in the back of his wolfish throat. What if she had been taken? They still hadn't figured out who was behind the string of disappearances. If Natalie was taken... Shit. He couldn't even think it. His body was pushed to the very extent of his capabilities. He ran like his life depended on it, because it did. As his mate, Natalie was his life, his heart, his love. He should have told her he loved her. Why hadn't he? He'd tell her every 2 minutes for the rest of his life, just as soon as he found her. Roaring up to the community center, he skidded to a halt at the door. With his muzzle turned up into the air, he sniffed long and deep. Her scent was there. So was Peter's. There was another odor. Gasoline. And another shifter. A stranger. The tracks at his feet made no sense. The kid's boot prints disappeared. Obviously, he had gotten on the back of a snowmobile, but that didn't explain the bear tracks and the drag marks. The drag marks. Fuck! Whoever this fucking bear was, he was dragging his mate away from Winterland. Tucker's brain blistered in his skull, and he let out a shattering howl. Colin, in full polar bear form, came to a stop beside him. He was slower on account of his size, but Sawyer was already scampering after the drag marks. The white fox doubled back, his head pointing first toward where the snowmobile tracks went, then to the drag marks. Peter and Natalie had not been taken to the same place. It was meant to separate the rescue efforts. Tucker growled low in his throat, motioning for Sawyer and Colin to go after the boy. It would take effort to get a boy who couldn't speak back to Winterland when they had no way of knowing where he came from. He would go after Natalie by himself. With another furious, pained howl, he ran after the tracks. It was a bear, which meant the large animal wouldn't be as fast, especially not if the bear was holding on to Natalie. He could only hope she was alive and well, and giving her attacker quite a hard time. The more she struggled, the more danger she would be in, but the sooner he could find her. "I'm coming for you, Natalie. I'll be right there, love. Hold on. Just hold on for me." The tracks were fresh and clear. There was no snow falling to cover them, but that was little comfort. But if the reports from Point Hope were right, there was another storm heading straight for Winterland. Perhaps that's why the assailants had chosen today to attack. Had Peter been the victim, or was Natalie who they were after? Tucker ran across the dips and valleys of the tundra, barely feeling his paws hit the cold, hard ground. Finally, the dip in the land gave him an overview of the landscape ahead. There, just over the next gully, a large brown bear was dragging a bright pink snowsuit. Shit! Tucker had warned Natalie that the pink snow pants and jacket weren't warm enough, but now he thanked God for them. They made her easy to pick out against the white expanse. Impossibly, he increased his speed. He followed the top of the gully, fast enough to be able to cut the bear off. Tucker's silvery fur blended into the snow perfectly. He had speed, and he had stealth. Nothing would stand between him and his mate. Nothing. Once he had lapped the bear and Natalie, he bounded down the gully. The second the bear spotted him, it was obvious. The large beast opened its massive jowls and pealed out a roar so loud it could have rumbled the earth. It was a good thing there were no mountains in their close vicinity. That could have caused quite the avalanche. But Tucker paid that no mind. Thankfully, the bear let go of Natalie, leaving Tucker the chance to pounce. And pounce he did. He opened his maw wide, making sure to aim his claws straight into his target. Tucker landed on the bear's back and took a massive bite of sickly, bitter fur. The bear was unhealthy, diseased somehow. Weird. Shifters didn't get sick. Tucker tucked that information away to deal with later. His first order of business was to knock the fuck out of the bear to get to Natalie. She was lying on the cold snow, unconscious and bleeding from a gash in her head. If she had been wearing a hat, it was long lost to the elements. With a tremendous heave, the bear slung Tucker off his back. Recoiling mid-air, the silver wolf landed perfectly on his feet and immediately relaunched himself, this time going for the gut. With extended claws, he slashed into the bear's stomach. Thick red blood spattered onto the snow. The bear stumbled back with an agonized roar. He aimed a swipe at Tucker, but the injury was definitely slowing him down. Natalie began to stir. He heard her mumbling to herself. It was all of the distraction needed to lose sight of the attacking bear. An immense paw connected with Tucker's face, slashing deep into his muzzle. Tucker didn't relent, snapping his teeth at the bear, daring the beast to take another shot at him. The sounds of their fighting echoed through the gully, the panting and grunts echoing back into Tucker's ears. It foiled whatever hopes he had of hearing if more bears were coming, or if his fellow mares were close. "Watch out!" Natalie shouted. Her hand shot up, pointing to the opposite side of the gully. 3 large animals, a moose and 2 lynxes, rushed toward them. Tucker found himself outnumbered and bleeding from his face. He needed to incapacitate the bear, and fast. Whatever these men wanted with Natalie, she was unharmed and under his protection. He would lay down his life to protect her. He growled at the bear before starting another attack. This time, he aimed low at the bear's feet. A swipe of his paw at just the right place, and the tendons split. The bear tumbled down, no longer able to support his own weight. The injury would heal soon enough. It wasn't enough to keep the animal down and out for the fight. Tucker closed his jowl on the bear's arm and bit down. Hard. The sickening crunch made his stomach roll. This animal was definitely ill. Were the others as well? Was it contagious? If so, then the mouthful of fetid bear blood meant he could be in danger of infection. Good thing his mate was a nurse. He readied himself for another attack. From the corner of his eye, he spotted something red. A red gun. Why was Natalie holding a red gun? She pulled the trigger, aiming the gun straight into the sky. A brilliant flare burned above them, casting its sickly, flickering light down onto the snow. With trembling fingers, she took another cartridge and loaded the gun again. This time, she pointed it directly to the oncoming animals. Tucker wanted to tell her to shoot one of the lynxes first. The moose couldn't be much of a threat to them. The animal had no claws, only a massive body and antlers. But his mate had already figured that out all by herself. She squeezed the trigger. The flare shot off with a crack and landed straight, knocking one of the lynxes out. The beast skidded, unconscious for now. Natalie whooped in victory as she rummaged through her pockets. "Shit! I thought I had all 5 cartridges." Panic was evident, not only in her eyes, but in her voice as well. "Got it!" With her hands still shaking, she tried to load the gun as the remaining lynx and moose made their way toward them. The cartridge fell into the snow, the small red cylinder sinking low. "Fuck!" She dropped to her knees to dig out the casing. Come on, motherfucker! Ha!" But Tucker didn't have time to see what would happen. He had to get the upper hand. He vaulted through the air, knocking into the lynx. The moose made a beeline for Natalie. The clever woman began to zigzag away from the moose, screaming like a banshee. Tucker needed to help her. He needed to get to her before the moose trampled her. His focus split on his mate and his attacker. He felt welts on the side of his stomach opening, his skin slicing with the sheer force of the lynx's blow. Tucker was desperate, feeling it would all be lost. Just then, a small ermine, white as the snow, jumped onto the moose's back. Katya! The good doc had somehow found them. It was probably thanks to that flare Natalie sent up. Natalie's smart thinking had told their people exactly where they were. With the moose taken care of, Tucker worked to knock out the lynx. They were evenly matched, but there was bloodlust in the animal that scared Tucker. "Stop where you are!" Natalie screamed, pointing her gun toward him and the lynx. "I will shoot you," she told the lynx. The large animal crouched low, flexing its shoulder blades along with an ugly sneer. Shit. The beast was going to pounce on Natalie. Tucker watched in horror as it vaulted through the air. The gun went off, hitting the lynx straight in the face. With a cry of pain, the animal flailed, stunned, and possibly dead. Natalie fell back on her ass with a terrified whoop. Tucker raced toward her, shifting back into his human form. The cold was bound to sting his nakedness, but that was a minor concern. He knew she would help him get warm again. "Are you hurt? Are you okay? Where else are you bleeding? Talk to me, damn it!" He was running his hands all over her body as he spoke. I'm fine. I think we need to do something about the animals before they come to." Sure enough, the bear was starting to grumble. The moose had been felled, and a very naked and bloody Katya was stalking toward them. "The moose is ill. He is a shifter, but he's taken ill." "The bear, too," Tucker answered. "What the hell makes a shifter sick?" Katya shook her head. "I have no idea, but we're seriously exposed out here. We need to get away before they wake. I need to find out where they're coming from. What's making them sick?" "Not today, you don't." Katya shook her head. "I'll shift and follow them wherever they go. I have no idea when I'll be back." She turned to Natalie. "You'll have to hold down the fort. If these shifters are sick, then I need to do something. As a doctor, I have responsibilities. Now go." Tucker wanted to argue with her, but with Natalie there, exposed and vulnerable to the elements, he didn't have a choice. "Winterland owes you, Doc." Yeah, I'll see you soon, you two. Don't make any babies until I can be there to be sworn in as first godmother." With a wink, she shifted back into her tiny white ermine shape. "Love, we gotta run. Literally." Tucker shifted back into a wolf and led the way. He could only hope that someone was coming for them. There were no cabins this side of Winterland. If Natalie didn't find shelter soon, she'd probably succumb to hypothermia. Tucker had just saved her from a strange pack of sick animals. He wasn't going to lose her to the snow. Chapter 16. Tucker. Like the raging, unstoppable force that it was, the wind blew all around them, on the wide, vast wild lands. Hard and fast. It blew snow and ice right into them. Natalie was so cold, so tired, she could barely walk. Of course, the sun had set. It was fall in Alaska. The days were so short, the sun barely rose. The temperature, which had already been sub-zero, was dropping, fast and more each second. There wasn't a fucking thing he could do about it. Tucker knew they could pick a spot, any spot, and strip down to conserve heat, but it would give them maybe an hour of survival. Then Natalie would die, before he made her his mate. All of his fears knocked around his head and his heart, mocking him. He couldn't fail Natalie, but he also didn't know what to do. He was fresh out of options, and for the first time in his life, he wished for a miracle. "Can we just rest 1 second?" Natalie asked. "Look, there's a bench. It's getting pretty warm out here." Shit. There's no bench. She was going into hypothermic shock. The hallucinations were a bad sign. If she was starting to feel heated, she would want to strip out of her clothes soon. It was one of the devastating facts of hypothermia that always pissed him off. It made perfectly sane people, in the grips of dying of cold, believe they were hot. It only made them die that much faster. Tucker shook his head and closed his teeth around her jacket to tug her gently. "Tucker, I don't understand why you won't let me rest. I'm a nurse. I'm pretty sure I know when I'm exhausted." Tucker ignored her and kept on tugging. He didn't know how much more Natalie could take. He hadn't realized just how far they had gotten away from Winterland. But of course, it only seemed far because of the wind, snow, and the fact that they were walking at a snail's pace. If he were a bigger animal, he'd haul Natalie over his shoulder and run like a possessed beast all the way back to civilization. You could try. With a deep sigh, he shifted. The cold was immediate, in a way that even had an impact on him. Fuck knows what it felt like for Natalie. "Love, we've got to keep moving. You're starting to develop hypothermia." "Not true," she argued. her eyes drooping.
I'm fine.
It would have been more convincing if she wasn't slurring her words.
Natalie, I'm going to shift back, and I want you to try to get on my back. I'll carry you, okay?
She shook her head.
Why? There's a horse there.
She pointed off in the distance. There was a wall of light coming straight at them, with the light playing across the falling snowflakes. It did sort of look like a horse was galloping toward them at warp speed. Snowmobiles. A whole mess of them, if he was correct.
Natalie, do you still have that flare gun?
Nope.
She held out her gloved hands, her eyes drooping even lower. The whir of the machines was coming closer, and he tried to wave them down. The only saving grace would be that fucking bright pink snowsuit Natalie was wearing.
Any chance you can jump up and down, love? Do some jumping jacks for me.
Natalie scrunched up her face.
Why? To get the horse to see us?
It came out as a question, because it sure wasn't the sanest thing for a man to ask his mate. Natalie tried to jump, but ended up falling. Things were getting perilous, and his brain raced like mad. He lifted her, threw her over his shoulder, and took off in a run. Tucker couldn't be sure, but it looked like the snowmobiles increased their pace on their way to him. He used every ounce of energy to get to them.
Need a lift?
Sawyer said, hopping off his sleigh. He took a large fur blanket and threw it to Tucker. He quickly wrapped the blanket around Natalie and set her on the vacated snowmobile.
She's going into hypothermic shock. How far are we from town?
Tucker took the snow pants and jacket Sawyer handed him and slid them on before settling behind Natalie. About 15 minutes, at the very most.
Shit. That's really far for the condition she's in.
She's got a blanket now. I've got a foil wrap. It should help with the wind. It was a risk, because driving fast would only increase the amount of gale. The windshield wasn't exactly the greatest barrier, but it would have to do. Tucker wasted no time. He took off, gunning it toward town. Sawyer was hot on his tail on the back of another snowmobile with the others. Tucker knew he should have asked about Peter, but there was no time. Natalie's life was literally hanging in the balance, and he would be pretty fucking useless if he lost her so soon after finding her. The drive back might have only been 15 minutes, but Tucker tried to cut the time in half. He went straight to Natalie's place, and as soon as he busted through the front door, he began peeling her out of her clothes. It was pretty easy to do because she was unconscious. Her breathing was unsteady and shallow, while her pulse was thready.
You gotta stay with me, love,
he kept on repeating. Tucker laid her in her bed under piles and piles of blankets. Bringing the person into the warmth was a tricky business. Ducking her in a hot bath was useless. It would only cause shock and could even do nerve damage. Laying naked under a pile of blankets with him rubbing sensation back into her limbs was the best way to do things. Tucker used his hands, his feet, his mouth. Every inch of his body was coiled around Natalie. They lay like that for hours. It felt like an eternity ticked by as color and heat slowly eased back into Natalie's body. Her pulse steadied, and eventually she was taking deep breaths. By the time she regained consciousness, Tucker was ready to feed her warm soup and a cup of tea.
Hey,
he whispered, brushing her hair back from her face.
How do you feel?
So cold,
she answered, nuzzling into his side.
I don't think I've ever been so cold.
He sighed. You could have died. I want to give you shit for that pink snowsuit, but it actually saved your life tonight. Without it, his throat got thick with emotion. He couldn't even bring himself to finish the sentence. What would have happened? She would have died.
I would have died. I didn't, though. I'm right here, Tucker.
You should eat something. I've got food ready for you.
In a second. I just want to hold you right now.
He chuckled. We've been holding each other for hours now.
Well, sure, but I was unconscious for most of it. Doesn't count.
He kissed her shoulder.
I promise to hold you every day of my life until I die. But right now, you need sustenance. You've been through an ordeal. I need to check in with the other co-mayors to see what happened." Natalie shot up in the bed. "Peter!" She tried to lunge onto her feet, but Tucker held her in place. After a brief struggle, she fell limp in his arms, a series of heavy, sorrowful breaths raking out of her chest. "How fucking selfish am I? I forgot about him. Is he okay? What if he's dead because of me?" "Easy, love, easy. I'm sure he's fine." It was a flat-out lie. He had no idea how the kid was doing, but he had every faith that his two co-mayors had found the kid. If they hadn't, Sawyer and Colin wouldn't have been at the helm of two separate posses, roaming the lands to find them. "You eat, I'll call them." "I can't eat without knowing if he's safe." Tucker shot her his best "don't argue with me" look, but he wouldn't win this round. He grabbed the radio on the side of the bed and turned the frequency to the line only he, Colin, and Sawyer used. "Guys, Natalie's awake, and she should be okay. We need to know what happened to Peter." "We'll be over in a few," Colin said over the static. "That won't be necessary," Tucker argued. "Yeah, it fucking is." The radio went dead, and Tucker blew out a breath. "Stay right there, love." He rifled through her closet, found her the warmest set of clothes she owned, and ordered her to put them on. Thankfully, she didn't fight him too hard on it. Her feet were slipped into warm socks, and he bundled her in blankets on the couch, with a cup of soup in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. "I want you to take sips of both of those while we talk, got it?" "You're being real bossy. I'm the medical professional here." The smile she gave him was sweet. She was trying to make him smile, to cut through the tension of their ordeal. It wouldn't work. He had been too scared of losing her forever. "I'm going to be bossy where your security is concerned, love. Now drink your soup." She made a show of taking a big gulp. He dropped a kiss on the top of her head before opening the front door. Colin and Sawyer quickly came in, bringing the cold with them. "You two good?" Colin asked. Natalie nodded. "I've been ordered to drink tea and soup, but I need to know Peter is okay." There was a tense look between the two other mayors. Natalie saw it and sat up, her blanket sliding down her shoulders. "What's happened to him?" "Soup," Tucker instructed, tucking the blanket back in place. "Colin, you should take this one." The big bear shifter sighed and ran a hand back through his hair. Peter is my little brother." The words went off like a bomb in the small house. "What?" Tucker and Natalie shouted in unison. "Half brother," Colin went on to explain. "I'm gonna need more than that," Tucker snapped. "Let me take over, big guy," Sawyer said, clapping a hand on his friend's back. "So, as you know, Colin's father left Winterland and retired in Anchorage, right? Well, turns out he had a little sexual encounter with a woman down there." "He cheated on your mom?" Natalie gasped. Colin shook his head. "Mom died a while ago." "So, Big Bear Relic went and begot himself a child or whatever. The woman, a brown bear shifter, didn't tell him. She kept the kid a secret and gave him up to be raised by her brother near the mines. The kid ran away, but only made it so far as the cave where Tucker found him." "And?" Tucker held firm, demanding a full account. Sawyer shrugged and went on. "Evidently, the uncle figured out somehow that Peter wound up here and came to steal him back. It wasn't a hard guess," Colin added. "There aren't many places to go around here, and once most of the caves came up empty, where else would he go?" "What about the others?" Tucker asked. "The shifters who attacked Natalie." "They had the kid for a while, as a hostage," Sawyer said. "For a ransom or something." "What?" Natalie tugged the blankets around herself, shuddering against more than the cold. Sawyer scratched the back of his neck and shrugged. "Turns out, when the kid left the mines, he went in the wrong direction and ended up in a bad part of the wildlands. They found him and took him.
That poor kid, Natalie cooed. What is his real name?
Peter, Colin growled.
We are not going to address that kid by the name these fucking assholes gave him. This is his home, and he is Peter Relic now.
Colin has decided to raise the boy. Sawyer shrugged.
Let's pause for a sec. We fought off a group of sick shifters out there. They were keeping Peter?
Tucker was pacing. He didn't understand everything, and it was seriously pissing him off. He hated being left out of the loop, and this felt like a pretty big fucking loop.
Peter told us he can talk? Natalie interrupted. Yes, he can, Colin answered. After his ordeal, his voice locked up somehow. Getting recaptured by those bastards apparently knocked it loose. When we caught up to them, he was yelling to beat the band. It's actually part of how we found him.
Thank God, Natalie sighed. So how did he wind up where I found him? Wriggled away, Sawyer said with admiration. He is a slippery little guy. One night, he heard those fuckers talking about the disappearances and saying something about Winterland, how we were actively trying to find people. One of them used the name Relic, and that lit a fire in the little dude.
Apparently, his uncle used to razz him pretty hard about being a no-good relic, Colin said. Little guy figured I had to be related to him, and found a shot to make a break for Winterland. The guys you tangled with chased him pretty hard, but you found him first.
Fuckers, Tucker snarled.
What happened to them?
Colin asked. Katya went off after them to do some recon, Tucker explained. They are sick with something, and she wanted to find out what. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea. I don't know, Sawyer quipped. Doc can handle herself. I'm sure if anyone can get to the bottom of it, it's her.
So long as she figures out why these shifters are sick, that's all that matters, Colin said with finality. It's possible that they are the ones who've been taking people, but it's impossible to say.
If they are, Tucker cut in.
Finding out why they're sick might point to why they've been doing it. Knowing that might just make it easier for us to stop them. We have to focus on Peter for now.
Colin was firmer than any of them had ever heard.
That means making sure Winterland is well protected.
I'll head over to the mines tomorrow, see if I can find out who this uncle is. Nobody has responded when we've asked before, but I'll make sure to find out.
I should go, Colin said. Peter is my blood, so I should be the one to sort this whole mess out.
But can you leave him? Sawyer was uncharacteristically serious, but he had a point. Even Tucker was caught up by it.
I'm sure he'll be okay with Madeline for a bit, Natalie cut in. He's got his own bedroom in that house, and he gets along well with her kids. Plus, I'll be here in case anything happens. At least he's found his voice again, so he can tell you if he's okay with you leaving for a couple of days.
Colin didn't look too pleased with the course of action, but there would be time to settle it in the morning, when all of them had a good night's sleep and food. They had all been through a massive day, and to argue things out now wouldn't solve anything.
We'll reconvene in the morning. Then we'll have a town meeting. We'll close ranks and make sure everyone knows what's happening. I'll let Burl know. He'll tell the Point Hope packs what's going on. I'll update the folks at the mines about what we've managed to learn. Tucker crossed his arms. For now, there's not much else we can do. So that's it then? Natalie asked. One group comes to steal Peter, someone is stealing other people for God knows what reasons, and we're just going to bed?
Tucker admired his mate's strength and her sense of conviction. Her sense of justice matched his own.
You've been through something. All of the town was involved in either searching for Peter or for us. Everyone has earned the right to rest. Pushing for answers tonight won't serve us. A good leader knows when to bide time. We need intel before we do anything about the sick shifters. Katya will get it for us. I don't like the idea of her alone out there, Natalie argued.
She's been a spy, Sawyer chuckled. That woman has done more recon than we will ever know. If anything, I feel bad for the people she's stalking. She'll uncover all of their secrets, and their mother's secrets.
And their mother's secrets, Tucker agreed. Going back generations.
Natalie didn't look too convinced, but her eyes were drooping again. Not from hypothermia this time around, thank fuck. Tucker knew she was exhausted. She was full of fury and a need to act, which was exactly why she fit in perfectly in Winterland. But he needed to get her to bed. She needed rest.
Okay, enough of this.
Tucker stood and walked to the front door, effectively dismissing his co-mayors.
We'll talk in the morning.
Colin and Sawyer said their goodbyes, and before long, Tucker had Natalie in bed. His strong, willful mate tried to fight sleep for as long as she could, but she'd been through a lot. She finally drifted off, her soft brown hair a halo around her head.
Tucker watched her sleep for hours, memorizing the contours of her face.
He would never let any harm come to her, ever again. He made all kinds of promises to his sleeping mate that night. Promises he would repeat to her one day soon, when they joined together, forever.
Chapter 17. Natalie. Natalie slowly woke. Try as she might to remember, her brain was full of fog. Even her limbs felt heavy, like they were glued to the bed under piles of cozy blankets. There was a furnace in bed beside her. Of course, it wasn't actually a heater. Though Tucker exuded so much heat, he might as well have been. Waves of warmth rolled off his naked skin. She nuzzled into his side, desperate to be closer to him.
"Are you already awake?"
he asked, his voice muffled by sleep. He slowly blinked his eyes open.
"You should rest more, love."
She shook her head. "I think I've rested enough to last me a lifetime. I need to do something. And let's be honest, there's a lot to do today. We've got to meet Colin and Sawyer and figure out our next move. Then we need to get the townspeople gathered in the community center. But first, there's something we need to do. Just you and me." His eyebrows shot up into his hairline in surprise.
"Just us, huh?"
His hand went to her hip, drawing her closer to his side. She went willingly. "Yup." She met his lips with a searching kiss, but Tucker broke back. After nearly losing her the day before, he wanted to remove any doubt of her ability to survive up in this frozen landscape.
"Listen, there's something we need to discuss. It's one thing to be my mate, but it's something else for me to mate you."
Her eyes went wide. "Is it?" she breathed. He nodded in return.
"There is danger lurking ahead for us, for our town. It will be hard for me to have you fully by my side unless you are wholly and completely mine. Once that happens, you will never be in danger like yesterday again. But do you want it?"
"I want you," she said. "Whatever it is, I want to be everything I can to bind our lives together." To prove her words, Natalie threw her leg over his side and pushed him down into the mattress. His morning erection pressed into her softness, sending a shiver over her whole body. Tucker's hands went to her hips. A small smile quirked up his lips. He ran his length along her wetness, and she rolled her hips at the delicious friction of it. "I could have died yesterday," she said. "I could have gone from this world without telling you that I love you. I love you so much. I ache for you, Tucker Kearney."
God, I never wanted to push matters. I wanted to take my time with you like we said. I thought to wait until all of this is resolved, but after yesterday, we shouldn't waste a second. I love you, Natalie Barsotti. I love your mind. I love your heart. The way you adopted this town as your own. The way you care for our people. Lord help me. I even love your stubborn streak. Even that god-awful snowsuit of yours. I will mate you if you will have me, and I promise to love you more and more every day.
Natalie smiled down at him as she lowered her head to kiss him. It was a sweet, promising kiss. Every word out of his mouth went directly to her heart. His hand pressed against her heart as he sat up, his other arm bringing her closer to him. With the agility and grace only a shifter could have, Tucker switched positions, leaving Natalie against the pillows, her back pressed into the mattress under the delicious weight of his body. Her legs spread wide to give him the space he needed to cage her into their bed. His naked skin brushed against hers like heated licks. His breathing was deep and heavy as he studied her face. His eyes melted into hers, joining them in thoughts and emotions. They held there for a moment, appreciating that soon, everything would change. It would change in such a big way. But really, it was the only way their lives could go on. In fact, everything had led them to precisely this moment. It hadn't even begun with them. It had started long ago, with two unknown wolf shifters who had saved a young woman. Finally, after so much waiting, the wolf and the woman would come together. It was fate. It was destiny. Tucker leaned forward to capture her mouth in a kiss as he pressed down on her. His hands trailed up her hips and grazed her ribcage until he could close his hands around her breasts. She gasped as he ran his thumbs across her sensitive nipples, and she arched her back to demand more from him. She felt him smile through the kiss as his tongue delved deeper into her mouth. His hips ground down on her, letting his erection rub against the smooth skin of her stomach. It was a lot, but it wasn't enough. "I want you now," she purred in annoyance. "Soon, love. Soon." He kissed the corner of her mouth before trailing along her jaw, down her neck, tickling in the most perfect way. He licked his way across her chest, spending seconds, minutes, hours, suckling and nibbling at her tender buds. She laid back to take everything he had to give, abandoning herself to his ministrations. His hands drew patterns across her splayed thighs, never going close enough to her clenching core to give her the slick of friction she was desperate for. "Tucker," she pleaded. "Is this what you want?" he asked, dipping a finger into her. The sensation of his sudden push rippled through her in dizzying waves. She pushed her hips up to increase the sensation. With a chuckle, he added a second finger. "So tight, so wet for me." "All for you." The cool whisper of his breath cascaded across her breasts before his lips resumed dusting her skin, raising goosebumps as he went. Natalie knew his final destination. She wanted him there so badly, her skin was on fire, but she also wanted every ounce of attention he was showering on her heated flesh. If he wanted to worship her with kisses, she would let him because, fuck, did it feel good to be loved this much by this man. This man who was made of honor and responsibility. She knew and understood down to her soul that mating for Tucker wasn't an easy thing to do. He was terrified of losing her, but he accepted that he couldn't live without her. She was worth the risk. They were worth the risk. Tucker spread her folds with his thumbs, and he blew softly against her aching nub. Her clit was swollen and wept for his attention. "You're so pretty here." He licked from her ass to her clit, slowly and steadily. Natalie shivered at the touch. "Fuck, Natalie." His words reverberated against her with a delirious heat that sent her head spinning. He licked down and up again, this time circling her clit in slow motions. "Shit!" Her hips bucked off the bed, desperate to feel more. She wanted it all. Already, her orgasm was building in the very center of her. Her legs were shaking with sheer anticipation. His tongue knew her. The soft, wet sensation of his licks and swipes, mixed with his grazing teeth and growls of pleasure, spun her head until all that existed were her nerve endings. "Tucker!" she cried out, her hands going to tangle with his hair. "Please!" she pleaded. He chuckled against her, the sensation reverberating all the way up her spine to crash into her mind with pleasure. He increased his pace, his speed, until her legs tensed, pressing his head to her pussy. She rode the waves of pleasure, shouting his name, telling him she loved him, making all kinds of promises she knew she would keep so long as she drew breath. "You are so fucking beautiful when you come, Natalie. I could watch you fall apart all day long." "I might lose my mind with pleasure," she teased, her limbs melting boneless on the bed. "I need to feel you now, clenching my cock as you come again." "Yes, please." She was greedy. Her most sensitive parts quivered with her recent release, but she needed more. She would take this man. She would be marked as his because she knew the truth of it. She had already marked him in her own way. The second he had told her he loved her, Natalie knew she was etched in his heart in an irrevocable way. Tucker fisted his cock, positioning the head to her waiting entrance. His eyes locked on hers as he slowly pushed into her. Just as every time before, it overwhelmed her every sensation. She clutched at his hips, nearly begging him to seat fully in her, to break them past the initial insanity so she could breathe again. He took his time, drawing out the moment, inch by solid inch. When he bottomed out, a bright flash at her center made her cry out in a sharp, tight burst. He held still for a second. Natalie swallowed hard and watched his face, his breathing erratic and strained under the pressure of going slow, of making this mating drawn out to last forever. But it couldn't. It had to reach its completion to draw them together forever. Natalie arched her hips off the bed, gasping as she took him in even deeper. She gripped him hard, working him with her inner walls.
Natalie,
he hissed.
Be careful with that. You could ruin me.
Never. She fucked his motionless length, knowing this man, this powerful man, was all hers. You are mine, she whispered.
You are mine,
he echoed, as he began sawing out of her with delicious slowness that started a low ache deep inside of her. Already, her body vibrated for another release. Her hands roamed across his muscular back, scratching up and down the corded muscles. Tucker nuzzled her neck, dropping kisses here and there, driving her mad with desire. His teeth grazed her skin, sending shivers through her every fiber. Tucker, she begged. Please, whatever it is, please.
You feel so good, Natalie. Hell, I want to feel you exploding all around me. I need it.
His hand dipped down between them to roll across her sensitive clit. The result was like a bolt of lightning snapping up through her. Her mouth dropped open, but she couldn't manage a breath. God, Tucker, I'm close.
Then come. Come for me.
Another teasing roll, and she was powerless. All the control she thought she had dissolved, and she descended into insanity beneath him. Licks of fire, married with pinches of frost as her body exploded in every direction. Above her, Natalie could feel Tucker's shoulders tense as he strained in her hands. He was holding back, biting back his pleasure for her.
I need you to come for me, love,
he insisted through her wildness.
I need to feel it before I join us forever.
Yes. His hips dove even harder, using her up and splitting her into ribbons of liquid light. She joined in his rhythm as they lost one another to each other. She lost herself but found him, just as he lost himself and found her. They would always find each other, no matter the storm and snowy winds.
Mine?
He asked. Yours, she consented, tightening herself around him, imploring his release. Whatever it meant, she wanted all of it. He surged inside of her, spearing hard and fast as he used her pleasure to release his own. All at once, his teeth dug into the tender skin of her collarbone as he spilled himself deep inside her, marking her body and soul. The blast of exquisite pain shocked her, but only served to deepen the pleasure racketing around through her powerless body. She took it all, relishing in the moment of pure bliss that only she could give to this big, strong man. She might be his, but he was hers. Even as she felt him slackening inside her, he continued lazy thrusts, drawing himself through her and prolonging the pleasure they shared. He kissed the bite that had mated them, linked together forever. This is it? She asked, tracing her fingers along the fresh, tender ridges.
Yes.
He dropped his forehead to hers before kissing her softly, almost lazily, like he couldn't bear to not touch her, as if being apart from her would end him.
Natalie Barsotti, you're my mate now.
I am, she giggled happily. Winterland was truly her home now. Tucker was her home now.
Do you think you'd be okay with becoming Natalie Kearney sometime soon?
She laughed. I think we've already established I'd be okay with that. Her fingers trailed along her collarbone.
You will marry me one day.
Yes, Tucker. I will marry you one day. But you will have to ask. Down on one knee. He chuckled.
Anything, love. Anything you want.
He rolled onto the pillows, taking him with her. Their limbs were tangled, truly one, united. We have to take care of our people now, she said after a few blissful silent moments had passed.
Our people,
he echoed.
Fuck. I love hearing you say that. It's what I was scared of the most, but what I wanted the most too. I just had to wait for you to bring the sunshine so I could see the truth, see you.
Natalie blinked back tears of happiness at his words. There might be hard times ahead for Winterland, but we're together. We have got this. She reached out for his hand and interlaced their fingers before placing them over his heart. Together.
Together, we can face anything,
Tucker whispered. Anything, she agreed, sealing their vow with a kiss.
The end for co-mayor number 1.
Tucker and Natalie. Want to know what happens to the others? Don't miss Frostbite and Ice Scrape.
We hope you've enjoyed this production of Snowkiss, Royal Claws Book 1 by Millie Taiden. Narrated for you by Vanessa Kitchens and William McLeod. This has been a Findaway Audio Works production, presented by Orange Sky Audio. Copyright 2021 by Millie Taiden. Published by arrangement with Stone Song. Production copyright 2021 by Orange Sky Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.